Audiobook title, Reincarnated as a Villainess, completed by AltheaMarie0025. Prelude, Annie Flores Poff. Good morning Annie. Hey, it's Annie. Miss Popular of the music school, number one of everything. I'm so blessed to see her every day in school. I smiled as I continued to walk into the school like a model, while hearing the compliments sent by my fellow students in school. I'm Annalyn Flores, but I'm known as Annie Flores, a 16-year-old girl who is very famous worldwide, famous for being gifted in music, the prodigy of the Flores family. I'm a very proud singer, dancer, and actress. One of my hobbies is to read fantasy novels, especially it involves music, since I'm obsessed with music-related stuffs. I'm currently reading the novel Melodic Fantasy. It is a nice story. The plot is amazing. But what bothers me is that the heroine is such a two-faced bitch. She manipulated the crown prince to love her. But I also hate the villainess. She should not be so proud of herself since she has no musical attributes. I only love the characters who are also beautiful and special. Except for the villainess, of course. I walked to my class in the music academy. As a proud senior in school, I was called the public image. I never lost a school competition, making me the eye of the school. Not to brag that everyone adores me. Good morning Annie, my best friend Celeste said as she gave me a warm smile, and I smiled back and sat in my seat. How's your weekend? Celeste asked me as she brushes my perfectly brown locks. Nothing special though, just teaching some little adorable kids some music. I told her. She knew that it was my dream to teach everyone music. Celeste is such a good dancer. Whenever we are paired up, it's like nothing can defeat us both. That's great. And still reading that Melodic Fantasy for 5 times now? Celeste said as she raised her right brow while eyeing the book that is inside my open bag. It's my favorite novel that has both fantasy and music, I said and pouted at her, making her sigh at my actions. If you say so, Miss Popular, she said as I could only giggle at her reaction. The teacher already came inside, gave us some announcements and teach us some new music lessons. Like any normal day. I'll break our engagement. I drastically act Prince Alexander's words where he confronts Anastasia to never hurt Emily ever again. By breaking off their engagement, what he didn't know only made Anastasia hate Emily even more. I closed the book after I left my bookmark to where I stopped and placed the book back in my bag. As I am walking in the busy streets of the city, it's such a peaceful day, but then I saw something that made me run towards the road. A 6-year-old is picking up his ball that was in the road, and at the same time a big truck was going in that direction. I ran to the road and pushed the kid further, and I received a hit of the truck. I could feel my body being numb as blood started dripping in my body. My vision started getting blurry as I took in the sides and saw the book. I could feel everyone is looking at my soon-to-be dead body. While I am deep in my thoughts, my life suddenly cut off. It's over. At least I saved that kid from being dead at a young age. I have already lived my life for 17 years. Celeste, please be safe. Everyone that adores me and respects me, have faith in your dreams. I'll be watching from above. Huh? Isn't my life over? I thought as I slowly opened my eyes and the light blinding me. I tried to recover my vision. When I successfully did it, I saw 4 unknown people in front of me. I blink my eyes for 2 times before I then see the 4 people in front of me. 2 girls wearing a maid outfit and a man in his 40s and a woman who is in her late 30s. Why do I feel like I know them somehow? I look around, seeing that I'm not in heaven or the hospital. I was in a European place, fit for a royal. Many antique kinds of stuff that I never had seen in my entire life. My body felt numb that I couldn't move or anything. What's wrong with me, my dear Anna? I'm so glad you are fine, the woman told me as she held both of my hands with tears brimming from her face. Yeah, we thought we lost you forever, the old man drastically said, making me confused for a moment. Who are you? I asked them in confusion as the 2 then froze and tears started to fall from their cheeks. My dear Anastasia, did you have amnesia? That you forgot your mommy and your daddy? The woman said, making me confused. I look in the mirror that is distant from my bed and horror filled in my eyes, realizing what happened. I yelled as I saw the familiar face I knew. What's wrong, Anastasia? Don't you remember your face? The woman said as I then touch my face with wide eyes and look at the people in front of me. What's my name again? I asked them, making sure you're Anastasia, for the daughter of Edward and Annalise for. Don't tell me you forgot your identity also. My so-called further whined. My gaze wavered when I didn't care what he just said. Only my name. I could feel myself shaking while looking at my appearance. I reincarnated as the villainess of the favorite novel, melodic fantasy, the villainess that is destined to die. Lord, why did it end like this? Chapter 1 == A new life == It's been days since the incident happened, and it has been days since I've been the infamous Anastasia for. And as expected, a spoiled battered kid just like the heroine. I mean, how on earth can someone be so spoiled? I mean, she won't be like this if her parents disciplined her enough. I know how Anastasia was spoiled by her parents since young because she's the princess, but isn't this too much? To the point that she became super diva? Well, I'm a nice kid ever since I was young, and I can't fit in Anastasia's diva-ish attitude, so I changed my attitude a bit. Everyone was shocked at my sudden change of attitude. Even though it has been days since the incident in the lake, they still couldn't believe that a mere incident made the Anastasia for change her attitude. But guess what? The Anastasia for they all know had long dead. What inside her is the pride of the Music Academy, Annie Flores. And as I expected, I reincarnated in the 12-year-old Anastasia for. And it's the time where she'll be engaged to the Crown Prince of Mouseike. To avoid being killed by this prince, I need to stop the engagement set by our parents, which will be tough because Anastasia has been begging her parents to be engaged with the Crown Prince. Well, even if I were Anastasia, I would be engaged to the prince because it's every girl's dreams to marry a prince. But this is a matter of my survival. I won't be dying anytime soon if I am not entangled with the prince. Lady Anastasia, your mother requests your presence in the dining room. I heard one of the maids say as I stood up from my mirror. Be right there, I calmly said, making the maid smile at my attitude, which I smiled back. In order for them to like me more, I need to treat my maids right. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe one of them will betray me. I slightly brushed the short white hair of the original Anastasia. 3 years from now is where the original story will happen, I muttered as I looked at my appearance in the large mirror in my room, closing my eyes while breathing heavily. I went out in my room and went to the dining room where my mom is eating breakfast. Duchess Annalise Universe for, the daughter of the Marquis. She fell in love with Duke Edward IV and got married and gave birth to me. Well, they gave birth to my brother who is currently overseas because of his studies. I inherited her eyes whereas I inherit my father's white hair. Both of them are famous singers throughout the kingdom. That's why everyone couldn't believe that Anastasia is their talentless daughter. Well, Annie Flores, will train Anastasia's body to become the prodigy in music, topping Emily and Alexander. Mommy, you called for me? My cute voice said as I opened the large doors in the dining hall. I then saw Mom and Dad eating their breakfast and I sat in my usual seat in the opposite seat of Mommy. My dear Anastasia, we have good news for you, Mom excitedly said as soon as I sat down in front of her. What is it, Mommy? I asked her and took a big bite of my food. They didn't question my way of eating since this is my habit since my first life, which I'm quite confused that they didn't question it even a little bit. It's as if they knew me as Annie, but maybe it's just my imagination. The Queen will be visiting us tomorrow with Prince Alexander coming along. Isn't that amazing? I spit my food in the side while mentioning Prince Alexander's name. What? We know you're excited, my dear. It is your dream to let Prince Alexander visit you, Daddy said and smiled widely, making me feel scared. I thought it will be next month. Why did they arrange it now? Did something happen? Why is he visiting our household? Doesn't he hate me? I acted arrogantly, making my dad sigh and frown as I blinked my eyes after stating facts while giving a small smile. He doesn't. And please wake up early for tomorrow's meeting, Mom said as she stood up from her seat and went to work. And Dad followed her afterward, leaving me alone in the dining room, who is deep in thoughts. If I can stop the engagement and avoid the heroine, I can live freely in this musical world and study in Musical Magic Academy, I exclaimed while standing up in my seat and raising my right hand to who knows where. Sorry, AltheaMarie, I had no choice but to change your storyline. Cause I, Anastasia aka Annie Flores, will have my own happily ever after. Aside from being famous for being talentless, I need to be famous for being the most talented person in the world. I need to aim the title of the Queen of Music, which was held by the Queen. I'll apply my knowledge in my first life to this life. I'll amaze everyone with my talent, like how I always do in my first life. in my life as Annie Flores. I know how to play all kinds of instruments, sing in different kinds of music and dance in all different styles. I'm not known as a music prodigy for knowing a few notes. I mean, who entitle themselves as a prodigy only knowing the do-re-mis? You've got to be kidding me. Emily Anthonyette Emmers and Alexander Drake Castro. Prepare to face the new face of Anastasia for, because I'll set a new record and became the most talented person in the world of music. Because this is my pride as a musician, my pride as the Earth's musical prodigy lies here. Here in the world of melodic fantasy. And this will be the start of my story. Chapter 2 == Dealing with the prince == Everything that happened in the story had happened now. I won't allow myself to get engaged by Alexander. I thought while finishing the look that I will present in front of the Queen of Music, the Queen of Music itself. The title that I will soon obtain in the near future. She was everything. I mean, she won't be the Queen of Music if she didn't have everything. Everyone adored her. Everyone praised her. She's the perfect being, the perfect woman for everyone. But she also has an intimidating aura that made people feel scared whenever they approach, probably because she thinks she's superior to anyone else in the kingdom. I decided to present my real natural beauty as Anastasia for not wearing makeup so that the queen won't think badly of me. Beck, she has a distinguished taste. She will humiliate anyone if their beauty didn't fit in her taste. Such a controlling woman in the lives of others. I walk in the corridors towards the room where my mother and the queen is staying, and of course, while the maids greeted me, which I greeted back, I touched the doorknob at the door of the room where the queen and mother staged. I took a huge deep breath before I opened it, to reveal mother talking brightly at the queen with Prince Alexander. Greetings, your majesty. I courtesied in front of them and I could feel her highness gaze in me, an obvious gaze that screams that she is judging me. I then stood up properly and flashed her my sweet smile. Anastasia, it is a pleasure to meet you today, she said as she gave me a smile. Queen Elizabeth Castro, the beloved Queen of Music, has the most angelic voice in the kingdom, and her son, Alexander Drake Castro, that inherited her voice, and had the talent of instruments where the King of Music is a master of. A perfect son for the two royal prodigies. I mean, Anastasia isn't an idiot to not fall for someone who has everything. Alexander, please say hi to Anastasia, the queen told her son, who has been hateful since the day they plan on coming here, and I almost cursed them for that they accepted mother's invitation and came visit us. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Anastasia. I could feel that he isn't quite serious while saying that, hearing his voice that has an obvious irritating tone it. Anastasia, how about showing Alexandra our garden? While I and Queen Elizabeth will be discussing things, Mom said as I nodded and bowed at the queen before I went out of the room. Discussing our engagement, you mean, mother? I thought as I walked outside of the room to go to the garden, followed by Prince Alexander, who has a grumpy look on his face, which is obvious that he wanted to go home. Obvious that he wanted to be away from me. Let's go, your royal highness, I said and went in my way. First I could feel Prince Alexander's confused face in my sudden change, probably because that Anastasia never called I'm your highness before. He always called him his name in an intimate tone, which disgusted me. But he followed me through towards the garden. He then sat on the bench that is in the heart of the garden as I look in my surroundings. What do you plan this time, Anastasia? His venomous voice asked me as soon as he sat down on the bench, making me roll my eyes. Don't look at me like that, Prince Alexander, and besides, I know what our mum's gonna plan and I don't like it, I stated and crossed my arms. I don't want to tie myself to the man who doesn't want me, to the man who doesn't know my value, to the man who hasn't have any slightest plan on wanting me. How so? Don't you wanna be engaged with me? Alexander asked me, making me scoff in his words. You wish. I'm sorry for my actions when we were little, Prince Alexander. And I promise you that I won't bother you again if you cancel our engagement, I told him with a serious face plastered on my face. I know for sure he'll accept my proposal because Anastasia has been annoying to him and he hated it. He wanted Anastasia to get out of his sight if possible. Who told you I'll cancel our engagement? Prince Alexander's puff. She has changed, I thought, and smirked at the beautiful girl in front of me. The infamous young Duchess of For, who doesn't have anything to offer but her face and title. I used to remember the time when she used to cling to me when we were little, making me angry at her actions. I don't know why I didn't accept her proposal to canceling our engagement. I've heard rumors that since Anastasia had almost lost her life in the lake a few days ago, that she had changed completely from a spoiled, battered girl and a very clingy to a normal girl who cares for everything. What? I chuckled in her reaction when she heard I won't cancel our engagement. I was surprised that she knew that we were gonna be engaged and somehow proposed that we should protest about it. I won't let her go. She's too darn special. Except for the fact that she is talentless. I thought you hated me, my prince, she asked me as she crossed her arms, looking her too darn cute. I don't have anything fun to do. That's why I need you to entertain me, I casually said, making her scoff in my words. Well, if you insist, but don't expect me to be lovey-dovey to you. And you'll break off the engagement when you fell in love with someone else. Deal? She decided to have a deal with me, knowing that it's impossible for me to fall in love. Deal. Chapter 3 == Alexander's birthday == It's been a few weeks since me and Alexander made a deal with each other, and luckily that the royal family didn't announce the engagement, so there have been only rumors. Like how the crown prince constantly visits the Duchy every day. And since then he has always visited me at my house every day to either mock me, tease me, or anything that makes me feel humiliated, just like in the story. But we already made a deal that if ever he fell in love with someone else, he'll break our engagement, which will happen in the near future. And as for me, I'll make sure that he and the heroine will end up with each other, just in case there will be unexpected changes in the near future which will be tiresome. And after I'll break our engagement, I'll reveal my talent and life of being free while I live my life in teaching some students in music. And as for today's activity is Alexander's 13th birthday and the day where Queen Elizabeth will announce to the whole kingdom our engagement. Just like in the book the author described, in the past week, he didn't visit me for he is busy with his upcoming 13th birthday where he'll perform for the whole kingdom in his majestic voice. The voice he inherited from his mother, the Queen of Music, and it's gonna be the time when Emily and Alex first met, where Alex is in the middle of performing. A beautiful girl then entered the room, specifically the heroine with her silver hair which bewitched the prince. He tried to find her but she is already gone, out of his sight. Since then he didn't forget about her, for he believes it's love at first sight, and a few years later they'll meet again in the musical Magic Academy and fell in love. What a nice story. A story that will make your heart move because of its cringed. Lady Anastasia, it's time for you to get ready for your fiancé's birthday, I heard my personal maid says as I nod and then let all of the maids do their magic. In my previous life, I don't like to wear makeup and everyone likes my natural beauty. After a few hours they are done dressing me up, and I look beautiful like a queen. Just ignore the hair color and the big chest. But then I touch my flat chest and then turn red. In the novel, Anastasia has one of the best body of the kingdom. Why is she still flat in the age of 12? I thought and looked at my flat chest in the mirror, probably because that I've entered her body. Maybe because I'm not Anastasia to begin with. I thought again before I stood up from my seat and grabbed my present for Prince Alexander's 13th birthday. Lady Anastasia, it's time to go to the palace. As soon as I heard it, I took a huge breath before standing up and went out to see my very own carriage. My parents and are in their own private carriage also. They give me my own carriage since it will be the announcement of my engagement with Prince Alex. It's only a matter of time that we've arrived in the palace, and as expected, it's so grand and shimmering since it's the crown prince's birthday, and lots of nobles have been invited to attend. This is where the real story starts. Trouble in fitting out the crowd. As soon as I went inside the castle I didn't realize that there's so many visitors. Most nobles brought their children and I could see that their daughters are dressing up neatly, not knowing that the prince already is a fiancé, which I didn't mind, so that the prince will leave me alone in the future. Maybe for a chance to become the crown prince's fiancé or any engagements, because this is a golden opportunity for young ladies be wed to high status guys. I always had my guard up to see whether the heroine has arrived or not, because it will be a scenery of a lifetime. One of my favorite, that is, I'm in the second floor of the ballroom getting bored in finding the main heroine of the story. Maybe she didn't arrive yet since she's their family's gem. Looking for me? My body shivered when someone whispered in my ear and I clearly know who it is. The flirtatious prince who knows how to flirt in a mere age of 12, well 13 since it's his birthday today. I don't know who taught the prince to be flirty, but that person deserved to be scolded. No, I'm looking for a girl to replace me, I told him sassily, and smirk making him frown, but smirk afterwards when he then took a step forward towards me, which made me feel confused. When I realized what he is trying to do, I then took a step back. We were doing the same process until I could feel my back made contact with the cold wall, as his face went closer to mine while giving me a smile. My face then reddened when his face is near mine, pinning me in the wall. Never in my 2 lives had experienced me pinned in the wall with some handsome guy, because there's no man who is bold enough to do this to me. I already told you over and over that I won't break our engagement, he huskily told me, bringing shivers in my spine. His face slowly wanted to make contact in mine. Only a few inches and our lips could touch. Prince Alexander, your further request, your presence. I could feel Prince Alexander's groan when his personal butler called him. He took a huge deep breath, still not letting me go. You're lucky this time, but next time I won't hold back, he whispered before he went to his place and the program started. Chapter 4 Announcement Everyone please welcome the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Mouseike, Prince Alexander Drake Castro. I heard the announcer announce as then Prince Alex then appeared in the crowd showing his smile. His silver hair shone through the place along with his royal blue eyes. He then started to sing the song written by her mother, My Dearest Melody, which is one of my favorite songs in the story. Its lyrics is so beautiful. My melody. Everyone applauded at the talent Prince Alex had presented, as I applauded too. But just then, when I look at my sides, I widen my eyes to see the heroine, Emily Anthonyette is applauding in the performance, which never happened in the story. I wonder what's wrong. Emily didn't care about the performance, but why did she applaud? It's weird. It's time to give gifts to present in His Highness' royal birthday, the announcer said as each noble family then line up to show their respect to Prince Alex. I wanted to line up, but just when I wanted to walk in the end of the line, someone bumped me, making me fall. Since everyone is so busy to give Prince Alex a present, no one really noticed. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you. The ridiculous voice that Anastasia hated, looking at the person who bumped into her. It's none other than the heroine herself, who only gave me an innocent smile and attempted to help me stand, but I declined her offer and clean my dress. I'm Emily Anthonyette Emmys, the First Lady of the Emmys. I could feel a hint of boasting in her words, trying to tell me that she is from the noble family. I'm Anastasia For. It's pleasure to meet you, Lady Emmys, I said and fakely smiled at her. I could feel her flinching, realizing she messed up the wrong girl. A girl that had a higher rank than her is none other than the daughter of the Duke. And now, I'll take my leave, I said and lined up to give my present to Alexander. I look at her direction to see that she is not moving, but I swore that I saw her smirk before I lost her in my sight. The line draws near as I held tightly my birthday gift to Alexander. When is suddenly my turn, I gave him a congratulations smile and handed him the present. I hope it's not a bomb, he stated, making me glare at him. You'll surely love my gift to you, Prince Alex, I said and smiled sweetly. Come here, he stated as he grabbed my right arm, and we were now facing the crowd. We formally announced the engagement of Prince Alexander Drake Castro and Lady Anastasia For. The king stated as then everyone applauded us. I could see the visible sadness plastered in each lady's face, that hope for Prince Alexander's wife. You'll be with me forever, I won't let you go, he whispered in my ear huskily, bringing shivers in my spine. But not to my knowledge someone is not happy about the announcement. I knew that they're not just having an affair, but they're engaged. Watch out, Lady Anastasia For. I'll be taking your fiancé away from you, someone in the distance muttered. Chapter 5 A tea party held by the heroine . It's been 6 months since Prince Alexander's birthday, and since then many families invite me for a tea party. And it's one of the reasons why I hated being Prince Alexander's fiancé. Even a simple hello, it can reduce my stamina. Over the months no one had actually saw my actual talent, so the rumors of me being talentless is still spread across the whole world. But what they didn't know that I've been secretly practicing in midnight, playing all kind of instruments and sang different kind of songs, and even learn who to dance in Mouseike style. Lady Anastasia, an invitation had arrived, my maid told me as she handed me a red-colored envelope. I curiously opened it to see a neat handwriting. Dear Lady Anastasia For. We humbly invite you to our tea party with other ladies. We hope for you to attend this majestic tea party by the Emmys, and we await your presence tomorrow in 12 o'clock. The Emmys sisters. Reading the letter, I smirked and thought of a plan. Remembering that the heroine has a twin sister who hates her deep in her heart. How about making friends with Selena? She doesn't have any friends because her family hates her. Which is kinda drag though. I mean, it's kinda a favor. Children. And then scanned the letter once more. I guess this is Selena's handwriting, since Emily had a very terrible handwriting. I stated and sigh. Emily is a fraud, but we don't have a choice since this is the character the author wanted it to be. Author Sama is a jerk. Why did she make the heroine a two-faced bitch rather making her a real-life angel? I continue my rantings until I fall asleep in my luxurious queen-size bed. Tilda. Greetings, your Lady Anastasia. For I saw Emily courtside when she waited for my presence in the tea party. Beside her is none other than her twin timid sister, Selena. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lady Anastasia. I'm Selena Shane. Em is the second lady of the family. The blonde girl introduced herself as she bowed down in front of me, and I courtsied to them as well. As the three of us went inside in this tea party, in the original novel, Anastasia was only invited because she is the fiancée of the crown prince. Neither Emily or Selena had bothered her, making Anastasia feel lonely, and her hatred towards the heroine had grown into more. But now, I'm gonna change it. I'll simply make friends with Selena and avoid Emily at all cost. The Emmys ballroom are truly breathtaking, just like it was mentioned in the story. Everyone adores the heroine so much that they tried to make a better impression in front of her. When Emily went to walk on her own, leaving me and Selena together, I take a look in the blonde girl beside me who glares daggers in her sister. Such a plastic, she stated when we saw Emily showed her fake smile to some other noble young ladies. Do you hate Lady Emily? I innocently ask Lady Selena, who only sigh and grab my wrist and run towards somewhere. When she realized that no one is around, does she sigh and a visible frown appeared in her face. You had no idea what her true colors are, she started, and I know where this is going. What do you mean, Lady Selena? I ask her as she then look at me in the eye. She is a two-faced bitch that acts like a perfect girl. She's the reason that Mom and Dad didn't recognize my talent, Selena stated as I felt sad at her. In the story it's true that Selena is more talented than Emily, but she is the heroine, so she is bound to be more noticeable than her and be more favorable. I know what you feel. Let's just let her be and live for ourselves and not try to compete with her, I said, and held both of her hands. How about, let's be friends? And since I'm known as talentless but I can't be tolerated and live my own life, how about joining me? Who knows, maybe you'll outshine your twin sister in the future, I suggested, holding her hands tightly and a hint of hope in my eyes. And just then, Selena smiled widely and gave me a hug. Sure. And today on, I'll never hate my sister and just ignore her and try to live my own life, Selena declared as I smiled and hugged her back. Let's climb the top together, Selena. Chapter 6 == her older brother == La 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 la. Me and my new best friend Selena are practicing in singing in our house. Mom and Dad are so thrilled that I made a friend in my age and it's one of the Emmys. Lady Selena, how about reducing the pitch in the first lie? Told her as she nodded and followed my instructions. She knew that I had talent and even asked why I didn't showcase it throughout the whole world, and I simply told her my plan, to let everyone think that I'm a talentless brat, and when I enter school and be Miss Perfect. She even praised me of my great plan and even tried to take part of it as well. Since she's my best friend, I gladly accept her to be just like me, ignoring the gossips in the society. As we were still practicing the song I newly composed entitled As Reborn, I got the inspiration in my own experience that I experienced being reincarnated. Selena didn't ask me for more and got adapted by the lyrics very quickly. Sorry to interrupt your ladyship's practice, but Lady Anastasia, your older brother had arrived from the kingdom of Meloidia. He personally requests your presence, Lady Anastasia. I heard my maid Sarah said as I stood up from my seat and looked at Selena. I should go and greet my brother. You can practice more if you want, I bluntly said as Selena just nodded her head and continued practicing the song. As I then walked towards the main hall of the mansion, walking down in the long stairs to see my older brother waiting for me with a wide smile. In the story, Christian is a cis-con. He really loves Anastasia very much. He always defend Anastasia from bullies, especially from Prince Alexander, who did nothing but hurt his beloved sister. In end, He didn't help Anastasia from being killed since he didn't know. No one informs him when he is busy with his own family with his girlfriend. He was devastated when he heard Anastasia was murdered and named his youngest daughter Anastasia to remember his only sister. But even he loves Anastasia very much. He equally loves Veronica Kate Dresser, the oldest daughter of the Prime Minister. "My dear Anastasia." I heard someone yelled my name as soon as I entered the room. There I saw my brother with my mom and dad also. "Christian is," I muttered as my brother smiled widely and gave me a tight hug. "I'm sorry I wasn't there in your incident, and from now on, you won't be alone nor be bullied anymore since I'm back now," he said in between of our hugs. In my life as Annie Flores, I don't have a thing called family. Both my parents are very busy in their work and had no time for me, and I'm the only child. That's why I'm so happy that there's someone who adores me even when not blood related. In my life as Anastasia For, I have that thing called family, the thing that I lack in my first life, and I'm so happy to experience it even for once. But Nissan, I'm not alone now. I have a new friend. Come, she's in my private music room, I cutely said as I dragged brother in the room where me and Selena are staying. In the story, the For family built a music room for Anastasia. Maybe sooner or later she'll unlock her true potential in being a musician, not realizing that she doesn't have any musical attributes. But now I'm gonna use that magical room as my own personal paradise with my best friend. Chapter 7 == Musical Magic Academy == 2 years later. I'm gonna miss you, Anastasia. I took a huge deep breath when I saw my crying parents. I was known to easily take pity on persons who is begging or crying over something, making me feel soft. "Mommy, Daddy, I'll come visit you. Please stop crying," I said and smiled brightly at my teary parents. "We know, but how can you survive in the school when you are known as the talentless person in the whole world?" Dad asked me as I could only smirk. "Don't worry about that matter. I've already planned it. So please stop worrying about me, and besides, I have Sarah-san with me," I said and held my personal maid's hands. "All right 2x, I'm gonna miss you, Anastasia," Daddy said as he pat my head gently. "See you in Christmas, Mommy and Daddy," I exclaimed and hugged the both of them before rushing back to my carriage towards the school. "Bye-bye." I waved them goodbyes before my coachman then went on the way. I look in the sceneries before I sigh. Time really flies so fast. It's already the time where the real story happened, and it's the time where the heroine and Prince Alex fell in love. I thought, still frowning. I feel anxious, because if I make the wrong move the storyline will follow accordingly as the story, and it's gonna be my death. I don't want to die young just like in my first life. I want to live my dreams. 2 years had passed. Only me, Selena, brother and my parents knew I had talent. Just like me and Selena planned that we will just let the whole world think I am talentless, rejecting each time Emily offers me to perform in each of her tea parties to embarrass me. Either Prince Alex or my brother will come to my rescue, even Selena will help me. I didn't inform Prince Alex that I have talent. Each time we met he always teased me for being talentless. And since I'm so very patient person, I just ignore his words and waited for this time. I'll become the most talented person, and also the smartest and the prettiest in school, so no one will look down in me. Now the current number 1 is Veronica Chan, Nissan's girlfriend, who oftenly come beast us at home. She's very nice and beautiful, no wonder everyone adores her. She didn't tease me for being talentless, she even encouraged me that my world will not end if I don't have any musical attributes. She also has a younger brother who has a crush on Selena in the story, and I want my best friend to fall in love, but sadly Veronica Chan didn't brought him to visit us. And since it's already the time we got to study in school, I decided to play matchmaker to the two of them. Either way he'll fall in love with her, even I will not do anything. And the only problem I got is to deal with Emily, who tried to seduce Alan Jade Dresser, who fell in love with her twin sister, which she clearly hates it, and tries to take Alan away from Selena, which she failed since Alan knew her true colors. "Lady Anastasia, we've already arrived," Sarah-san said, snapping me out of my thoughts. I look at the outside and saw the big school with golden walls and white pillars. I could hear music around it. I went out of the carriage and saw some other students looking at me, and I know why. Look, it's Anastasia For, the talentless daughter of the Duke. No way, that's the infamous Anastasia For. I thought she's ugly? Yeah, rumors has it that she is not really a beauty, but why is she so beautiful? But even so, Without musical attributes her beauty is useless. Look, she's looking at us. Then in a split second everyone stopped gossiping at me when they saw me walking past by them and stood in front of the big gates of the school. Once I enter the school, the story will start and Prince Alex will decide whether I'll live or die. Chapter 8 == Selina's wrath == Lady Anastasia. I stop in my tracks when I saw Selina running towards my direction with her maid Fiona following her. Selina Shane Emes, the twin sister of the heroine who was hated by her family for being so useless, and now she's my best friend. We help each other improve our own skill. Is that Emily Anthonyette Emes? She is not beautiful as I thought. No. That's Selina Shane Emes, Emily's twin sister. And who are you to talk that Emily is not beautiful? I heard that she can't control her voice. Since she's friends with Anastasia, that means she's also useless. What a perfect duo. Both are useless. I could feel Selina's face darkens and I suddenly felt scared. I know what happens when Selina will be mad, especially talking bad at her. Who are you to judge us? You don't know what I could do and yet you talk like you do. And remember, I'm the second lady of the Emmys. You are just an ant in my eyes. Selina scolded the people who is gossiping and I could feel the deer plastered in their faces. I could only chuckle at them as they run away from us, but when Selina looks back at me, she smiled like an angel, like nothing had happened. I'm so nice to her, that's why she likes me. How's your weekend? I'm sorry I didn't visit you, Lady Anastasia, she stated as I could only smile and place my hands in her shoulders. Don't worry about it, Lady Selina. Come, let's go find out dorms, I stated and walked towards our dorm. And luckily we are roommates. The gods have been pouring as blessings. The dorms are divided in our nobility ranks. Since I'm the daughter of the Duke and the sister of one of the graduating seniors, I've been placed in the diamond apartment with Selina and the others. Even my brother stays in the diamond apartment. His roommate is James Villanova, the student council's vice president, with Veronica Chan as the president of course, and my brother as the secretary. He may look like that, but he has the most beautiful penmanship in the whole kingdom. Along with his smart mind, he is very useful as the student council secretary. Lady Anastasia, let's go. It's time for the welcoming ceremony, Selina told me as I nodded and went out our room and went to the main auditorium. Ignoring all of the death glares sent by most of the students, Miss Anastasia. Someone suddenly butt in, making me jump in my feet. I look at the person who scared me and saw Prince Alex smiling brightly at me as I only glared at him. What's with the look, Miss Anastasia? We haven't seen each other for 2 days and it's that how you treat your fiancé? I could only sigh in his words and smiled brightly at him. Not at all, Prince Alexander. I am glad to see you too, I said and smiled, but later faded and glared at him before me and Selina went to the auditorium. 2 years had passed and Prince Alex's words have been cheesier, making me feel uncomfortable, and I never had heard of him seeing someone pretty other than me, making me feel anxious. What if he doesn't fall in love with Emily? Will I be tied down in his life forever? I can't. I don't want to be the queen. I want to live freely and explore the 2 kingdoms of music. And it's impossible for Prince Alex to fall in love with me, who have been avoiding and resisting him. Prince Alex tried to kiss me for the past 2 years, and since I'm a swifter in my past life, I've been avoiding it completely. Whether I'm with my parents, Niz, nor with Selina, who is very scary when she's mad. So he doesn't have a chance to do so, which I'm so lucky. I want to preserve my first kiss to the one I love. In the book, I have someone I like. It's the 3rd Prince of Meloidia. Not only he is handsome but also so caring, and even he won't know me. I just want to see him for once. Someone's Pof, Aku Aish, who's been talking about me, I thought as I look at the outside and sigh, looking at the beautiful scenery in front of me. It seems another of your Fang Earls been talking about you, my dear younger brother, I heard my first brother said as I sigh. I wonder who's the lucky girl? My second brother stated and snickering at me. You two know I hate those things, brothers, I said, looking blankly at the atmosphere. I never thought that I'll die just to follow you. Chapter 9 == The past == All of us were gathered in the auditorium. In my left side was seated by Selina, whereas my right side were Prince Alex sat next. And I'm feeling anxious that maybe there's an important thing will be announced today. And now is the middle of the principal's speech, making us feel sleepy and bored in his blabbings. Everyone, I hope that all of you had nice time here in our school. We applaud when the principal went down from the stage as we went out of the auditorium also, but throughout it, I was looking around for Emily to do some dirty tricks. I want our engagement to be cut off so I could live freely and teach freely in my life here in melodic fantasy. Lady Anastasia, let's go back to our room, Selina asked me as I nod and we skip our ways towards our dorm. Not in my awareness that someone is plotting some nasty things in our back. What should we do about them, my ladiness? A girl with black hair asked the platinum-haired girl who is only glaring at the two distant girls who are chattering non-stop. We must find a way to humiliate them. And didn't you heard that your precious Ellen likes my dear sister? Hearing this, the black-haired girl suddenly glared at the two. We really need to humiliate them, Lady Emily, or else Anastasia will marry Prince Alexander, not making you the crown princess. The girl told Emily, who grit her teeth and smirked when an idea struck in her head. You know, I had the perfect plan, Prince Luke Arthurbliel. Look, it's Annie Flores. Someone yelled just then. Most of the students rushed to someone and I know who it is. I took a glimpse on the brown-haired girl who is waving her hand in the crowd. Seeing this made my heart pound and a blush suddenly crept in my face. When I know she's going in my direction, I quickly run towards my office, trying to hide from her. I'm Xian Granger, the student council president, known as the black-hearted sadistic prince who hates hearing the word love. They shivered at the sight of my glaring face whenever someone send me some love letters or something. They even gossip that Annie is too good for me, who is nothing but a stonehead who do not know love. But who would have thought that the secret I kept is me being lovesick at the school's prodigy? It's not like I'm not talented or anything, but my talents are second to the best. Annie is out of my league. But seeing her so nice at everyone, even to me, made me fell for her. I always watch her on whatever she do and likes whatever she likes, especially when I heard that she likes the novel melodic fantasy. Celeste Granger is my younger sister who is best friends with Annie, told me that she likes the novel melodic fantasy. Hearing this, I quickly bought a copy and read it and finally understood why. But who would have thought that I'll be in my deathbed after hearing her dead? My whole world has shattered as soon as I heard the news. Jumping off the cliff to follow her and died. But for some time, I was awoken, but not as Xian Granger but the third prince of Kingdom of Melodia, a character that wasn't really mentioned in the story. I really thought that I'll be able to see Annie again, but since we live in two different worlds now, I think it's not possible. How I wish for me to tell you that I love one last time. And then her face then appeared in my mind. I awoken from my dream and look around my surroundings. I sigh as I quickly got off in my king-size bed and got ready for school. I'm dreaming about the incidents in my past life again, I muttered as I change into my usual clothing before walking out in my room. But before I walk out, I took a look at the painting in the near corner and smiled softly, a smile that I wish not to be forgotten. Chapter 10 = failed performance = will be finding your class ranks in your performances. Please get ready. We heard the performance teacher said as we nod and starting to get ready. Today is our first day in school. Me and Selina are so ready to stun everyone in the room. I couldn't wait to see Emily and Alexander's faces to see the person they look down is the person who will knock them out. Selina will be singing Versace on the floor, Bruno Mars, where in my first life is Bruno Mars. I giggled to think that AltheaMarie is so very creative. Whereas I'll be performing How You Like That. Since Blackpink isn't known to this world, the sound isn't really hip-hop type. It's more like a ballad but with the same lyrics. I stayed up overnight to create the same melody as it was in my first life. And as a proud Blink, I successfully finish it and ready myself to perform it with their choreography, of course. Okay. Let's start with Prince Alexander, the performance teacher said, gathering everyone's attention and face in the front to see Alexander performing his heart out. Take me to your heart ... Everyone applauded to hear the prince's majestic voice singing a song written by his father, Where in My First Life, written by a band called Makeel Learns to Rock. I sigh as performances are playing in front of me, snickering how novice they are. Mrs. Callas, wouldn't it be better to let Lady Anastasia perform next? I mean, she is the fiancée of Prince Alex, who are in the Special 8 class. I snap in my thoughts when I heard those specific words, and before I know it everyone's attention are on me, waiting for my response. I look at Lady Emily, who has an evil smile. She planned this. Might as well play along, I thought, and smirk and waiting for the teacher's response. Okay. You have a point there, Lady Emmys. Lady For, will you please perform your music so we can determine which class where you'll be placed, I heard the teacher said as I nod and stood up. She really wanted to humiliate herself. I wonder what song did she perform? Do you have something for me to use to cover my ear? I heard that she is talentless, maybe she'll blow us away. I'll be ready to get my ears bleed. I could only ignore those comments and went to the stage, but since me and Selena are in the back whereas Prince Alex is in the front with Emily tailing him, I could see the visible smirk in Emily's face as I walk in the front. The stage where I'll let everyone know that the lady of the House of Four isn't a talentless brat. Bam! Just when I tried to go on stage, I was blocked by my way. My vision started to gone, but the last thing I know is that I could see Prince Alex's smile before I pass out. Prince Alexander. Anastasia will humiliate herself if she perform in stage. I can't let her. I thought when I saw Anastasia walking towards the stage. Luckily I was near it. I could hear everyone's dirty talk about her when she is walking. Just when she tried to go to the stage, I block her way, making her fall down and pass out. Oh dear, Lady For, I heard someone said. I turned to look at my back to see a silver-haired girl trying to help Anastasia. Who is she? How come I didn't notice her? I thought and looked at the teacher with worried looks. It seems Lady For has passed out. I'll just pass her performance next time and she'll be studying with the Special A class with her fiancé, Prince Alexander I. Hope you don't mind bringing her to the infirmary to let her rest. You can bring Lady Emma's with you, it seems she's close with Lady For, a teacher said as I nodded and carried Anastasia in bride style. She's so cute when she's sleeping, I thought as I saw her sleeping figure in front of me. Prince Alexander, wait for me. The same girl who was worried with Anastasia followed me as the two of us went to the infirmary. I hope Anastasia isn't hurt. Chapter 11 = Heroine's First Kiss = Prince Alexander. Me and Lady Emma's went to the infirmary and placed Anastasia in the nearest bed. I smiled at the sight of her. Looks like an angel when she's sleeping. Your Majesty, wanted to thank you for bringing Anastasia in her. I'm so worried when she fell down, the girl who I'm with said as tears started to fall from her eyes, making me sigh, and went to her and sat beside her. I'm Prince Alexander Drake Castro. And what's your name, Lady Emma's? I ask her as her black eyes look at mine. I'm Emily Emma's. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Prince Alex, she said as my heart melted when she showed me a sweet smile. Thank you for worrying about my fiancé, Miss Emily. How about a tea in my place? To thank you? I suggested as she nodded and smiled. The pleasure's all mine, Prince Alex, she said and stand up and bowed at me. But just then, she hit in something and fall down. I tried to catch her but she fall down to me in my chair. We lock our eyes. My blue one stared at her black orbs. I could see the hint of pink in her cheeks. Only a few inches until our lips would touch and her petite body was pressed to mine. I'm so sorry, Prince Alex. I tried to stand up but slipped, then our lips touch. My body froze as she also. I don't know why my heart is beating abnormally now. Her lips are so soft, and it tastes very different. I could feel our tension, but our tension was cut off when she hurriedly stood up and looked at me. I'm so sorry, I need to go, she innocently said as she rushed out of the room. I froze in my spot and touched it softly and my face turned red. Is this what they call love in first sight? Anastasia, for what happened? I thought when I tried to regain my vision, and the first thing I saw is that Prince Alex and Emily are kissing. How rude. But it's kinda cute though that I seen it in real life, I thought, and continued to close my eyes until they're finished. It's like in the book. But that's the time that Emily was hurt because of Prince Alex and they accidentally kiss. I really cringe at the part and squealing non-stop whenever I read those parts, making Celeste look at me in disgust. What's wrong with you? I could hear my best friend as I keep on squealing on the scene in my book. It's so cute, I simply answered and continued to fang Earl. I could see her face slap her face and saw tons of people looking in our direction. You should stop reading that book. It's making you go nuts. What if my brother hear this and doesn't think highly of you? She told me as I could only scoff. He's just a cold-faced jerk. Why can't he be like Prince Luke in the book, who is so cute and caring? I whined at her and pouted, not knowing what she's trying to say. Don't you have any feelings for my brother, even a little bit? She asked me as I stop on reading and look at her in a dumb face. Not a little bit anymore. He hurted me, Celeste. He is just too cold for my liking, I told her seriously, making her shut up. Well, in my thoughts only. What if he likes you, Annie? What will you do? She asked me as I rolled my eyes when I heard those words. I don't care. Like me all he want, but I'm not falling for it. He hurted me so damn much and you know that. So please let's stop talking about that cold jerk, I hissed, and continue to read my wonderful book. I could see her sigh, but I quickly ignored it. Celeste Granger is the younger sister of Xian Granger, who is a junior in school and the student council president. The coldest jerk in school. I understand why everyone told me that I'm too good for him. It's because he doesn't know love at all. I shrug my thoughts and continue to read my favorite book and waited for the chapter for my favorite character to appear in the story. I smiled at the memory of me and Celeste in Starbucks. Her brown hair is so damn pretty. Come to think of it, how is everyone in Earth? It's been 3 years since I died, and I wonder how they've been doing. Is Xian living his life okay now? I bet he's happy that I've died. He just see me as a stalker and hates me and wanted me to disappear. I hope that he is okay now. Living his life so easy. Even though I'm not there to see it. Chapter 12 = I'm here for you = Selena Shane Emmers. Selena, your partner is Sir Alan J. Dresser, who is a second year. I smiled and nodded at the teacher, who smiled back and went out of the room, leaving us to practice. It's been months since the performance test and Anastasia is lucky. It seems her Miss Perfect title will not be obtained so easily now when Prince Alex is trying to help her not perform. Luckily I was in the special class also. I'm so happy that me and Sophia didn't have separate class. But the problem is my sister, Emily. She is really giving us a hard time in class, making sure we fail or humiliate ourselves. I frowned in my spot and took a huge deep breath before thinking about it again. Even though my performance is so okay now, some still talk behind my back, and just always my so-called angel sister defended me. Why won't she just be herself, not being a plastic in front of others? But if she really wanted to be a plastic, at least ignore those people who tried to ignore her. She's just too much. And now another girl tried to bully me. I don't know why, but she really hates me so much, and I could feel her glaring at me. I don't know what I did wrong. Why does she hate me so much that she liked to tear the world? Sorry for making you wait, Lady Emmers. I was cut off in my thoughts when someone called me. I turned to look and saw a handsome man smiling in front of me. It's the first time we've met, but why, it seems like he knows me. It's fine, Sir Dresser. I didn't wait long. So where are we gonna practice our performance for the festival? I asked him and smiled a little. We have an upcoming event which is the birthday party of the Queen, who is music itself. Lady Anastasia is exempted. That Prince Alex told the principal that she's really sick, and he forcefully made Lady Anastasia wear mask. What a troublesome guy. So let's get down to business. I was snap out of my thoughts when the guy in front of me talk, making me fake cough and face him with my expressionless face. I think the concept of our performance will be relevant to the theme, don't you agree? I told him professionally, making his right eyebrow raise. I suddenly feel anxious whether I said the right words or not. Not until he then burst into laughing, making me confused in his outburst. You actually didn't perform for ALS, right? He asked me, making me turn red at the sudden question he asked. His handsome face staring at my expressionless ones. It's true that I didn't perform once in my life. Performing for everyone, because my parents don't want our family to put on shame. That's why Emily, the so-called prodigy of our family, always perform in public. Where did you get that thought? I asked him, trying to act innocently, trying to make him believe that I really perform. Is that? I never heard once that the second lady of the Emmys had performed. He told me and smiled innocently, making me froze. I could hear his chuckles when he saw my expression, but just then, he pat my head softly. Don't worry, Lady Selena, I'm here for you, he said as I look at him in the eye. His sky blue orbs deeply stared at my purple orbs. The atmosphere is very refreshing and I could feel my heart starting to beat faster than normal. So please don't be shy towards me. Remember, I'm here for you. Alan J. Dresser. As I told her the words that I've been wanting to tell her, it feels like my heart is at ease. I practically begged the headmaster so that I can be partnered up with her. Seeing her with a plastic sister must be a lot of pain in the ass. The more I look at her, the more I kept falling for her. Every time I can feel her coming towards my direction, I purposely run away, trying not to make it obvious that I like her. Especially when that girl knows my feelings for her. I couldn't do anything to help her get bullied, cause I know she's strong. It's been 5 years since I've been looking at her, and she never took notice of it. We met once but she doesn't remember me. It's 5 years ago in the Royal Music Festival held by the royal family. Everyone is invited but she keeps being left out by her family. Her family always leave her alone in the corner and brought Emily to introduce to some people bragging how talented she is. It's true that she cannot control her voice, but somehow 2 years ago, she changed. It's then she became friends with the daughter of the Duke, who is quite mysterious. Everyone says that she is talentless, but the more Selena spends time with her, the more her talent improves. The more I think about it, it seems that Lady Anastasia just faking her talent. I heard that the Lady Anastasia had an accident 3 years ago, and since then the family were just being carefree, not minding everyone's gossips about their daughter. I find it weird that everyone that is around Lady Anastasia changes, even the relationship of her family. Even the Prince and Lady Selena. I wonder, what kind of music prodigy is she? Chapter 13 = heroine took action = Anastasia for. I stared at the silver-haired prince in front of me, who's been in daze since their kiss with the heroine, and as expected he didn't told me about it. One time when I was talking about how talented Emily is, his face started to turn red, as expected of the plot. Since I'm already here in the story, why not as well try to marry the third prince of Meloidia, my Prince Luke? And besides, I prefer Prince Luke than Alex, so I've been helping him to took interest of Emily. Since our agreement that when he falls in love with someone else we'll break off our engagement, and I'll gonna live happily ever after while teaching little children and try to interact with Prince Luke. Just by thinking of my Prince Charming is making my heart go nuts. Prince Alex, are you alright? Do you want me to bring you to the infirmary? I ask him. My purple eyes look at his, and just then he hug me tight. I don't know why he's doing this, but it must be about Emily. I'm sorry, he muttered before he let go and went out. I don't know why he's sorry, but it must be about Emily. And I couldn't help it but smile. I can't wait for us to break off the engagement so I could be with my Luke. I quickly shook my thoughts off when I realize I've been daydreaming about Prince Luke for 5 minutes. I quickly put on my mask and went out and scroll into social media. And did I mention that this world is also advanced? It may have a European concept, but the technology is so advanced. I made a new account and stalk at Luke, trying to make sure that he's not sick or anything. Well, in my Instagram I have 30 million followers myself, and the most of the comment is me being talentless brat and all, but others praise me for being naturally beautiful. Of course, not to brag, but I'm more popular than Lady Emily, so that's why that I have more haters than her. That's what social media works, right? The more you have followers, the more bashers. In my first life, I have 1 billion followers, so I'm pretty much known to everyone in the wide earth, but maybe 25% are my bashers. But in this world, if you more talent and beautiful, you will have less bashers than normal. What a wreck society we have. Like I said, you can gain respect if you have talent. I walk in the hallways of school, but just then someone bumped into me. Luckily I didn't fall down, but the person who bumped into me is, I'm so sorry. I apologize as I held out my hand, but just then she started to cry. Anastasia, what are you doing? I heard Prince Alex said. I froze when I recognized the person in front of me. I don't know why you hate me, Lady, for it. You don't have to bump me like that. The stuttering words that she said and shaking like crazy. I look at her in disgust. Anastasia, I don't know why, but you need to respect everyone. I don't know what's gotten into you that you'll purposely bump her, Alexander said, helping the young girl stand up and shaking like crazy, just like in the book. But why did he told me those words in a gentle way? I'm sorry, but it's just an accident. I didn't know that we just purposely bump into each other will make this huge mess. Forgive me, Lady Emma, for my actions, I said as I bowed at them before turning my back at the two. Like hell, I'll just follow what happened in the book, I thought and smirk. In the book, when Emily purposely bumped into Anastasia, Emily faked cried when she noticed that the prince had saw them. The prince defended and scolded Anastasia, who could only fight back and try to justify herself that she didn't do it, making the crown prince hate her more. But now I apologize and took all of the blame, so Prince Alex won't hate me that much. Maybe he'll spare my life and let me teach young children's. Not in my notice that Emily isn't contented in my actions. TCH. She just took all the blame, but why I feel uneasy about it, she thought as she was being held by her future boyfriend. But I've got the upper hand now, Anastasia. Chapter 14 = dealing with the heroine = it's partially my fault that Lady Emma's in here, Prince Alex. Since you have a practice, let me take care Lady Emma's in your behalf, I said and smiled at Prince Alex, who could only sigh and gave me a pat in the shoulders. Okay, Lady Emily, "I'll see you later," he said as he waved goodbye at the girl laying at the bed. Emily took action and caused a scene in the corridors and blamed me. Since she didn't have definite evidence, others thought it's just coincidence and not intentionally. I look at the girl who only looked at me innocently with that sweet smile of hers making me go puke. "How long will you be taking care of me, Lady For?" she innocently asked and smiled at me, making me chuckled at her. "You don't have to fake in me, Lady Emma's, cause I know who you are," I said and smiled deviously, and I could see her froze in bed, but later on she smirked. "Well, you must have known my intention, Lady Anastasia," she said, starting to show me her true colors since we are the only ones in the room. "Of course I know your intentions, but you don't have to cause a scene about it," I said with a smile, making her confused in my words. "You're willing to let go Prince Alexander? But why?" she asked as my smile faded, replacing a mischievous smile. "Freedom, of course. As you know, I was engaged with Prince Alex when we are 12, and since then everyone hates for why I, Anastasia, for a talentless brat, was engaged with the prince," I starting to explain. "I know your point, Lady For, but why?" she asked me again. "Like I said, rather than being a queen, I would just explore everywhere for fun. Why would I be ruling in a kingdom full of music? How about it, Lady Emmys? I will give you Prince Alex, but in exchange you must give me freedom." I dealt with her. She was still shocked in my words, but later on she smiled happily at me. "You want freedom? I'll give it, but you must keep your promise." "I won't hurt you or anything, but stay away from my plans, Lady For," she seriously said as I smiled in victory. "Don't worry, Lady Emmys. There's no other girl that can compete in your talent and elegance. You'll be queen, but can I add some conditions?" I asked her as she nodded in my favor. "Please ignore your sister also. I know to the fact that Sir Tressa likes her." "Will you just let them be?" I asked her as she sighed and gave me a sad look. "How I wish I can do that for you. But you must know that my friend likes Sir Tressa. You must eliminate her down, and don't worry, as long as you give me Prince Alex, my sister can have Sir Tressa if she can compete with Lady Xia then." "Congratulations," she said, and then get off bed. "What a wonderful day. Let's work together well, Lady For," she said, and offered me her hand. "Let's work together well also, Lady Emmys," I responded as I took her hand and shake it for 3 times before letting go. "Emily Antoinette Emmys, this tea party is a full of shits." I cursed loudly in the house and glared at my maids who are all shaking in fear. "I want macaroons, not some unnamed candy." "Like what will they say about me?" I yelled and slammed my hands in the table. A while ago someone asked me some macaroons, which is I clearly ordered it in the maids, but somehow they bought the wrong dessert. I'm the first lady of the House of Emmys. They should treat me respect. I am the most talented in this house, so they should not humiliate me like this. I ruffled my hair in frustration. I am so mad these days, maybe because I heard rumors about my precious Prince Alexander has some fiancé or whatever. Why didn't he choose me as his fiancé? Why, it must have been that Lady For, who's only a talentless brat in this kingdom. Why can't he choose me? I raise myself. I let myself believe that I'll be queen and marry Prince Alexander, but my dream were crushed by the talentless brat in the kingdom. I tried my best to humiliate her, try my best to let them break apart, but I am just a friend in his eyes. Whenever we met, he always brag about Lady For, who is nothing but is extremely beautiful. But who would have thought that he'll be betrayed by his own fiancé, dealing with her, that she'll give up Prince Alex just for freedom? Didn't she have feelings for him? Even the slightest bit? If some other girls are engaged with the prince, they'll never let him go. But why does she want to get rid of him really badly? But I don't care. As long as I have Prince Alex in my grasp, I will be queen no matter what. Thanks for giving me the opportunity, Lady Anastasia. And I'm a woman in my words. I'll give her the freedom she wanted and let her explore the 4 kingdoms. If she won't interfere my plans. Chapter 15 equals the appearance of someone equals. It's been months since me and Emily had a deal. It's been months since I've been helping her D&D. It's been months since she tried to seduce the prince. Selena tried to stop me because she knew that Prince Alex liked me, but sadly, I can't return that favor. I love Prince Luke, and I'll meet him at all cost. Even I will use my hidden trump cards for him to notice me. Selena understood my plan and coordinate with me, but eventually the 2 sisters have been hanging out thanks to me. And since then, Selena developed some kind new feelings with Sir Alan, which made me and Emily tease her for it. I already know that the 2 will not end up together in the story, because Selena died. But I'll change that fate. I don't know what happened in the real world where people are starting to read this new plot of the story, but I couldn't care less. I can't tolerate anyone who tried to kill someone innocent in the story, and I'll find their own happily ever after. Cause if the male lead and the heroine doesn't end up together, this world will collapse. I learned that 2 months ago when someone else tried to seduce the prince, someone unknown. And I knew to the fact that the enemy is new. She's the real nuisance. Cause there's no romance without a villainess. Since I'm no longer the villainess, the author must have planted a new one, and I'll find her out and shut her down. Cause if I don't, all of my dreams will collapse. The happily ever after I dreamed of will go in vain. I sigh in my thoughts and look in the clouds. I'm in the rooftop trying to think of all the cause about these things. I grab my phone and scroll in my social media. That's when I saw something weird. The heiress of the David's classics has been revealed to the public. I can't say I'm shocked in this news cause I've read it in the book, but she is not clear to me. She's a girl full of mystery. For what I know, she has pink hair and pink eyes. She has double personality, but her dark side was locked in a mirror. It must be in this time that the other side was sealed. She was hidden all of her life. She's the true successor of David's classics. She excels in everything, but with my knowledge in music, she can't possibly bring me down. But it's only possible if I should just ignore her. Cause she's gonna be someone who is bad news in the story between Emily and Alex. She fell for Emily for being innocent, which made Alex her rival in terms of love. I wanted to scroll down and move to another, but my body flinched when I saw the video. My body is starting to get shaky when I learned something about her. I could believe it. Tears started to form from my eyes as I took a look at the video. She's dancing perfect, but the choreography is something I couldn't forget. It's the choreography I made when I was still Annie Flores. The choreography is still yet to be published. That only me and her knows. Before I know it, tears started to fall down from my cheeks. Celeste Granger, my best friend, is in the story now, as the heiress of David's classical, I thought, and before I know it, I ran to where she is now. I went to their company where I could meet her. I could feel everyone's stares, but I couldn't care less. I need to talk to her right now. I begged the receptionist to just let me meet her just once. Maybe she can remember me. The petty receptionist doesn't want to follow my orders. I grit my teeth and release one of my trump cards. I grab a random card in my bag as I handed it to the receptionist, who looked arrogant, but as she read those words, her face darkens and apologized to me again and again. I gestured her a shush before I elegantly walked to the elevator going up to her floor. I directly went to David's office and he saw my face. He quickly showed his respect. "Lady For, what can I do for you?" he asked me and gave me a smile. "I want to meet your daughter," I muttered, enough for him to hear as I lowered my head. He didn't say anything else as he walked in the other room. I slowly lifted my head when I saw her in the practice room. "Crystal, someone is here to meet you, Mr. David." As Crystal stood up properly and gave me a smile, the smile I used to see in the past. "Mr. David, can me and Lady Crystal have a moment in private, please?" I said as he nodded and left us both in the room. It's a pleasure meeting the lady of the Foz house. Chapter 16 = a reunion of an old friend = me and Crystal look each other in the eye. When she said those words, neither of us talk. I could feel that she really is the Celeste I know. She has the same aura as hers. "Let's dance," I offered. She raised her brows and smirked at me. "Celeste read this book once and she may know that Anastasia is a talentless brat." "Oh? Okay, as you wish, Lady For," she said as she turned on the music. "She's dancing so elegantly and has a clean movement, just like in her first life." I know what her weaknesses are. I didn't move a muscle nor an expression until she motioned me that it's my turn. I dance with all of my heart, doing popping and locking only Annie Flores can do. Moves so elegant and clean, the moves of a prodigy that even she cannot compete with. As the music finished, I stood firmly in front of her figure, fighting not to let my tears out. I could feel the shockness plastered in her face, as tears started to form in her eyes as she went to my direction, giving me a tight hug. "Annie, is that you, my Annie? My Annalyn?" she asked as she started to wet my back. I hugged her back and cried in her chest. I never realized that even in this life I'm shorter than her. "Celeste, is that you?" I asked her as she smiled and nodded. "I miss you," I muttered as she gave me a giggle before she muttered the same words. The two of us collapse in the dance floor as we look at each other's faces. "I never thought that you'll be living in this world, Annie," she said as she wiped her tears and smiled at me. Neither did I thought also. But why are you here? Don't tell you've died, I exclaim at her as she nods, making me look at her in disbelief. Yeah, I prayed for you and you died? Hey, it's not my fault everyone left me, she said and crossed her arms and pouted, making me confused in her words. What do you mean everyone left? I ask her with a confused expression. After a week when you died, Xian fell down off the cliff, and thus he died. And ever since then I suffered with depression, and a month later, I died also. But what bothers me is that, when you died you had the book with you. Xian died with the book in his hands. While I gave off my last breath reading this book, which is your favorite along with Xian, she started off and stared at me in happy eyes as tears fell down from her cheeks. But I'm happy that I end up in this world. I'm happy that I had met you again. And starting this Monday, I'll study in Musical Magic Academy. She finished her words as she gave me the most heartwarming smile. The same smile that she always gave me in our first life. But just then I realized something. What? Xian died. Crystal Jane David. I can't live my life anymore. Everyone had left me. I'm all alone. I thought as I closed the book I've been reading non-stop since the two of the most important persons in my life died. I look at the window outside in my hospital room, and the past month I have been diagnosed of depression. I've admitted myself in the hospital and live in there since. Their two prodigies died? Is it coincidental, or planned out? I read the headline as I smiled as I saw a happy picture of Annie and Xian. If they really end up together, I will be so happy about it, I muttered as I look at the two smiling happily in stage as they won a school competition. Annie loved brother as brother loved her back. It's just that, brother's pride is as high as Mount Everest, that's why they didn't get to be together. Between the both of us, he is more depressed than I am. He lost the only girl who accepts him and loved him for who he is. I could see the regret in his eyes as he attended her funeral. If only he confessed to her, she would have known his feelings. Hey Celeste, someone said as I look up and saw Xian's best friend, the guy who I liked, Jack Bennett, the student council vice president. He may look like a nerd but he is perfect in his eyes. Still couldn't let go the truth. Me too. Who would have thought that Xian liked Annie so much that he followed her to death? He said as he patted my head and smiled at me. But don't worry, the two of them will remain in our hearts forever, he said as he smiled at me, making my heart beat so fast. I never thought that it will be the time that my life will end, cause if I have known, I'll confess to him that time. I thought that I'll die, I'll be away from the world, but who would have thought I have reborn as the hidden character of the story? I've lived my life in secret. As soon as I realized that I have been reborn in the world of melodic fantasy, my new father always taught me the basics of our music, which is my weakness. I'm not an all-rounder unlike Annie, but I never thought that the girl named Crystal is such a gifted person. And since then, I have no problem in my practices, and Daddy also know that I can dance. The first ever dancer in the family of Davids. He is proud, but he would have never think that the person who controls his daughter is one of the greatest dancer in her old school. In past 3 years of hiding, I've been polishing my skills, heard rumors and there about the prince and his fiancée. But who would have thought that after I announce my appearance, an old friend returned to me as well. I was happy to meet my best friend again. I couldn't care less on what they talk about me or Anastasia. The two of us were happy that we are reunited once again. Chapter 17 = Adapting in Public = I introduce Crystal to the group and Selena praise me for being friends of a new girl. Moreover, the heiress. The Davids Classics is the biggest classical music company in all 4 kingdoms. That's why everyone wants to be friends with her, and moreover she's a prodigy in one's eyes. Crystal even made fun of me when she knew that I was the villainess who is a talentless brat. What? You're the Anastasia for? She asked in disbelief as I could only nod, and before I know it she then laughed at my situation. Talk about karma, she exclaimed as I could only glare at her nasty comment. Yeah, who would have thought that the Annie Flores is a talentless brat in her next life? She asked while laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha, very funny. And yet I defeated you in the contest a while ago, I said and rolled my eyes, still looking at my best friend. So I guess even I combined my first and current life's talents. I still have no match in you, Annie, she said and lowered her head with a sad smile. Who would have thought that Celeste will be singing with the music she hates very much? It's time for me to get revenge. I look at her in an innocent look as she glared at my direction while I only smiled innocently. Anastasia. I giggled at the memory. I look at the others who started to open up with each other. But still I couldn't feel uncomfortable, maybe because there's many reporters that took a photo with Crystal. Being the heiress is tough work, and I'm lucky I am just the daughter of the Duke. I forgot that Crystal, who had an elder brother who lets go of his title of heir and decided to travel around the world in performing music. So that leaves Crystal as the new successor, and that's the work that I really hated. I rather become jobless than handle some profits. I snap out of my thoughts when I saw a group of students looking at out direction. The heiress is best friend with that person, a picture that cannot be imagined. Why everyone is friends with her, is she special or anything? And they continue the gossips, which is I really hated. First the incident about Christina and now some nosy schoolmates. What a lucky life. I walk towards my favorite spot in school, which is the rooftop. As I lay my body in there, looking soundly at the passing clouds with different shapes. 2 days from now is the Queen's birthday party and I was exempted thanks to my beloved fiancé. Not the sarcasm. Everyone is busy, since they have their own performance to deal with. In the story, the party will be Crystal's debut in public performance and that's where she and Emily will meet. And I could feel that Crystal isn't excited about it since she's not Crystal to begin with. I still couldn't believe that Xian died. I still couldn't believe that Celeste died. I don't know whether Xian is in this world or not, but I'm starting to have 50% thoughts that he is also in this world, since Celeste is in here too. But I'm still anxious, cause who is he in this world? What kind of character is he? I doubt he's Prince Alex, since he is the same as he is in the story. Maybe he is some ugly guy in this world. Like Celeste said, talk about karma. I shouldn't have boasted about my talent in my first life. Maybe God had spared me. I better sleep, let the time pass. Prince Luke Arthurbliel. I stared dead-eye at my phone. I am bored. Loitering around is my kind of thing in this kingdom. I hate going out to public, and I'm excuse on most of my classes in our school. I know that a few months from now that Musical Magic Academy and Enchanting Melody Academy will merge. It's in the book, and I haven't even fancied any other women in this world either. They're not as perfect as her. I thought and saw the painting of her smiling face, her brown hair that I love and her perfect smile. She's the woman I want. I thought and smiled as I saw the picture beside her. I frowned and felt sorry for my little sister for departing from her. She must have been sad since she lost both her best friend and brother at the same time. If only I could meet Celeste one last time to say sorry, but I know it will not happen. Never in a million years. Your Highness? Someone called out outside of my room. I tidied my look and went out to greet the butler. Your second brother requests your presence in the royal gazebo, he stated as I nodded. He then bowed before going on his other duties. I lazily dragged myself towards my second brother in the royal gazebo. It's filled with beautiful and enchanting flowers that blooms whenever you sing a song that is so beautiful. I imagine what if Annie will sing in here? I'm sure that sparkles will be everywhere. I smiled before going to my own way and met up with second brother. And I already know why, because it's mentioned in the story. He saw the heroine in SNS and falls in love with her. I could feel myself feel bitter thinking about it. Did you call for me, brother? I politely asked him and sat in front of him while he gave me a short nod and focus on his phone. Hey Luke, do you know her? He asked me as he showed me a beautiful maiden dressed in blue, as expected of a heroine who shines bright in every story. Not do I know of, brother. Maybe she's from the other kingdom, I said and took a sip of tea that was prepared by our maids. I stared at my brother who was still starstruck on the picture. I wanted to call out for him, but I was cut off when he said the same lines I read. She's an angel. Chapter 18 == clarifying things == Lady Anastasia. I heard Selena said as she entered our room. She said hello to Crystal also, who is with me, talking about the things I've missed in Earth. Selena then took a seat in her bed and stared at us, with a smiling face. And by the way, we are roommates with Crystal, and I'm happy about that. Tomorrow is the Queen's birthday party, the greatest party of all time. It's gonna be grand since most of the talented persons will go perform in her party, and I'm sad that I couldn't perform with them. Prince Alex and I haven't much in contact since I avoid him and sets him up with the heroine. And did I mention that I am once the matchmaker in my first life? No? Well, now you all know. I was walking in the halls, which is pretty much deserted since everyone is busy preparing the party. Not until I heard some noise. I halted in my tracks and find the noise. I walk in the silent corridors as the sound is getting clearer and clearer. It led to a hidden corner where no one can be seen. The voices are much familiar to me. I like you," a fainted voice said, "and I know who it belongs to." I peek in the corner and I saw Emily being pinned in the wall. Kaya, it's one of my favorite scenes in the book. I silently squeal and look at the scene unfold. It's about Emily and Alex started to open up each other. It's like a forbidden love unfolding right in front of me. It's much cuter to see it in person. I could feel like Emily notices my presence as I back out and starting to walk away, trying not to be obvious that I just saw them. Not until someone purposely in my right shoulder, and it's just not a light bump. It hurts like hell. Shit. I am ready to curse at someone, but as I turn I see the person who bumped into me, hoping it's not Emily. Speak of the devil. It's the two-faced bitch trying to make a scene. I could feel her eyes starting to get teary as she pretending to be hurt. I couldn't believe this girl. I mean, it's in the story, but I thought we already clarify about that. Lady Anastasia. She pretended to be a weak one as I raised my eyebrow and glared at her and crossed my arms. She started to cry, trying to get Prince Alex's attention. I just stood there emotionless. I know that this scene is bad news if I'm the original Anastasia who loves Prince Alex. I could have feel uneasy in this situation. But now when I'm Annie Flores, my heart is all ready for someone else. Lady Anastasia, what are you doing with Lady Emily? And speak of the devil, I saw Alexander's face full of worries in the heroine. Who is the great pretender? I sigh as I saw the couple in front of me. Prince Alex. Lady Anastasia must have found out, and she then started to pin me down, Emily said in a shaky voice, making me raise my eyebrows. I admit Emily looks really cute when she say those words. Who man can resist the heroine's charms? Anastasia, you are not allowed to harm Lady Emily that way. You must treat her with respect, he told me with a threatening voice. I sigh as I look at the two of them and smirk afterwards. Prince Alex, do you love Lady Emily? I ask him, and with a smile. I saw him flinch and froze, whereas Emily is hoping that he'll announce it in front of me. After a few moments it was silence. I smirk since I already know that answer to that. Don't bother answering it. I already know what's your answer. And you must keep your promise 3 years ago. From now on I am no longer your fiancé, I said, and walk away from the two with a victorious smile. Don't act like you don't like Prince Alex. How come a talentless girl will not fall in love with him? You're nothing but trash, I heard Emily said in a gentle way. I stop in my tracks and look at the two of them in dead eyes. Excuse me? I said, sounding offended in her words, but recovered afterwards. I won't blow my image as a talentless brat. But just then Prince Alex went in front of me, glaring like there's no tomorrow. I never even like you, Anastasia. I have known that you're bullying Emily non-stop, but you should stop. I can't return your feelings, he gently told me as I look at his blue orbs look at mine. Ha ha ha. I couldn't hold my laugh as I look at the two with serious face. I could feel their confused look looking at me. As I calmed down, I went to Emily and gave her a smile. I help her stand up. Slap. Chapter 19 == breakup == I could feel that her eyes started to shake and Prince Alex's shock face. If she's trying to make me the villainess, why can't be one? And besides, I'm the original, aren't I? I ask myself and smirk afterwards. I know she constantly tells Alex that I've been beating her up, which it never happened. I decided to let her taste what can I do with this small petite hands. The slap is so loud that echoed in the halls and the hand marks are visible in her face. Anastasia, I was wrong about you, Prince Alex said as he then tried to make the hand mark disappear in Emily's face. And Emily is close to crying. No one has ever done that to her. I'm the first one to slap her, which made me feel proud. You're such a villain, Lady Anastasia, Emily cried as I chuckled in their words. TSK. Villain? What if I am? Don't you know the quote? Once a villainess, always a villainess? Don't push me on doing what you two will regret. If not, I'll make your life a living hell, I scurrily said and glared at the two. I noticed that Prince Alex just lowered his head. I smirk and my attention now in his. Prince Alex, are you so mad that I slap your precious heroine? I mocked and let out an evil smile. Slap. I froze when Alex's hands made contact in my face. I stopped laughing and smiled. Ara. Is this how it feels like to be slapped? How admiring, I stated and smirked. The two must think I'm a pisco because of the looks they gave me. You've gone too far, Anastasia. I can't tolerate to have a fiancé like you, he stated as I smiled, knowing that it'd work. Why not break the engagement then? I don't mind. And besides, Don't act like I love you, cause I never have even the slightest feelings towards you, and don't act like you know me too well, Prince Alex. You don't know what I'm capable of, I said and glared at them. You're just a talentless lady. You don't have the right to talk back at Prince Alex nor threaten him, Emily defended as I raised my eyebrow at the couple. You know, the two of you make a great couple, both unrealistic and fake. And besides, Prince Alex, she's right. I'm too good for you, I said and gave them an innocent smile before walking away. From now on, Lady Anastasia, for you're no longer my fiancé. Why would I spend the rest of my life who had no experience in music? I halted in my tracks and smirk. They don't know me. I'm much talented with the two of them combined. I turned around and faced the couple and gave them a dumb look to make them look offended. Sure, and besides, your mother doesn't like me to begin with. She doesn't want her son to marry a talentless brat. Am I right? I gritted my teeth as I said those words and look at them. Why not tell her now and announce your precious engagement with Lady Emily? That way all of your Fang Earls will attack her, I happily said and clap in 2 beats. And Lady Emily, I hope you keep your promise, I said and turned my back away from the couple. I turned to look at the two of them as Alex helped Emily up. What made relief is that Emily gave me a slight nod. I smiled in victory as I walked back in my room and lay in my bed, looking in the ceiling. In the story, Anastasia did bully Emily. Emily didn't fake it. Anastasia only let her taste the pain that Emily brought her. But she didn't realize that she will experience pain more than Emily because Alex cut off the engagement. In my part, I only defended myself and helped them together. This is the scene where the couple announces their engagement, and their love will bloom. But then many competitors came in their life. Crystal, the second prince, and many more. I wonder how will this story goes. Since I'm already cut off from the story, tomorrow is the day of my debut. Chapter 20 = Miss Prodigy == I woke up in a pleasant morning to the fact that everyone left to get ready. I think Crystal and Selena left around 3 a.m. in the morning for their final practice and they need to get ready before 9. As for me, I secretly told my performance teacher that I'll perform and I'll be in the climax of the show. A surprise presentation. Neither Selena nor Crystal knows my plan. Alex started to despise me. But who cares, I only needed Luke. My heart starts to beat fast at the thought of him as guest of the party. So excited, I squeal happily in my head and then stood up to get ready. I'm gonna perform in 7 p.m. I think maybe 100 of students will perform, trying their best to please the queen. It's like a talent show. The queen is the judge who is the greatest musician who owns the title Queen of Music. And I'm gonna perform Savage Love. Have you all heard that song? I mean, you didn't live in Earth if you haven't though. My own version of the song. I grab a pair of scissors and look at my appearance in the mirror. Cry, hey, you awake? My phone buzz. I grab it and read the message Crystal sent me. I smiled and texted her back. And yeah, why? Sel, the two of us were just wondering. Anna, hey guys, what if I cut my hair in shoulder length? Will it look good in me? So what? No way you'll cut your hair short, Anastasia. You're much prettier in long hair. Cry, I think it will suit you, Anastasia. Wait for a second. I'll be there. Sel, me too. I smiled as I saw the message and a blink of an eye the two of them charge in the room and look at me. Yeah, don't cut it. Your precious white hair, Selena said as she held my hair strands. Why the sudden change, Anastasia? Crystal asked me as I could only smile. The choreography is so freaking hard and I don't want my hair to become a nuisance in my dance. Don't tell me you're going to perform Savage Love, Crystal stated as I widened my eyes and looked at her in horror. Selena also looked at me with a big smile. Really? You mean the song lyrics on her bed last night? Selena asked excitedly. Wait. You've seen the lyrics? I asked them as they nod. I wanted it to be a surprise, I said and pouted. Anastasia, it will be very entertaining to let your hair long and dance. Others thought it will be a hassle, especially in this long hair of yours, but I know that you can pull it. We'll just curl the tip of your hair and voila, very beautiful, Crystal said as Selena agreed. We'll help you get ready, but in return, you need to blow the stage later, Selena exclaimed as I smiled and nod. It's my debut after all, I stated and smiled mischievously. Prepare for it, everyone, I thought as the two then started to get me ready for my extravagant performance. They even handle my props and lightings, since Crystal already know how to make my performance noticeable since that's her job in our past lives. As for Selena, She followed Crystal's orders and ready everything, making sure nothing is wrong. Third person's pof. La 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 la. Everyone applauded as some random student finished her performance. The queen only raised her right brow throughout the performances. Not bad, she muttered and smiled and waited for the next performance, waiting patiently for her son's turn to perform. She's been in a delight, to think that her son already broke the engagement with the talentless brat and changed his thoughts with the first lady of House Emmys. Her head roamed and roamed to find her ex-daughter-in-law but couldn't find her. She furrowed her brows and anger filled her body. Not only she's talentless but even skip my birthday to her. It's a sin that no one will attend her birthday. Only prisoners are not allowed to come in her birthday. It's an act of disrespect to skip her birthday. But her thoughts disappeared when it's her son's performance with her future daughter-in-law. She smiled throughout the performance, dancing contemporary dance and sang elegantly. If that Anastasia is my daughter-in-law, she would have been a humiliation. Why did I even think of arranging my son with a talentless brat? She thought. She is ready to give her speech when all of a sudden the lights went off. The highlight of the night. We give you the special performance. The queen heard the airs of the David's classics in the mic when a very catching beats captured her ears. She went back to her seat and waited for the performer. The lights went on again and a familiar girl is in the stage. The queen furrowed her brows when she knows the girl who is standing in the center of the stage. She could hear the murmurs in each visitor. What an utterly humiliation, she thought, and tried to stop the performance when the music went on again and her eyes went wide when Anastasia was dancing to it in a high-level actions. Even she herself can't compete. She sat down and listened to the music. She could feel everyone's shocked stares because of the talented girl in front of them who once was a talentless brat. Every night and every day. The queen almost fell from her chair when Anastasia's vocals echoed through the auditorium. I tried to make you stay but you. The queen was in daze when she heard her voice again. Then everything went stop. Savage love. Did somebody break your heart? Looking like an angel but a savage love. When you kiss me I know you don't get 2 fxcks but I still want that savage love. A savage la la love. The queen found her performance addicting, and regrets started to fill her soul. Then upbeat music then played and she then started to dance elegantly. Anastasia knew that everyone in the world will change their thoughts about her because she could feel everyone's shock gaze in her and regrets filled in their eyes. She could see Emily's shock face and Prince Alex also. I'll let you all know who's talented. Chapter 21 == Royal Banquet == But I still want that savage love. A savage la la love. I sang very beautiful and walked towards the front of the stage facing everyone. Oh la la la. Celine sang along and made my performance more beautiful. Savage la la love. Oh la la la. Baby, I sang and I let everyone hear my high-pitched voice. Savage love. Did somebody looking like an angel but savage love. When you kiss me I know you don't get 2 fxcks but I still want that savage love. A savage la la love. Crystal sang as the two of them went on stage just like we planned, and I continued to sing higher than they imagine, higher than the queen had reached. Savage la la love. You could use me but I still want that. Your savage love. I finish my performance as the sparkles then shine throughout the stage. Everyone applauded my performance and I smiled and gave a quick look at Prince Alex and Emily before I smiled and waved at the crowd and went out of the stage. I changed to my gown enough for the queen to finish her speech and went to the royal banquet. I prepared for the reporters to interview and as I expected, as I stepped foot in the red carpet, all of them swarmed me, giving me some useless questions and captured my every move. Lady For, why did you hide your talent? Lady For, the performance you perform is so lit. Who wrote the song? One at a time please, I said as they all shut up and I smiled at them. I didn't really hide my talent. Is that because my overprotective ex-fiancé is the reason I never even had a slightest to perform? I dramatically said, and I could feel the glare Prince Alex sent me, which I ignored. Ex-fiancé? So you're no longer the fiancé of Prince Castro? Someone asked as I smiled and nodded. Oh my, they didn't announce it yet? Unfortunately, I'm no longer His Highness' fiancé. He fell in love with someone else. I mean, I'm in no place to hold him back since they love each other so much. I gave him up for his lover, I said, and eyed Lady Emily, who is very mad at me. May we ask who is that girl? If they didn't announce it yet, it's not my place to tell you. I'm sorry, I said and frowned. May we ask who wrote the song? I'm the original writer. and I'm really glad you all enjoyed it, I said, and tried to walk away the reporters, and luckily the guards hold them back. I walked past by my fiancé, who glared at me, which I gladly ignored. I walked elegantly in the ballroom and I could feel their eyes on me. I smiled and continued to walk my way to my friends. I gave them a high five in our success performance. You overdid the performance, Anastasia, Crystal said as I gave her a smile. Anastasia, I think you have company, Selena whispered as I saw the queen walk towards us. We bowed in her presence and smiled. Anastasia, I really love the performance you showed. I heard that you wrote the song. Did you wrote it specially for my birthday? She asked me as I smiled. My queen, since I'm no longer your daughter-in-law, I just gifted you a song for your birthday. Since I have no present to give, I feel honored that you love my work, I stated as she smiled. Do you want to be his fiancé again? I can talk Alex about it, she suggested as I sigh. It's okay, my queen. It's part of our deal that we should cut ties when we are no longer engaged. And besides, I'm perfectly fine. The two suit each other well, I said as I could see the regret in her face. I see. How about you play us a piece then, she said as she showed me the grand piano, and I know what her plan is. What a foolish queen, I thought as I gave her a smile and wink at the two girls, who only gave me a thumbs up. Before I sat down in the piano, the queen announced that I'll be performing. I then started to play the notes of All of Me by John Legend. He exists in this world, by the way. All of me. What would I do without your smart mouth, drawing me in and you kicking me out? You got my head spinning, no kidding. I can't pin you down. What's going on with that beautiful mind? I'm your magical mystery ride, and I'm so dizzy, don't know what hit me, but I'll be alright. I sang and I could feel everyone's stares in my performance. I gave a signal at Selena, who nods, and sang the pre-chorus and went towards my direction. My head's underwater but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy when I'm out of my mind. I sang the chorus with emotions started to build up. One of my favorite songs in earth. It bring back memories. Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give me all of me, I'll give my all of you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose I'm winning. Cause I give you all of me, and you give your all to me. Oh, oh. I constantly sang the song. I could feel everyone looked at me in awe. How many times do I have to tell you? Even when you're crying you're beautiful too. The world is beating you down. I'm around through my every mood. You're my downfall, you're my muse, my worst distraction, my rhythm and blues. I can stop singing, it's ringing in my head for you. And as of cue, Crystal then snagged the pre-chorus as another spotlight shone on her. My head's underwater but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy when I'm out of my mind. I sang the chorus beautifully. Everyone is amazed by my vocals, it's perfect. Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give me all of me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose I'm winning. Cause I give you all of me, and I give you all of you. Oh, oh, my most precious favorite part. I sang it with all my heart out. Cards on the tables were both showing hearts. Risking it all. Although it's hard. Selena and Crystal sang the last chorus together, as I focus my hands in the piano. Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges. Give me all to me, I give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose I'm winning. Cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh, oh, I sang the last words perfectly. I could see the Queen's amazed face on my performance. I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Everyone applauded our presentation as I bowed at them before looking back at the Queen with an amazed face. I hope my performance amazed you, my Queen, I said, and bowed at her before I went back to my spot. Everyone's eyes are still on me, thinking, how did I do it? Is your voice all right, Anastasia? Selena asked me worriedly as I nod and grab a piece of cupcake. I need to go outside for fresh air. Be right back, I said, and walk away from them and went to a nearby balcony. The stars are so beautiful. I'm happy that I already showed everyone what I can do, I thought, and look up. The stars are shining so beautiful in the sky. When I already had my time and tried to walk back, someone grabbed my wrist and pulled me to a hug. The touch is nothing like Prince Alex. It's so warm. Annie, is that you? Chapter 22 == Fate brought us back == I froze when someone said that. My heart started to beat so fast. Only Crystal knows that name. I broke away the hug and my eyes widen. Xian? I stuttered my words when I saw Prince Luke's appearance. He only gave me a smile before pulling me back to a hug. "I miss you," he muttered, enough for me to hear. My face started to turn red. I remember the time when Xian hugged me for the first time in our past life. "Why did you follow me?" I said as tears started to fall from my eyes, ruining my makeup. I regretted that I didn't told you I love you back. "I love you, that's why I followed you," he said, and my heart started to beat fast in his words. "But I can't just accept you again." "I'm sorry," I said. "The pain he gave me is too much. I can't welcome him back." But what hurts me that he reincarnated as the person I dreamed of marrying. I don't know what to do. "I understand. I'll just make you love me again. I promise," he muttered as I didn't responded and continued to cry. "I'm sorry I said those words. I'm really sorry. I can make it up to you in this life. I'll make you mine for real this time," he said, and smiled at me. The smile I missed. The smile that always melted my heart. Memories then rush up back in my head. "Anastasia, are you in here?" I pulled away from his hug when we saw Crystal walking towards the balcony. She stopped in her tracks when she saw me crying, and her face scrunched and glared at Prince Luke. I shakily walked towards her direction and cried, "What happened, Anastasia? What did this bastard do to you?" She worriedly asked me and caressed my back. "Xian." I muttered his name enough for Crystal to hear. She froze as she took a look at the prince at my back. "Xian?" she called out, and eyed the prince, who only smiled and nodded. She then gently walked towards him and gave him a big hug. Prince Luke froze and looked closely at the girl who hugged him. And just then Crystal then pinned him down to the ground. "Ugh, what did you do that for?" Luke cluelessly said as he felt pain in his body and tried to get up. "Yeah. Why did you left me all alone in there, huh?" Crystal stated and glared at his past brother, who widens his eyes. "Celeste?" he called out. Then Crystal smiled and nodded. "Why are you here?" "I thought you're in Earth," he asked her, who only smiled weirdly. "Do you think I will just leave the world when the two of you died?" "I died with depression, idiot," she stated and crossed her arms and pouted. "So, what it feels like that the two of you meet again? Will you two finally be together?" Crystal started to tease us, making me turn red. "I'll make her mine. I can assure that." Prince Luke Arthurbliel. I boredly watched the performance in the Queen's party. The royal family was invited and neither one had amazed me. I sigh when I remembered that all of us will study in Magical Music Academy starting this Monday, and I'm not excited even the slightest bit. My brothers are very amazed in the performances, especially the ones that has many sparkles. But what if Annie is the one who performed? It will be very pretty. And then Alex is the one who performed with his future lover. I think it's in this time that they'll announce their relationship later in the royal banquet, after their performance. It's the Queen's speech, but when she is ready to go to stage the light went off. "The highlight of the night. We give you the special performance," the announcer said, and I don't know why, but why do I feel so anticipated? But just then, the music started and my heart beat so fast to hear a very familiar melody. "Savage Love," I thought, and waited for the person to perform, but just then the lights went on again and the spotlight was focused on the girl dancing in the center. My heart beats fast, my face turned red, as I saw the person dancing to Rhythm. "Annie?" I thought when she continued to dance with a clean movement. It is the same dance that she last performed before she died. No one had learned it perfectly, but why did she conduct it perfectly? Every night and every day, my mind went blank as I heard the vocals. The type of song only she could perform. My hands started to shake when she continued to sing and dance the song. Even my brother enjoyed it. Then two people went on stage to sing until she did the finishing blow. I thought that the villainess is talentless. That's the question that was on my mind. Still couldn't believe that the villainess is Annie. Not until in the royal banquet when the Queen announced that Anastasia will perform. She confidently accepted and went towards the grand piano and played a familiar song. The more she sang, the more my heart believed that she's the girl I love. What a talented lady. I wonder who she is? My second brother Kurt asked, and I glared at him. Secretly, I know her. She's Christian's little sister. I remembered that he showed me her photo. First brother said as my second brother looked at her in awe. The girl who is performing in the stage. Brother. I gritted my teeth as I said those words, especially when I saw the two of them look at her in awe. First brother noticed my glares at second brother and then a smirk then plastered in his face. Ho ho ho. Is this what I think it is? Our cold baby brother has a crush on someone. First brother starting to tease me, making me go red. "Don't worry Luke, I won't take away your princess. I was just amazed, that's all," second brother stated and gave me a teasing look. The teasing constantly follows until Anastasia finished her performance and went back to her table with her best friends. My gaze didn't leave her when she then walked towards the balcony. "There she is Luke, go follow her," I heard first brother said as the two of them pushed me towards the balcony. I gave them a glare and went to the balcony. She is gazing in the stars. Didn't realize my presence. I wanted us to talk but then my chance blew up when she tried to walk away. My body then moved in its own when I gave her a quick hug. I could feel her froze. "Annie, is that you?" I asked her with a sad look in my face, hoping that she is the Annie I know. The Annie I loved. Xian. My heart leapt in joy when I confirmed it. Confirmed that she's Annie, the Annie I know. Just then, when me and Anastasia were talking, my sister then came to the picture. I never been so happy that two of the most important persons in my life were in here right now. I'm so excited. This Monday, Chapter 23 == a brand new life == I somehow feel very anxious to go to school. Ever since I've performed in the festival, well, a lot of people started to invite me and try to call me over, and I've been hiding ever since, and it's my first ever appearance in public since that day. "Anastasia, it's time to get ready for school," I heard Selina's sweet voice and tried to get me off bed, which she successfully did. I groaned and rubbed my eyes to regain my vision and slowly walking towards the bathroom. 6 days being quarantined and thankfully Crystal and Selina guarded our room well to not let anyone enter carelessly. But what shocked me is that Emily begged to come and see me in the 3rd day of myself being quarantined. "Just please let me talk to her. I promise I won't cause any harm to Lady Anastasia." I stopped reading my book when I heard Emily's voice in the outside, maybe trying to get past through my friends. I gently placed the book in the side table and took a peek outside and saw the Crystal and Selina ignored Emily's words. "Guys, just let her in," I weakly muttered enough to hear them. They think for a moment before they let Emily went in and faced me. "Lady Anastasia, thank you," she said with sincerity filled in her eyes, and I know for sure that it's the first time I have seen her being sincere. "For what?" I ask her. I don't know what I did to regain her thanks, but I know for sure it's not about me letting go Prince Alex. I'm so happy that you didn't think badly of me, and helped me to get Prince Alex to love me. She started off and a hint of pink is in her cheeks. Of course they need to be together, since if they don't this world will crumble, I thought, still looking at the blushing girl who is still talking about how grateful she was. "And I'm sorry I made you look back in front of Prince Alex. I hope you're not mad." She apologized as I sighed and smiled at her. "It's no biggie, and besides I'm sorry for slapping you in the cheeks though. I guess we're even," I calmly told her as she gave me a sweet smile that melted my heart, the smile that made anyone's heart flip. "Thanks for everything Lady Anastasia, and I'm sorry for bothering you," she stated as she went out of the room, leaving me again to read my book. I sigh as I thought of that memory. I really don't have any hard feelings towards Emily since it's my role to become her villainess. But isn't it unfair of me, right? Well, life is already unfair though. I went out of the bathroom with the towel wrap in my body as I grab another clean towel to dry off my white hair. Since our school and Enchanting Melody Academy will merge, there's still no official uniform and the school let everyone wear whatever we want. In the meantime, I wore my leather jacket with a white shirt within and an orange miniskirt, wearing a pink flat sandal with a black sling bag to complete the look. I let loose my long white hair in my back and didn't wear makeup. Like I said, natural beauty is the most beautiful. I look at my two best friends who wore something different in mine, but nevertheless they are gorgeous. Selina's blonde hair was let loose just like mine and wore a pink off-shoulder shirt and wore tight black jeans, wearing a 1-inch sandal. As Crystal tied her pink hair in a ponytail and wore an oversized pink jacket and tight black jeans also, and wore black sneakers. "You ready, Anastasia?" Selina asked me as I gave her a smile before nodding and went out. And with luck, most of the girls in the dormitory are still all here. It's like they're waiting for me to come out. We didn't say anything when all of a sudden all of them bowed at me. "We're sorry for accusing you false rumors, Lady Anastasia," all of them said as I took one huge sigh before giving them a smile. "It's okay, I don't mind, and may we excuse ourselves cause we have class to attend," I simply stated as they nodded and gave way for us to walk. "See what a wrecked society we have. If you have the best talents you can easily rule the school. The three of us went to the auditorium cause this is the time that they will announce that the two schools will be merged. The auditorium was split in half, in the right side where we from MMA sat as the AltheaMarie sat in the other side. It's very normal though since these two schools had been rivals since I don't know, maybe for a couple of centuries? I could feel the glares sent by each school with each other, but then my eyes stop in a certain pair of eyes. I could feel that he stares at mine also. It feels like we're the only ones in the stadium. The universe was smiling on us because they let me and Xian met again in a different timeline. We broke our contact when the headmistress of AltheaMarie is talking about the sudden merge of the schools. Since I myself already read the whole part of the story, I technically knew what are the so-called reasons. Then my brother is giving the speech in behalf of the whole school as the first prince in Meloidia did the same. Everything is going like in the story. Chapter 24 == regretting actions == Prince Luke Arthurbliel like a rainbow. Ooh. Everyone applauded as Anastasia finished her song entitled True Colors. I sat beside with Prince Alex, who is being indazed since the Queen's birthday. I don't know why, but I could see the regret filled in his eyes, but maybe I was overthinking about it. Okay. That's the conclusion our lesson for today. Be sure to perfect the vocals of those students I've mentioned. See you tomorrow guys. We heard our teacher said as she went out of the room leaving us to pack our things. Me and Alex have class in this room next, so we just stay put in our place where we, Anastasia and Crystal with Selena, are walking to their next class. We have separate class after this. They went ahead out of everyone. My eyes didn't left in Anastasia's silver hair until it was gone out of sight. As she was gone my attention was back in Prince Alex, who has been indazed until now. I sigh and pat his shoulder lightly, taking his attention from I don't know. You okay? I asked him as I gave him a worried look and held his hand. He looked at me in the eye before sighing so loudly and looked at me again but with sad eyes. Luke, am I doing the right choice? He asked me as I blink my eyes for a second, knowing that I don't have even a slightest clue on what he is saying. His blue eyes stared at mine with a hint of seriousness, patiently waiting for my answer. About what? I ask. I really don't know what he is talking about. I sat comfortably in my chair. About me and Anastasia. I nearly fall down from my chair when I heard Anastasia's name. I sat properly and looked at his expression. Regrets filled his face and my heart slightly broke in his statement. I'm sorry I can't help you with that, I sadly say with eyes full of sadness. I saw him let out a long sigh and gave me a sad look. I'm happy with Emily, but it doesn't compare to what I feel whenever I am with Anastasia. He started with a slight smile while listening to his words made heart breaks into thousands of pieces. The story had changed from Emily to Anastasia. Anastasia is the new heroine of the story, whereas Emily is the villainess. What bothers me is that, who's the main lead in this life? I also have a rival when it comes to her, but the disadvantage is that there's many guys who is much better than me. In our past life, no one can match me in terms of all aspects from talents and looks, but in this life, I'm in the average. And I never felt anxious when it comes to her love in my past life, but in this life I am taking caution, trying my best to keep her when she's in my grasp. Prince Alexander Drake Castro. She is very clingy. Emily always clings with me whenever she got the chance, but when me and Anastasia are together she always shoo me away, making me stay with her even more. I don't know why, but why do I feel regret in my actions? We've been engaged for 4 years now and I will be lying to myself if I didn't feel something for her. My cheeks hurt because of last night. Mom slapped me hard. Why did I proclaim that Anastasia is talentless when she is the definition of music? Like they said, the more talent you have the more power you will get. I don't know why Anastasia even hid her talent. Maybe that is the reason why she didn't mind everyone's gossips towards her. Gossips about how she's talentless and a spoiled brat when in reality she isn't. Mom acknowledged her talent. Even the other princes in the neighboring country was amazed by her talent. I cut it off our engagement because she's talentless and doesn't know her place. She must have waited for the time for me to break the engagement so that she will showcase her talents in the world. And now here I am, regretting every actions I've made, silently looking at her from afar. But what bothers me is that other guys will be falling for her. I wanted her back. I need her. I don't need anything, just her. She's my everything. Chapter 25 == Idol's confession == Tired. I sighed so heavily as I looked at the ceiling. It's been quite a handful months since the merging and nothing has really happened. I mean, in the story rivals will come ruin their relationship, but sadly no avail. Even the second prince of Meloidia doesn't like Emily. I could see that Alex tried to push his current fiancée away from him because she's too clingy. I don't know why this is happening. Emily's actions are like the actions of the real Anastasia for who clings and a spoiled bratted kid. Did the characters change perhaps? Even Prince Luke is acting strange. He always asks me whenever we meet whether a guy had asked me out or not. He should be asking Emily this, not me. I'm not the heroine. I'm just a petty girl who changed her fate. I'm in love with the shape of you. We push and pull like a magnet do tilde. I grabbed my phone to see who was calling me and saw a big crystal in the screen. I answered it and placed it in my right ear as I closed my eyes waiting for her questions. Yeah. Have you already seen it? I furrowed my eyebrows as I heard her words and thought for something but no avail. About Daniel Cruz confessed his love to you in SNS. Didn't you read his latest Instagram update? Picture above. Daniel Cruz, the youngest singer in the biggest entertainment company in the Kingdom of Lemuria, who is known across the Four Kingdoms, known to have not giving interest by any girl. Even the heroine didn't touch his heart. He was mentioned in the book near the climax where he visits the Kingdom of Mouseike. Annie, are you still there? How the hell did Daniel Cruz be mentioned in the middle of the story? She asked me but whispered the last part since it is still top secret that we're reincarnations. I'll figure it out, don't worry, I said, and ended the call as I took a huge deep breath and sat properly in my bed and searched the latest search about Daniel Cruz, also known as DC, and as I expected, an article popped that caught my attention as I picked it and furrowed my brows when I read the headlines. Daniel Cruz fell in love with the famous Anastasia for. I sigh and read the article step by step and took a huge deep breath. He was invited by a talk show and somehow the host asked him whether he likes someone. I bit my lips as I saw the video and click it. So do you like someone? The host asked Daniel Cruz, the famous youngest singer in the Kingdom of Lemuria. Pardon? Daniel said as he smiled sweetly in the camera, making the hosts faint in his famous heartwarming smile. Daniel, it's been 3 years since your debut and you always avoid questions like do you like someone? Tell us. Maybe she's from the neighboring kingdom or just a native in our kingdom? The host continues to pester him. His fans always anticipates when he will announce that he likes someone. Actually, I like a girl from the Kingdom of Mouseike, he answered shyly as a blush crept in his face, as the hosts then smirk at the look at Daniel's shy face. Is she known nationwide? Daniel didn't answer as he nodded in response and covered his face. Really? The Kingdom of Mouseike doesn't have any idols, right? Since all of the people are all singers and dancers, but can you specifically tell us who she is? The host said as they wiggled their brows as a sign of teasing the young man. I don't know if my fans knew her, but I like Lady Anastasia for. I'm a big fan of her, he said as the studio suddenly went wild when they heard a certain name. Even the hosts are shocked in his answer. The Anastasia for. Wow. One of the famous girls in Instagram, a host said, couldn't hide their smiling face. She has become famous nationwide because of her performance in Queen Castro's birthday, right? The greatest performance that has entered the Hall of Fame of Music, one said as Danielle only smiled on how cool she is. I've seen the performance in person and it's the greatest. She is the youngest singer who entered the Hall of Fame, right? A host who is in the Hall of Fame said. Have you met her in person? One said as Daniel shook his head and frowned. I already had seen her in Queen Castro's birthday where she showcased her talent, but we didn't get officially met with each other yet, he said as the host only nod their head before they move into a different question. I paused the video and read even further and saw the post in his Instagram account, to see a picture of her wearing her gown in the Queen's party. Can't wait to see her in Magical Music Academy. That's his captions, and many of his fans hearted, and my heart dropped when I saw the comments. Everyone was supporting his crush towards me as I only sighed when all of a sudden an email then arrived. As I opened my laptop and opened it, to see an invitation. Will you be our next guest in Idol Talk? If you agree, please respond to this mail immediately. Thank you. Chapter 26 == a new rival == As I went to school, everyone was giving me weird looks, maybe because of the interview by our superstar, maybe because that the Daniel Cruz will be visiting our school today. The story shouldn't be like this. Maybe this is the effects of me trying to change the story. But I only changed a little of the villainess in the story. I quickly went to class, ignoring the stares they sent me. I grabbed my phone and texted Crystal on the news whether Daniel Cruz had arrived or not. I needed to hide, of course, trying my best to not be seen. But then, a group of girls then stood in front of me. I could only raise my right brow at them. They seemed fans with the famous idol and tried to bully me. I wanted to talk to them that it's not what it looks like. When all of a sudden they gave me a bunch of roses. I blinked my eyes as I look at it. Before I could ask where it came from, the girls then giggled and squealed before they walked away. I examined the flower and it's beautiful. A purple-colored rose. My favorite color in this world. The purple rose was the capital flower of the kingdom of Lemuria. Don't tell me that it's from Daniel. I thought and continued to examine it and saw a purple card attached to the stem of the flower. I carefully pick it. But before I could open it, I heard some noise. I look around and saw a lot of students looking at me, anticipating about something. I could feel the glares sent by Emily and some haters of mine. I then ignored them and opened the card. My dearest Anastasia, I really hope that you love my gift for you. I know that you don't know me since I'm from the other kingdom, but I just wanted you to know that I like you. I could tell that it's love at first sight. I am hoping that you are willing to see me later at the Royal Gazebo at 4? I'll be waiting. Daniel Cruz. If I'm the original Anastasia, I will quickly throw this letter away since her heart is fixed towards Alex. But I just wanted to have a peaceful way to end this. I don't want anyone to be hurt. I already accepted the invitation that I'll be the next guest in Idol Talk. Cause if I ignore it, I'll be known as a mean singer who has too much of her talents. Royal Gazebo. I'll meet him and tell him that I'm sorry, my heart doesn't beat for him. Maybe my Prince Charming is soon to be found? Prince Luke Arthurbliel. I was walking in the hallways, didn't know why everyone is squealing non-stop. In a particular classroom. They were all over the room. I don't know why, but I'm sure this is not in the story. I then walk away from our classroom and went somewhere else. That's when I ended up in the school's oval, and somehow I saw someone familiar. Two people talking. I don't recognize the person who is looking up front, but I know the other person. It's Alex. I stealthily moved towards their direction and hid in the bushes to eavesdrop their conversation. And the words I heard made my whole world shatter. Do you like Lady Anastasia? Alex asked as he seriously looked at the person, known as Daniel Cruz, who recently confessed his love to Anastasia. What if I do? Why do you care? Daniel sassily asked Alex, who is nearing his patience. I already knew that Alex keeps pursuing Anastasia to run back to him. But I know that she doesn't have any slightest romantic feelings towards him. She's mine. What power do you have when I'm a prince? I know that Alex will do anything just to make sure Anastasia will be his. Yours? You already broke the engagement. You might be royalty, but in talent, I'm much more advanced than you. Seeing Anastasia who no longer engaged must have brought him courage to confess his feelings towards Anastasia. You cannot have her. The last thing Alex said before he walked away, leaving Daniel behind. I know you're there, Prince Luke. Chapter 27 Who he is Brian Gonzalez's picture above. Prince Luke Arthurbliel. I was stunned. He knew I was there. I took a huge deep breath as I face him. My rival, Prince Luke. You know it's rude for a prince like you to eavesdrop on our conversation, right? He told me with a smile. I know that he is right, especially for a prince like me. Do you like Anastasia? He asked me as he sat down on the grass looking at the sky. I took a huge deep breath before sitting next to him and gently lay down on the soft grass. Why do you say that? I asked him. I can see the way you look at her. It's quite different like how you see those other girls, he stated as I can only stare at him in disbelief. You know, it's boring when you don't have any rivals. Xian. Hearing that name, hearing him utter that name, made my whole world go blank. No one knew that name except for me, Crystal and Anastasia. How come he knows? Surprised? TSK. His tone of words suddenly turned arrogant, which reminded me of someone. His mischievous smile, that I remember of Brian. I muttered the name which I forgotten. I muttered the name that I promised that I won't ever mention again. Hearing me call his first name, his smile turned to a mischievous smirk. You remembered me? What a surprise, he uttered, laughing at my frozen posture. Brian Gonzalez is my mischievous best friend back in the old days when we are in middle school. A talented drummer, but somehow things suddenly went rough and we broke apart. He became the bad boy at school, while I became the student council president. I could feel his glares whenever I walk past by him. "Why are you here, Brian?" I said as my face suddenly turned serious. He then stopped laughing and looked at me as if I was a joke. "I was reincarnated, bro. Same as you, but this time, I'll take the one you love away from you," he whispered the last part, looking at me in a mischievous look. "Don't even dream about it, Daniel," I said, and stood up to face him. "No woman can resist the charms of Daniel Cruz," he stated as he gave me a shoulder bump before walking away to who knows where, leaving me alone in the lonely oval, looking in the peaceful sky above. Why did Brian even came here? First, Annie, then Celeste, and now Brian. Why, it is people who I cherished the most. What is our purpose coming in this world? Daniel Cruz. I patiently waited for Anastasia to come and perform my charms to enchant her. "Watch out, Xian, I'll take your girl away from you just like what you did to me last time." I sat quietly in the stony benches near the gazebo holding purple roses to give it to her and look at the peaceful sky. Xian and I were best buds since we're in middle school. When we are in our first year high school, everything changed. I like this girl. Her name is Arabella Venus. She's a sweet and an innocent girl. It's like love at first sight. I thought she liked me because I caught her staring at my direction and my hopes started to rise. Since I am such a shy person, I asked Xian to deliver my gifts to her. Her blush is so beautiful when she receives such gift from me. Well, I thought it was from me. She thought it came from Xian. She was shocked at first and disappointed at the same time. She likes Xian and only wanted him. I was so mad at my best friend and burst out my anger to him. He stole her away from me. I was furious and broke our friendship. We never look eye to eye anymore. I started to hear rumors that he likes Anastasia Flores, but I didn't believe it since he is dating her. I didn't even realize that out of the blue many had died in our batchmates in our school. I died a month later after Celeste Granger died. I died because some gangster killed me thinking I had a debt from them. And here I am reincarnated as the famous singer in the book. I only lived like it's my last life, trying to forget him, forget Xian and her. Not until the Queen's birthday party, Anastasia Forrestori's villainess, who is talentless, performed the greatest performance in all history of music. I tried to kick away the thoughts that she is Annie. Not until I overheard their conversation in the balcony. Reality hits me that all three of them are in this world right now with me. That's when I tried to take Anastasia away from Luke. I wanted him to taste what it feels like to have your beloved stolen away from you. I confessed to Anastasia in public, revealing my affection to her in idle talk. And I will confess to her right now. "Sir Daniel Cruz?" I heard her voice called out, waking me up from my thoughts. I look at the beautiful lady in front of me. Annie Flores, the prodigy of music, helped the talentless Anastasia to become the greatest one in history. "Thanks for accepting my invitation, Lady Anastasia," I stated and faked smile at her. "It's not like I don't like her. I like her, but not in a romantic way, just to respect as a fellow musician." "I hope you already have an answer," I stated, taking a look at her face. She sighed and sat in front of me and gave me small smile. I patiently wait for her to say yes. I even prepared a cake and stuff celebrating our first day. Not until I heard certain words making me fall down from my seat, looking at her in horror. "I'm sorry, I can't go out with you." Chapter 28 == Idle talk == The record will start in 3, 2, 1, action. I heard the director said as the hosts then started to begin their opening words in their program in Idle Talk. "It's been a week since my rejection with Daniel, and even understands my decision. And we're best buds now, and do you all know what shocked me? It's because he is Brian Gonzalez, Xian's used to be best friend and my friend too. Like I said, there's no person who can bear hatred towards me in my first life. Our guest for today is respected by every singers worldwide. The youngest musician who is in the level between legends is none other than Lady Anastasia For. When I heard my name, I quickly walked in camera and sat in one of their couches. I smiled at the cameras as I patiently waited for their questions, maybe about my thoughts about Daniel's feelings towards me. "Hey there, Lady Anastasia," the host Kelly Rogers said as she gave me a smile as I smiled back. "How it feels like to be invited in our show?" she asked me as I could smile, trying to hide my ego. I felt honored, Miss Rogers. I never even thought to be invited since I'm just only a singer in the kingdom of Mousike, I responded and flashed the camera a sweet smile. "I heard that you are once rumored that you're talentless not until Queen Castro's birthday. Is it true?" she asked me as I bit my lip before nodding. She gasped and gave me a sad smile. It's been hard to be treated without talent, am I right, Lady Anastasia? She asked me as I can only nod, not wanting to talk about my fake acting years. We talked for a few minutes about my life, tips on how to become like me, about my lifestyle at home, about my friends and more. I felt relieved that she didn't brought up anything about dating, which is a relief. I answered her questions honestly. Sometimes I'm boasting about my talent. I heard that you're no longer engaged, is that true? I froze when I know where is this going. I froze when I heard the question. I never thought that they'll bring that up. Well, yes. I used to be the fiancé of Prince Alexander, but things didn't work out and decided to call it off. I lied a little. I don't want to tell the truth because it sounds like I'm still in love with my fiancé, which I clearly not. How can he let such a treasure go? She stated with a sad face, which I can only smile along. So what happened between you and Daniel? I heard he visited your school. Are you two dating? She asked me a question that made me taken by it. No, we are not. We are only friends. I can't bring myself to start dating since I'm still 16, I stated with a cute smile. Too bad. I heard a terrific news, she excitedly said, making me blink in curiosity. She gave me a devious smile before smiling brightly in the camera. I can only drink my water to prevent dryness of throat. Rumors has it that the cold Prince of Meloidia likes you. I almost spit out the water. Luckily I didn't. And look at them in eye wide, pretending I don't know. What? Crystal Jane David. I snickered at my best friend who almost spit out the water to the camera. Luckily she knows how to handle in the kind of situation. If not, it will be so embarrassing. They continue to talk about her love life. I can see that Anastasia is so uncomfortable with it. They continue to talk for a few minutes before they wrap up their show. Anastasia went to my direction with a horrified look. I quickly gave her a tight hug. It's okay. The interview is done. Let's get out of this place, I stated as Anastasia nodded, and I bid goodbye to the staffs and the directors that we will be heading out first. Me and Anastasia went out to see Selena and Alan outside acting lovey-dovey. I think the two of you should stop now, I stated as I could see the poutness in Selena's face before she entered the carriage. I ride towards home. Anastasia quickly entered as I sat beside her. I know that Annie always has a trauma whenever she asks about her life in an interview. She's scared. It sounds like people try to invade her privacy by asking those questions. Luckily I know what I'll do whenever she like that, since I'm always her assistant in our first life. What happened to her, Crystal? I heard Selena ask while lying the frozen girl beside us, still in her traumatic memory in the interview. Well, this is the reason why she avoids being interviewed, I stated with a sad smile. As I answered her, Selena gasped in realization, thinking of all the things Anastasia tried to do whenever there's reporters around. Her face suddenly turned sad and gently caressed Anastasia's white locks. It's always been like this. She cannot talk in public. In the Queen's birthday, when we got home, she then fainted in her room. Only the four of us knew this condition of hers, and hopefully no one will know about this. As apology, I'll update one chapter. I'm really sorry about the inconvenience about the chapters. Gumanasai. Chapter 29 == Visiting the Kingdom of Meloidia == Our school year had already finished and me and my friends planned to go on a trip in the music festival in the Kingdom of Meloidia. Luckily we have Luke to ask us for tickets, so we cannot wait for another lifetime. The music festival in the Kingdom of Meloidia is held once in 10 years, where the moon becomes blue. The royal family named the festival after the first butterfly queen, Violet Blue, the first queen of the Kingdom of Meloidia. She was given by that title because whenever she performed, butterflies always swarm her, making her performance so beautiful. And thus she's crowned Queen of the Kingdom, the first ever queen in the kingdom. The butterfly dance is a traditional dance in the kingdom, and prodigies will perform it every 10 years in the Violet Blue Festival. I saw the queen's portrait in the book and she's so beautiful, a total replica of a queen like herself. But sadly she was killed because of her people. Many despises her talents that she was given the gift of butterflies. The other 3 kingdoms formed alliance along with her people and killed her, hoping that the gift of butterflies will be passed down to them. But sadly after for 800 years, no one has ever commanded the butterflies other than Queen Violet. The butterflies are finding their owner, who is the reincarnation of Queen Violet. That's why they didn't let other musicians control them. In the book, it didn't mention who Queen's Violet reincarnation was. It only said that the gift of butterflies were passed down already in chapter 58, but it didn't mention who. Lady Anastasia, it's time to go to the kingdom of Meloidia. I snapped back from reality when I heard Crystal's voice calling out to me. I quickly grabbed my luggage and went to the carriage. That will take 3 long days to arrive. I mean, how long will cars be invented in this life? I don't want to sit in the slow carriage anymore, it's killing me. I sat beside Crystal, and in our front is none other than the two lovey-dovey couple, Selena and Alan. The two has been inseparable, like really? I mean, I didn't judge, but you can get sick whenever you see your best friend being lovey-dovey with someone, right? I can't wait to see the Violet Blue Festival. So excited, am I right, Lady Anastasia? I mean, the Queen's portrait is always renewed every festival. I wonder what this portrait will look like, Selena asked as she smiled in delight. Every 10 years the portrait will change into a different one with the same face, of course, traveling to the books on what Queen Violet likes or her daily lifestyle. And the painter who won a worldwide Blue Moon contest will get the chance to paint Queen Violet's portrait. And the 80th Violet Blue Festival will be the greatest portrait in all history. That's what I read though. Painted by my brother Christian Zanderfor, the youngest painter in history. He is the mysterious painter who entered the contest, and luck is with him. He won and got the chance to portrait Her Majesty. My parents of course are proud. Christian's name is in the Hall of Fame because of his art skills. This year will be fun. The 80th Violet Blue Festival. I can't wait. Christian Zanderfor. A masterpiece, Sir Christian. I assure that this will help you win. I heard my personal assistant said as he eyed my painting with pure amazement. I've been secretly studying art, not letting my parents nor my sister knew. Veronica knew that my dream is to become a painter. I've been secretly sending my piece to every art contest worldwide, and constantly I've been winning. I've been given the Rookie Painter Award even I wasn't there to claim it. I sometimes hire someone to claim it for me. I don't want my parents to know. I don't want to disappoint them when they knew that their only son will no longer be studying music. It's in our family blood. I tried to forget art because no one will be the next in line since Anastasia is talentless. But since I found out her talent secretly without her knowing, I felt happy and continue to pursue my dream since Anastasia is there to continue the family legacy. And now I've been working my painting to submit in the Art Blue contest to determine whether who will paint Queen Violet's portrait. After I submitted my painting, I waited for 24 hours to wait for the result. No need to worry, Sir Christian. I'm sure you can win, my butler said as he then gently touched my shoulder with a smile plastered in his face. I couldn't sleep, waiting for a day to pass by. I can't wait for the results. After I saw the results, my smile grew wide and my worries were washed away. I felt so happy. That's when Anastasia barged inside my room as I quickly closed my laptop, acting I didn't do anything. Did you win? She leisurely asked me as she sat down in my couch comfortably. I started to feel nervous. What if she knows something about my arts? Won what? I asked her cluelessly, trying not to be obvious about me winning first place in art. Duh. It's about you winning the Art Blue contest? Didn't you already have the results? She asked me with a big smile. While I look at her in horror, how the hell does she knows I won? Worse, she knows I've been painting. Sis, I don't know what you're talking about. I continued to ask cluelessly about it. That's when she went closer to my study table and forcefully opened my laptop and shoved it in my face. This is what I'm talking about, dimwit. Don't worry, I didn't told Mom and Dad anything about this, she stated, making me feel relief about the sentence. Not until now, she said with a mischievous smile in her face, and I suddenly feel scared knowing what she meant. That's when our parents' servants opened the door and our parents entered the room. Anastasia. Chapter 30 == Violet Blue Festival == Queen Violet's portrait drawn by Christian Zanderfor. Everyone, I welcome you all to the 80th Annual Violet Blue Festival, we heard the announcer said as me and my friends started to feel excited as the portrait will be shown in a few seconds now. I welcome you all. Painter X's portrait of our beloved first queen entitled Our Last Sorrow. Let's start our Violet Blue Festival, the announcer exclaimed as loud beats of music started to play as the portrait was shown to everyone. Even I was amazed by the picture, even though I've saw it for 1,000 of times now. It's beautiful, I thought, but all of a sudden something flashed in my head. Vi, catch me if you can, a black-haired young man exclaimed as he then ran off somewhere. I don't know why, but it felt like I was the one who he'd called. as the girl with golden hair chased him. "I'll come and get you, Josh," the person named Vi yelled back as she nearly catching up to him. "I don't know why, but it felt like I've been in this situation before." "Got you now, Josh," she said as she tackled him, making them fall in the ground. The two look in mesmerizing eyes before bursting into laughter. It was a happy atmosphere when all of a sudden everything turns black. I regained my vision and saw the same man smiling at her with sad eyes. I couldn't see the girl's face properly because it was blurred. Bloodshed was everywhere. And now I saw the two in a distance. The guy held the doors to not be opened. I overlook what happened outside and it was a massacre. Everything was poured in blood. Many people tried to open the doors but the guy held them off. "He's so strong, maybe magic exists in their timeline." "Josh, they wanted me." "Please just run away," the girl begged at him as tears started to flow down from her cheeks. "I can't just let you die. I'd rather die than leave you alone. Please run away and live a new life, Vi. Take care of our child," the man begged with sad eyes, making the girl doubt her actions. "We'll meet again, somewhere in the future, Josh." "Maybe not in this world but in the other," the girl said as she gave him one last hug. "Not here but somewhere else," she muttered. Tears started to flow down from her eyes as a purple portal had opened, and she took a look at him one last time before the citizen had opened the door. As they killed him, she can only hear his last words. "We'll meet again in the future, Vi. I love you." "Anastasia, are you alright?" I was back to reality when someone called me. I turned to look at Crystal, who looked at me worriedly. "I'm fine. Let's go and have some fun, okay?" I stated happily as Crystal looked at me in doubt but was washed away as we catches up with the others. While Crystal hadn't bothered me anymore, my face then saddened. I don't know why, but that vision seems so familiar. That vision is weird. The girl looked like Queen Violet, but why it feel like we're connected with each other? "Something's in your mind?" I almost jump in my place with the sudden voice. I took a look at the person who dared to scare me. I turned to look at my back and saw Luke smiling happily while looking at me. I sighed and decided to ignore him. I promise myself I won't ever fall for some jerk like him. I walked my way and as expected the young man is following me. Before I could scold him, I saw the place I wanted to see. Before I know it, I grab Luke's hand, dragging him to that place, the place with many people. The talent showdown competition. We stood at the back of the people who are freakishly tall. I turned back to Luke with a pleading look that we should have a VIP access in this place. I thought he will just agree when I saw that his gentle smile turned to a devilish smirk, making me gulp, waiting for his command. "Kiss me first," he said as he bent down to my height. "I'm not that short." "Really? He's just 176 centimeters tall while I'm shorter than that. Why didn't I just reincarnated as a tall girl in my next life? Why it has to be short?" "Anna, I'm waiting." I snapped back from my thoughts and remembered what he wanted. I took a huge deep breath. As I went closer and closer, I could feel my heart starts to beat so fast the closer our gap is. I could see that he anticipated my kiss in him. When our faces are an inch apart, I gulped and made my way to his cheeks, kissing it like there's so problem. After I went away from him, I saw his face with a sour look. "You didn't say where. You're part of the deal, please," I said as I look at the crowd in front of us. He sighed before he followed what I asked. He commanded his guards to make way for us. People then start to look at us suspiciously, maybe thinking we're dating or anything. When we are already in the VIP seats, I waited for the event to start. The reason why I wanted to see the contest is because this is the part where Gift of Butterflies will be passed down and Queen Violet's reincarnation will be known. If I finish this, I will live my life without regrets. Is there anyone who wants to enter the contest? Chapter 31 = talent show =. I smiled widely as I waited for my turn in the contest. Ever since I've heard about the announcement if there's someone who wanted to enter, my gut suddenly told me I should enter, and it didn't take long for me to ask Luke's permission. He just can't resist me. This is the biggest event of the festival, and whoever wins this event can get the chance to enter Queen Violet's castle hidden somewhere in the kingdom, which only the royal family of Meloidia can enter, and I already know who can win the contest because I have read it. But the problem is who? Who is the person that is Queen Violet's reincarnation? Who is she? She's not Emily because she isn't present in this part of the story because she is restricted by her parents. Since they didn't care about Selena, they just approved that she'll be tagging along with us, and I'm sure that Emily is jealous as hell. I was so indulged in my thoughts that the performance has started. There will be 20 performances tonight. 21 including me. Since I, Anastasia For with the soul of Annie Flores, entered the contest without following the exact plot of the story with the desire of finding out the reincarnation of Queen Violet, I took a glimpse of some performers who presented traditional, hip-hop and more. Even a magic show trick along with some comedy, doing their best to win. And me, I'll be singing an acoustic version of Beautiful Scars by Maximilian. I didn't plan on winning. I just wanted to enter, that's all. It will be a miracle if I win this contest since many is doing their best to give their outstanding performances while I'm just doing some daily acoustic singing to present. I gently held my guitar, which is white colored with purple curvy lines in the middle and in the sides, and this is one of the reasons why I brought this guitar with me today. This guitar is the one I found 3 years ago in the mystical forest. I had read that no one can ever take that guitar in that musical place. I was shocked when I tried to grab it returned to my hand in its own way without me taking it. It seems that I was been recognized as its owner. In the book, the guitar's owner wasn't mentioned nor why it won't move in that particular place. No one know what can this guitar do, what its magical attributes in music. Next up, I present you, the highlight of the night, Lady Anastasia For from our neighboring kingdom, the Kingdom of Mouseike. The announcer said as I smiled and went in the center of the stage. I quietly requested a chair and a mic stand. Good evening everyone. I didn't prepare for this occasion, but I will congratulate the winner in advance. I'll perform to you all Beautiful Scars by Maximilian, I said as I sat down and started to prepare the performance as everyone applauded me. As I finished tidying up, I then strummed my guitar to the melody of the song. The atmosphere was silent as I started strumming to the familiar beat. Broken are the pieces I've been shaping lately. Focused on the things that didn't make no sense. Guess that growing up was never meant to be easy. I sang the first verse with all my heart out, not caring what everyone think of me as I am singing this song. Yeah, I got used to doing everything sideways. Didn't really care about how anyone felt. Hiding my emotions down in different ashtrays. Continued to sing with my whole heart out as my hands is busy strumming in the guitars. Oh, but what is lost ain't gone. No. You can't just let go, cause it's a part of you that will make you strong. Embrace your flaws. Singing the pre-chorus with no big deal. I'm singing without any other intentions other than to see who she is. I'm not gonna fight back what I've become. Yeah, I got bruises where I came from, but I wouldn't change if I could restart. I ain't gonna hide this beautiful scars. And as I sang the chorus perfectly, something is glowing around me. I've been going way too hard on myself. Guess that is the reason I've been feeling like hell. But I wouldn't change if I could restart. I ain't gonna hide these beautiful scars. As my hand is bust strumming the guitar, my mouth busy singing the lyrics, as my eyes look at the glowing, something sparkly is glowing around me as I was performing. Hide these beautiful scars. Hide these beautiful scars. But I didn't mind the glowing as my mind started to focus on my performance in the contest. I'm not gonna fight back what I've become. Yeah, I got bruises where I came from, but I wouldn't change if I could restart. I ain't gonna hide these beautiful scars. That's when I started singing the bridge. I could see everyone's shock faces when they look at me. That's when I realized that butterflies are performing with me. I've been going way too hard on myself. Maybe that is the reason why I'm feeling like hell. But I wouldn't change if I could restart. I ain't gonna hide these beautiful scars. I continue to sing, trying not to scream in front of these people, when I realize that butterflies are around me when I am performing. Hide these, I ain't gonna hide these, hide these, hide these beautiful scars. Chapter 32 == Reincarnation of the Queen == I was stunned. Not just me but everyone in the festival was. I performed with the gift of butterflies revolve around me. Of course I wasn't prepared in this scenario. The scenario I have prepared is how to react when I saw the reincarnated queen. I didn't prepare that what if I was the reincarnated queen. Why would I be the reincarnation of Queen Violet? Is she the person in the vision I saw a while ago? Who is that man? If I am a descendant, why did I live in Earth rather than in here? Is Anastasia really the reincarnation of Queen Violet in the story? Maybe that's the reason why it wasn't revealed. So the real descendants of Queen Violet is the family for not the royal family? Maybe they're descendants but in a different lineage. What really happened 800 years ago? Why would I live on Earth? And why am I reincarnated in this place? Your Majesty, I was cut off from my thoughts when I saw the people bowing to me to show respect. Am I really the reincarnation of Queen Violet? If I am, who is Anastasia to me? Are we twins? That's why I have extraordinary talent in music, as Anastasia doesn't have any musical attributes. Or, we're the same person, and she's the part of me that doesn't have a talent. What really happened in my family? Maybe this is the reason why Mom doesn't want me to read this story. Cause this isn't a story. This is a real world. Mom knew everything. Maybe that's why Anastasia's mother isn't shocked when all of a sudden she has talent. Maybe it's because they're one. My mother is also Anastasia's mother. Her mother is my mother. And there's something I should do. I stood up from my seat and ran off to somewhere to ask Mother everything. But someone stopped me. I turned to look back and saw Luke holding my wrist to prevent me from going somewhere. Let go, I muttered with a serious look. You need to command everyone to rise first, he stated as I sighed and went back to the center and commanded everyone to rise. I thought, this is it. I need to go home. But not until they started to bombard it with pictures and questions. Luckily the royal guards stopped them and let me run. I thanked Luke as I ran towards home, ready to face Mother. And what's her identity? Prince Luke Arthurbliel. Anastasia is the reincarnation of Queen Violet, but why did she run away rather than show everyone who she is? Is it about our reincarnation? Who would she ask? Who would she talk to in this time? Luke, where is she? Did she run away safely? I turned back to look who called me and I saw Crystal with Celine and Alan following. Yeah. Why would she run away rather than answer the questions I ask her? She knows her better than me. She has a syndrome whenever there's cameras and interviews around. She can't stay and answer them, Crystal exclaimed as she furrowed her brows glaring at me. So where is she? Selena asked me with a worried look. That's when I sighed and looked at the trail she ran away. That's something I don't know. What? You could have asked her. What is she's kidnapped? All around the Four Kingdoms knew she is the reincarnation of Queen Violet. What if she's been abducted? You're such a dumbass, Crystal shouted at me again as she ran to find Anastasia. Sometimes, I think she's the royalty than me. She acts like we're still siblings in this time. We need to find her, Selena said as she ran and followed Crystal to who knows where. That's when Alan placed his hand in my shoulder. Do you love her? He asked me as I sigh and nod. Then go and find her. We don't know what happened to her, he said as he ran off. Find Anastasia. If I were her, where would I go? I dialed Christian's number to ask whether he saw Anastasia or not and to ask some questions regarding of the painting. Because we didn't read something about Queen Violet who has golden hair, we were only informed she has black hair rather than gold. Which scripture did he read those? And what's up with the sorrow? Shouldn't she be smiling rather than sad? Where did he know all this when no one did? Do you need anything, Luke? I heard his voice in the other line. Is Anastasia perhaps with you? She ran off when I stated the obvious. I could hear his sighs in the other line. She's with us in the hotel. She seems so reluctant to talk with Mum. Her mother? What's her connection in the story? Oh, I'll be heading in there. And I'll ask you about something, I said as I placed my phone in my ear and tightened my lace so I can dash towards their hotel. In 5 minutes, I already arrive. Panting so hard, I catch my breath first before entering. Asking the receptionist where the four stayed, and ran towards their room. I spotted Christian reading a book in one of the waiting area. I dash my way towards him. Christ, hey bro, I said as I sat beside him. Hey, so what will we talk about? He asked me as he quickly hid the book, making sure I didn't see it. Where did you got the idea of that painting of yours? All of the 80 portraits about Queen Violet, yours are different. Where did you read that? I asked him with a serious look. Even in the book, it didn't mention where did he got that idea. Why does this story incomplete? Why do you still think you're still in the story? Chapter 33 == the truth ==. I quickly opened the door in the room, looking at her posture, who is sitting and drinking coffee in the couch. Sit down and be calm, Anastasia, she stated calmly as I furrowed my brows and didn't listen to her as I stood in front of her. Tell me everything, I demanded with an angry voice. But Mother sighed and glared at me, the glare that made me feel weak. the glare that made both Annie and Anastasia feel weak. I followed her orders as I sat down in front of her with a grouchy face. "So what do you want to talk about, my dear?" she asked me, a sweet voice. "Which is the real me, mother?" I asked her with seriousness. I could feel her froze in her spot. "Who am I? Am I Annie Flores or Anastasia For?" I asked her again, but when I expected an answer she sighed. "You're the reincarnation of great-grandmother, the sorrowful musician, the queen of music," she answered simply with sadness in her eyes. "Great-grandmother? Queen Violet died 800 years ago and it doesn't have any claims that she has a daughter, moreover a great-granddaughter. If Mom is the great-granddaughter of Queen Violet, then, how old is she?" "Darling, are you still there?" I was snapped to reality away from my thoughts and stare at Mum. "As for your question, you are Anastasia For. Annie Flores is the girl who pretended to be you in this world," she answered me as I froze. "But I'm a 16-year-old when I died. Why am I 12 in this life? If I was really Anastasia, shouldn't I be 16 rather than 12? Time moves slower in this world rather than Earth. And somehow the two of you died at the same time and you are back at your original body." She explained my questions. "How about Annie? Is she alive? How about Celeste, Xian? Why are they reincarnated in this world?" I asked her with a desperate look. "I have so many questions regardless about everything. Why did she let me live in Earth rather than in this world? Maybe this is the reason why my talents are out of Earth's world. They reincarnated. This world is picky when it comes to talents and somehow their talents are enough to survive in this world. They're reincarnated to the persons who is their other selves, but unlike your case, the original owners of their body are dead. Annie live in Earth where she really belongs, but with some side effects. Do you want to see her?" she asked me as I nod. She quickly grabbed the tablet near her and opened something before handed it to me. I nearly fall off from the couch when I saw her. The me in Earth. Her face was damaged and she is riding a wheelchair with her hospital clothes. Her legs are disabled, she cannot speak anymore cause her vocal cord is damaged, but she tried to live. She knew that Earth is the place where she belongs. She ignored everyone who speak ill towards her. She dropped out school and studied to become a judge. She has a video, you Mom said as she played the next video. "Hey Anastasia. I'm the Annie Flores in Earth which you lived throughout your years. I really hope that we'll meet personally, but we cannot cross in each other's world. I recorded this for us to meet. Living as Anastasia For is great, and you living as Annie Flores is terrific, right? I never lived in Earth, and you never lived in your real home in Mosaic. I hope that you won't blame Mother that she abandoned you in Earth with my parents. If you knew the truth, I know that you won't hate her. I love you, Anastasia. I hope you won't give on living and fight for your title as the Queen's reincarnation. See you. She looks like me." She is smiling so brightly like in her picture. She had really accepted the fact that she is disabled. What does she mean that I should fight for my title? What will happen in the near future? "Mom, I'm ready to face the truth." Before I could finish I suddenly passed out and the last thing I heard is Mom calling out to my name. "Prince Luke Arthurbliel." I froze in my spot as I look at Christian. What does he mean that this world is not the story? This isn't the story? Then what is this? Is this world real? I know what you're feeling, but it's true. This world is real, a musical world. My brain couldn't handle the reality as Christian continued to tell the supposedly truth about this world. How can I accept the fact that this world is real, not fictional? Are they serious? What about Anastasia? Is she really the reincarnation of Queen Violet? I asked him as he took a deep sigh. "Sadly she is," he said as my heart lit up hearing those words. "Anastasia will be engaged to me if she really is the reincarnation of Queen Violet. But our family won't allow to engage her with the royal family," he said, making my thoughts and imaginations shatter as I look at him with a questionable look. "The royal family is dangerous, Luke, and if she will be engaged to your family, to you, it will not take long that history will repeat itself. It's the reason of the downfall 800 years ago. That Queen Violet died because she married the king," he explained as my body then becomes cold. "Even in this world, we are still forbidden to be with each other. If you love her, then stop your family to be engaged with her. If not, history will repeat itself," he explained as he stood up from his seat, leaving me frozen in my spot as I try to accept reality that the two of us will never ever be together. We'll meet again, not now but in the future. As I heard someone familiar said those words, I lost my consciousness, not knowing where did that mysterious voice came from. Chapter 34 Visions Above is Prince Joshua. You will be engaged with the Prince Violet. I looked thoroughly at the persons talking. I saw Queen Violet, which has white hair. Is that where my white hair comes from? Where our family's hair comes from? Which one of them, mother? I could feel her voice toned up. She is excited, maybe hoping for someone. By Prince Harry, the most talented of us all. The two of you will make such a cute couple, her mom excitedly said. But Queen Violet froze. She expected someone else, but who? The person who died just trying to save her with her baby? How about Josh, mum? I can't just break up with him. She fought back. So his name is Josh, the man who is with her, the man who died just to save her, the man she loves. Break up with Prince Joshua? He is not talented as his brother, her mother said as she leave Queen Violet alone in her room. She gently touched her tummy. She is pregnant when she is engaged with the prince. Her parents didn't know that she is pregnant with Prince Joshua's baby. This is the reason why you should tell your parents you're pregnant, otherwise you will be engaged to someone else one day. Morning came as her mother dressed her up to become the prettiest of them all. She cast her magic to transport her stuffs towards the palace as she and her family entered the carriage. Magic exists in this timeline. Why in our timeline doesn't? She is very sad along the journey, hoping that something will happen just to let her hold back away from the palace. It doesn't take time to arrive in the palace, but her blood runs cold when she saw all of the kingdom is in the place, probably witnessing the grandest couple. Who is that Harry guy anyway? Joshua is handsome, and loves Violet very much. Violet, my future daughter, our future queen, the supposedly king said as he welcomed her in the palace. I look around and saw two guys. Joshua is the one with black hair and the other one must be Harry. He's handsome, he has brown hair, he is happy, probably because he is marrying Queen Violet. Any memorable words our future queen? The supposedly queen asked her as she looked at her mother and at the people. Hope fills into their eyes, maybe hoping that I'll be excited more than anything in the world. She looked at her lover who is filled with sadness. I came here today to formally announce that I'll never agree to this marriage. What she said shocked everyone, even the king was shocked. In her words, but you can be queen if you marry Harry. It's every girl's dreams. The king tried to persuade her but she only shook her head. I don't want to be arranged. I will marry the one I love. While saying her words, she looked at her lover's face who only smiled weakly at her. This is treason, Lady Violet. Queen Violet looked at the Duke with disgust. Talk me if you have an equal talent with me. Queen Violet snapped at him, making him shut up. Esh. So our ex-society begin in this history. I won't be tied down to someone who I do not love. I would rather die than marry him, she said, glaring at the guy called Harry who smirked at her. I won't forgive you, ever, Harry. I gasp as I realize I can hear what she is thinking. Am I really her? So you do love him? And everyone's attention was in the young prince. I won't forgive you, Harry, and this is your way for me to shut up? To break us up? Are you even his older brother? She snapped again. I could feel the shock that the crowd regenerates. So their love story is a secret. TSK. I now know why she is called as the sorrowful musician. Maybe that is the reason why our national anthem has a sad melody. Josh ran up to Violet and hugged her, protecting her tummy. Their royal baby will be born and no one knew. I could feel the anger that the king feel, the anger that he wanted to kill Josh. You knew that Harry likes her? You knew, why didn't you held back? The queen asked his son. I'm tired of letting go what I can do because of him. I already let go of my talents, your favor, and now he wanted her? Am I really a trash in your eyes? Josh pitifully asked. Guards, arrest them, make sure they are not together, the king ordered. And the next thing they knew, Violet transported the two of them to who knows where. I quickly transport to their place and I gasp as I can see its familiarity. It's her castle, the ancient castle of Queen Violet, the place where they died. Now that I think about it, she never have been queen. She is no queen, she's just a lady forced to be queen. Josh, what will happen to us? She asked him with pitiful eyes, slowly placing his right hands in his cheeks. I know that if I don't let you leave, the two of us will die. Please protect our baby, Josh said as he gently touched her tummy. And then I heard noises. The tragedy had happened. The tragedy I've seen is back. I was horrified that Josh died and Lady Violet was transported to somewhere. I wanted to wake up, but I heard her voice said, read the book, Anastasia. Anastasia. Wake up, Chapter 35 The book . I opened my eyes to see everyone in front of me with worried looks. How long was I asleep, darling? Thank goodness. I look at Mom's worried face with sadness. Mum, I've seen the history, I muttered as tears started to form in my eyes. History? The real history? Really? Crystal suddenly said as she widened her eyes. Tell us what happened in Queen Violet's life, Selena asked me as I shook my head. She is no queen, she is just a sorrowful magician who was killed because she rejected the engagement, I stated as I tried to recall the vision. Anastasia, please have a rest, you've been asleep for days, Crystal said as she smiled at me, but I ignored her. Read the book, Anastasia. I quickly stood up from my bed. I could feel their stares. They stared weirdly at me. Annie, please lay down back, maybe you will be kidnapped, Mom said as she smiled weirdly. I furrowed my brows as I shook my head and looked for my shoes. I need to know what's inside that book, I state, making sure they understand. I need to read the book, what she left me in that castle. I ignored their words. I need to go in that castle fast, but I don't have transportation magic like Lady Violet. Transporting me castle. Annie, please lay down back. I didn't listen to what he said as I casted those words. Transporting me castle, I said, and the next thing I know I was in a familiar room. I smiled widely as I searched for the book. Quickly, I searched in every inch of the castle but no avail, not until I saw something glowing in the deepest corner of the room. I went in there to see a very majestic book glowing in purple. I blew off the dust of the book and I could tell it's very old. Memoria of Violet Blue for Winchester. She really is a four. But why did the people didn't know she is a four? It's weird. I tried to recall the vision until I spotted her mother, Mrs. Blue. She looks familiar, but I tried to shrug off my thoughts as I opened the book, and the next I know I was stuck in it. I closed my eyes for impact. Don't know where this will lead me, and the next I remembered before I was unconscious, is Luke and Xian's face. Before darkness consumed me, Prince Luke Arthurbliel. I stared dead-eye at my hands as my eyes wavered in fear. I look at them in sad eyes. Where did she even learn that spell? I mumbled as I sat back down in the couch. She even inherited Lady Violet's magic. What trouble will we face in the near future just to protect her? Selena asked as I saw Crystal sigh. Anastasia is just an innocent lady. We need to protect her. She's my best friend. Our best friend, Crystal stated as we nod. And you, she said, turning her back at me with a worried face. You better not be engaged with her. You heard what her brother said. If not, history repeats itself. We don't know who is Josh yet, she added as she nodded, remembering what Christian told me yesterday. We don't know yet who is the reincarnation of Josh, her lover. If you get engaged with her, history will repeat itself. If you love her, protect her, he said as I sigh. But Chris, what if Josh isn't alive anymore? What if he didn't reincarnate? Will Annie be lonely forever? I asked him as he nodded. That's their fate, Luke. It has been planned ever since their death. If he didn't live again, Annie will die lonely, he said as I nodded in his words. I guess we aren't meant to be. Chapter 36 Unexpected Reincarnation Anastasia. I opened my eyes when someone called me. I look around in this dark purple world. Everything seems surreal. I float my way towards the familiar voice. That's when I saw a glowing yellow in the other end. I quickly float towards it as I smiled at the girl. She has the same hair as me. I may have purple eyes and she has red eyes, but we were connected to each other. Anastasia, welcome to my world, she stated as I smiled at her. It's nice meeting you, Lady Violet, I stated as I curtsied at her. Well, you are the real one. I'm just a replica of your soul, she stated with a glint of chuckle. Why am I stuck in here? I asked her as she smiled. Well, this is the door towards your destiny. Sir Joshua has been waiting for you to come by. He's inside that room. I think the two of you should talk, she stated, looking at a small door. I took a huge deep breath as I float towards it. Who is Joshua? Who is he that he isn't allowed to love Lady Violet? I tightened my grip in the doorknob, taking a huge deep breath. As I slowly opened it, the light was blinding me. It didn't take long for me to regain my vision, but my heart dropped as I saw him. My gaze wavered. The guy that I least expected to be him. It's been a while, Anastasia or Violet. The voice who has been with Xian, the voice of our school, the guy who my best friend fell for. Jack. He smiled a little before shaking his head. No. Joshua Bennett. he said as he let out his hand as I gladly shake it with mine. I awkwardly look at him as I sigh. So you're Josh. I never thought of the possibility, I said as I sat on the sofa across him. Do you not remember when we are still young? When I try to get close with shoo away all admirers? I already know who you were, who am I? But we aren't just destined to be with each other, he said as I nod. How's Celeste? He asked me as I smiled lightly. The same. So protective as ever, but she's Crystal now, I explain, while being with me. Who always chased Xian. He fell in love with me, best friend. So friends? I ask him while standing up, sticking out my hands. Friends, he said as we shake hands with each other, but my smiles faded when thinking about my parents. What would they think? But Mother won't allow me to be with someone I love other than you, I said sadly. He gently pat my shoulders. If you really love someone, you are willing to give up everything. I mean, that's what Lady Violet did, right? He said as I nod. Remember, we aren't them. We are only fragments of their souls, not the real them. Doesn't mean that we're reincarnations of them. We will follow their footsteps. We are in a different life, he added. So, you're gonna chase her now? I asked him as he only smiled. Like I said, I will risk everything for the one I love. Crystal Jane David. Anastasia, please come home now. I thought. I've been constantly praying for 5 hours, waiting for her to come back. I mean, where did she run off to or transported? Whatever. The importance is she needs to come back. I can't risk losing her. Where did she learn magic anyways? Is it because that Lady Violet's soul is inside her? If she's Annie Flores reincarnated to Anastasia, for who is the reincarnation of Lady Violet, does that make sense? If she isn't Annie Flores, then how did she even transported in Earth? And did Annie's parents knew about this? This story is getting weirder and weirder. Ever since we change our fates in the story, the whole characters were being replaced. Anastasia is now the new heroine, replacing Emily. Emily is now the spoiled bratted girl who is the future queen of Mouseike. And I become straight, like literally. Crystal is originally a tomboy who likes Emily, but since Celeste Granger, who is the most girliest lady in Earth, there's no way I'll follow Crystal's footsteps. But when will I find the one for me? If Luke is confirmed he is Prince Joshua, then I'll be all alone. My heart beats only for one guy, but he's in Earth. I'm back and I have a visitor. I quickly stood up when I heard her voice. I eyed her and my blood runs cold. Our eyes made in contact. Why is he here? Shouldn't he be in Earth? What the hell is going on? Jack, I heard Luke said as he rushed up to his best friend who is with Lady Anastasia. My heart then started to beat so fast. This is the first time we've met in this lifetime. Everyone, this is Joshua. Joshua Bennett, as Anastasia introduced him to us. My heart broke. I knew it. He isn't supposed to be here without a reason. I could feel Luke froze. We really are siblings, both frozen at the same time. The reincarnation of Prince Joshua Winchester, Anastasia explained as she looked at me sadly. Crystal. Wow. Anastasia, you already found your Prince Charming. Congrats. I cheerfully said, but deep inside my heart's been broken to a million of pieces. Crystal, please Lee. So when's the wedding? I'll start designing our gowns. Gotta go. I excused as I ran off somewhere. After I am away from the group, the tears I've been holding are falling down. Fate hates me. Maybe I really am born to love girls, not boys. Chapter 37 == agreeing to our decisions == I knew it, she just won't listen, Joshua said as we saw Crystal ran off after hearing about the reincarnation. The unexpected reincarnation. Luke followed her, making sure she's fine. I mean, she's his sister after all. Anastasia? Mom called out as I look at her in sadness. The two of you will be engaged. Is that okay? She asked me as I shook my head. Mom, why would we follow what we are supposed to be? Mom, please don't, I said as she then furrowed her brows. Anastasia, history will repeat itself if you don't end up with Joshua, Christian said as I sighed. No, the reason why history is like that because Lady Violet was forced to marry the first prince. Now it's like you all are forcing us to be together, I explained as they only raised their brow at me. We won't know unless we try. Me and Joshua are only just friends. The two of us love somebody else, I tried to argue with them. Young lady, the two of you will be together and nothing will change that. You are being hunted and only Joshua can protect you, Mom said. Then he will protect me. What's wrong with that? Is that only the reason why you force us to be together? I argued. I could feel her froze. Mom, we are not them. We are not Lady Violet and Prince Joshua. We are only a fragment of their souls. We are only reincarnation. We live as different persons. Mom, please. I love Luke, and he loves Crystal. Can't you just let us be? I ask her as I kneeled in front of her, begging to agree. Joshua followed my actions as we kneel in front of them. We only need my parents' permission. Since we are the clear descendants of Lady Violet, the others doesn't matter. Anastasia, history will repeat itself. Will you accept the consequences on your actions? Christian said as I only smiled lightly. Yes, because if you love someone you're willing to risk everything. We already had risked everything so we can be with the persons we love, I stated as Joshua agreed in my decisions since this is what we planned in the castle. Mom and Christian are still unsure of our decision cause they are looking at us in doubtful eyes. Mrs. Foreign, Sir Christian, Lady Violet's and Prince Joshua's love story had ended when Prince Joshua died. That's proof that they aren't meant to be, and we are not meant to be together. Like Anastasia said, we are only a fragment of their souls. We are only reincarnations. We lived as different people and different personalities. What we only inherited is their magic and talents, nothing more, nothing less. Joshua explained again and again. We really did our best to explain that we shouldn't be together. And just then Selena and Alan kneeled with us, helping us beg our parents. Auntie, Anastasia doesn't wish for the history to repeat itself, but she is willing to accept the consequences just to be with her lover. Don't you want to see her happy? Selena said as she looked at Mum sadly. But the book clearly said that the two of should be together. Look, Christian said as he stood up and let us see the book. The book he's been reading secretly, the book that he wanted to hide from us. Whose book is this? I asked as gave me the book. It's Prince Joshua. I've encountered it when I'm visiting this kingdom years ago. And it clearly stated in page 86 that the two of you should be with each other, he said as he said those words. I quickly looked at that page. Violet and me should really be together. Even death can't tear us apart. Even if we reincarnated as different people, we should be together, it said. I sighed as I read those words. I look at them sadly. So still not believe me? Don't waste your time on making us agree because we won't, he said as I examined the book once again. And something is missing. A whole line of paragraph is missing because in a distance there's another set of words of Prince Joshua's journey. Josh, something's not right, I said as I showed him the book. What is it? A whole line of paragraph is missing. As I said those words, Christian went to our direction. Where? He asked as I showed him the provided space. Josh, you know that glowing light? That can let us see invisible words, I said as he nodded. Can you please cast it on your magic? I asked him as he nodded. But when he cast it, something is really written there, but before we can read it Joshua's hands then turned shaky, breaking the spell. Sorry, it seems Prince Joshua can't cast light. How about you, Anastasia? He asked me as I sighed. I performed different gestures in my hands and light then came. It was steady. It seems only Lady Violet can cast light magic. Then we saw the secret words, written in a neat writing like the others in the book. But if we reincarnate and love somebody else, we need to accept the fact that we're not meant to be together. And besides, they're not us. They're only our reincarnation. A huge difference. I hope that if the reincarnated us will be together with the ones they love. The words stated. I felt so happy. I looked at the both of them as I saw their confused and shocked faces. Mom, Christian, please, let us have your permission, I said as I held Mom's hands and looked at them with eyes full of desperation. Fine, if that will make you happy, my dear, she said as she held my face with so much care. Now go, be with the ones you love, Mom said as I smiled happily and looked at Joshua with pure happiness. I then hugged him tight. We will only be friends. And now, I'll not lie about my feelings towards Luke. I'll become what I did when I was Annie Flores, running to him with pure love and admiration. I never once had stopped loving him. It seems my heart was only set to him. I'll not play hard to get now, especially if everyone is hunting me because of my talents. If I needed someone to be with me at all times, it should be with the I love with all my heart. Chapter 38 Arguments Is that Lady Anastasia's boyfriend? Wow, he's so handsome. I wonder if he's talented as Prince Luke. I sighed as I heard some whispers in the hallways of school. Josh, do you have any idea where those two are? I whispered to him as he shook his head. I halted in my tracks and went to the nearest person who started to shiver in fear. Have you seen Lady Crystal and Prince Luke? I gently asked her as she think for a second. No, I'm sorry Lady Anastasia. I haven't seen neither of them, she sadly said as I nod and thank her before walking back to where Josh is standing. No avail, I told him as he sighed and nodded. Let's continue to search for them, he said as I nodded in response as we continue to our searching. Please stop. I halted in my tracks when I heard a familiar voice. I look around and saw Lady Emily being bullied by someone. Why? Do you think you will have Prince Alex all by yourself? Dream on, Emily, the familiar person said as she continued to kick Emily in the ground. I quickly rush up to them and stop her. I look at the person to see Christinexia, Lady Emily's used-to-be best friend. Well, if it isn't Lady Anastasia for the so-called reincarnation of the Queen, Christina mockingly said. Please stop Lady Xia, she's the prince's fiancée. I told her as she laughed at me or my words. And so? She stole him away from you. Why can't I steal him away from her? Why is she allowed when I'm not? She sarcastically said as I sigh. I can't just tell that the world will collapse. No one knew that we are from another world. It's none of your business. So please stop what you're doing and find someone else to bother, I told her with anger in my eyes. She is being way too much. What the hell happened to her that made her pursue Prince Alex? I never even realized that all of the students are looking at us. She look at the crowd and smirk. Fine, but in one condition. You and me should have a duel. A physical duel. If I win, you will quit performing and ban yourself from music, she said. My whole world goes blank. Not just me, but everyone was shocked at the sudden challenge. I froze in my spot and millions of thoughts flooded my head. Anastasia, don't, Joshua whispered at me as I continued to frozen, ignoring his words. If I don't accept, she'll take Alex away from Emily and this world will collapse. That can't happen. We'll be dead again and worst, never live again. If I agree and lose, I can never teach children cause I'm banned. What am I gonna do? Fine, I stuttered. Losing is way better than making this world shatter. Many innocent lives will be gone. Many dreams will be crushed because of my selfish ideas. I don't care if I'm banned with music, at least I can save millions of lives. Great. See you tomorrow in the grand oval where your dreams will be crushed, she said as she walked away sassily. I helped Emily stand up, dusting herself up. Lady Anastasia, thank you, she muttered as I nodded and helped her clean up. Christina has changed. Something corrupted had entered her soul, and then an unbelievable strength was in her. She became the strongest, stronger than Althea in the Kingdom of Zero. You can't defeat her, Lady Anastasia. You will be banned in music for life, she said as I only patted her right shoulder. Nothing is impossible, Lady Emily. I'll find a way, I said as she nodded and leave to somewhere. Anastasia, will you be okay? Josh asked me as I shook my head and ran somewhere far. Anastasia, where are you going? I heard Joshua's voice calling out to me. I need somewhere far where no one can see me cry. This is my weakness. Fighting is my weakness. I hate it. How am I gonna win and keep my talents? God, what am I gonna do? Joshua Bennett. After I lost track with Anastasia, I took a huge deep breath. This is gonna be hefty. I stopped searching for her and went to find Crystal. She can know where she is. She's her best friend ever since young. She knows where she hides. That's when I spotted Selena having fun with her boyfriend. Lady Selena, have you seen Crystal? I asked her, panting. Why, is she hiding away from you? She panically asked me as I shook my head. We need her so we can locate Anastasia. She's being challenged to a duel that will change her life, I told her as she gasped and gestured me to follow her, which I obediently followed. Alan went out to find Luke so we can find Anastasia together. Selena brought me to their dorm. She went inside as I patiently waited outside, waiting for her loud voice. What? And as I split second, Crystal then went out from her dorm. Her face is very red. Red from anger, I think. Who challenged her? She asked me, grabbing me by the collar. Lady Christinexia. Crystal, please, we need to find her and I know you can locate her, I said as she sighed. Why didn't you stop her? You know she has traumatic experiences about fightings. She hated those. She angrily scolded me. Selena seems confused in our words. Didn't Anastasia told her she's reincarnated? Why does she seems she doesn't know about it? I did. She didn't listen and continued to be indulged in her thoughts. We need to stop arguing and find her. What if she's kidnapped or something? I said as she sighed. Before she could talk back at me, Luke arrived with Alan. I think I know where she is, he said, panting. Maybe from running? I know where she is too. We need to go there now, Crystal said as Luke nodded, and they lead as us three followed them. Still had the same sibling connection ever. Anastasia, please be okay. Chapter 39 equals meeting the daughter equals 0 for portrait above. Why? Out of all things. Why it must be fighting. A physical fight? Is this where my luck has ran out? I ask myself as I hug my knees and keep on sobbing. Anastasia. I look around the place and saw no one calling out to me. But then light started to blind my vision. I blocked the light as it slowly withered. I slowly removed my eyes and saw a beautiful girl. She has brown hair and beautiful emerald eyes, smiling towards me. A tender and heartwarming smile. Who are you? I stuttered as fear was visible in my face. The lady only smiled as she held my hands. My trembling petite hands held it by a warm porcelain one. How are you feeling, dear? She asked me with the calmest voice I ever heard. I am fine. Who are you? I ask her again as she only smiled in response, making my expression sadden. Zara, I heard her said as I slowly raise up my head and look at her with sad eyes. Zara, for your great-grandmother, she said as and smiled. Great-grandmother? I clarified as she only smiled and sat beside me. I know that this is the most crucial decision you will ever face, but please always remember your mothers will be with you, she said and held my hands, but this time something is giving me strength. Mother may have the butterfly blessing, but I have strength. I'll pass my blessing to you, but always remember, you have your mothers with you, she said, and with that she slowly faded. It's nice meeting you, great-grandmother, I said, and the last thing I saw her is her sweet and loving smile. It's true, Anastasia. It's time to step up in my game, I said as I stood up bravely in my spot, trying to forget who am I in the past. You're no longer who you used to be, you're the definition of music, and it's time for me to protect it, I said, clenching my fist. Whoever is inside Christina's body is someone who I can defeat easily in music, and also who hates me very much, I told myself as I look at my palms where great-grandmother had held. Zara, where did I read that from? Anastasia, are you in here? I snapped back from my thoughts when I heard someone calling out to me. I looked at the corner and saw my friends together with worried looks in their faces. I showed myself to them, and in a split second Crystal then gave me a worried look before giving me a tight embrace. You don't have to if you won't, she said as I only sigh. I made eye contact with Luke, who only looked away, but I took a glimpse of his worried face. Seeing him avoid me made my heart broke. But I need to concentrate in this fight, the fight of the century. Anastasia, will you accept the challenge? Celine asked me as I pulled away from mine and Crystal's embrace. As I went in the front with my face full of determination. I will do it. I have to, even it means for me to overcome my trauma, I stated as tried to calm myself down. Anastasia, you can do it, I encourage myself as I prep myself for tomorrow's challenge. I might not predict the outcome tomorrow, but it won't hurt to try, right? Christinexia. Come to think of it, this is my official debut in the story, right? I didn't much have attention in the story since a certain villainess changed the role. It's exactly been 3 weeks since I've reincarnated in this world. 3 weeks in hiding my true color. Actually, I'm Selena Johnson, a world boxing champion. I am a huge fan of Annie Flores. She became my role model in my everyday life. Not until she became ill and couldn't play music again, that's when I tried to take interest in her old hobbies other than music, which is boxing. I've quickly adapted to it and became the star, but even the ill Annie couldn't even recognize me. I'm a true fan. It's like she didn't know she's Annie Flores. She's like a completely different person. My years of hard work for her to notice me had been crushed. My heart broke into a million of pieces and committed suicide and ended up here. Reincarnated as fake singer in this world. I've read this novel before, and Christinexia is not talented like she was mentioned in the first pages of the book. She's actually a talentless brat, but has passion for art. After she was a fake in music, I've lived through her, and while living in a mess I decided to steal the male lead, Prince Alex. Why can Emily steal him and I'm not? Haha, it's not like this world will be destroyed or anything, but I've even figured that Anastasia for is a splitting image of Annie. Her talents and personality is in her, and thus I decided to get revenge. I'll provoke her and challenge her into a physical match, and it's the only thing I can confirm whether she's Annie or not. Annie has a trauma in all physical due that she killed all her teachers who went rough her because she's gone berserk. Every time she had a fight, the incident of her murdering her teachers haunt her. If she's the Annie Flores, she won't be able to fight me. since she can't have nightmares again. And by the way, I don't have ill intentions, I just wanted to confirm whether she's Annie or not. I look at the mirror in my so-called room with the infamous two-faced heroine. Tomorrow is the day that everyone will recognize me, Christina Xia, challenging the Queen to a duel, I stated as I was read the headline of the newly released article. TSK. What a nuisance, I thought as I close it and wash my face. Christina, please stop what you're doing. I sighed as I heard the girl's voice as I clean my face with a towel before I look at her. Emily, this is all your fault. She saved from me. You better take responsibility on what will happen to her in the near future, I said with a smile as I leave her there, with an angry look. No. More like an annoyed or something like furious. Forget it, she's fuming with anger. Baby Queen of Music, Chapter 40 == The challenge == Selena Johnson above. Anastasia, you can do this. I mentally cheer myself as I continue to wash my face, looking myself in the mirror. I took a look in my hands. This may not be the body I grew up, but I know that whatever I did as my life as Annie, it will taken with me. Anastasia, will you really be okay? It's okay to run away, I heard Crystal said as she lightly tapped my back. Even in a small touch I can feel that she's worried for me. I've killed innocent people because of my strength and power, and I can't just let it repeat in my mind again and again, over and over again. I've never went to prison because Mother is a powerful person, and I always got my way out and covered the corpse that no one will know. Not even stalkers can know. This is a dark secret I wanted to be buried forever, but now my trauma will come back. But it is better rather than millions of dreams will be crushed for my own selfish reason. Anna, please stop. You're tutoring yourself again, Crystal said as I only smiled. They treat me as a queen, when I'm clearly not. If I won't accept, millions of innocent dreams will be crushed forever. If they treat me as a queen, I will act like one even if I'm not, I bravely said as I went out of my room, with Crystal following me, making sure I won't do anything stupid. Everyone look at me like they're scared. Shouldn't they be happy that they got a shot to become the best? Lady Anastasia, please do be careful, one said as I smiled lightly and nodded in her words. I can't disappoint everyone, but it seems that my opponent is strong. Fighting's mother wanted me to train into physical rather than music when I was young, but unfortunately I ended up killing the instructors, leaving her no choice but let me practice music, which is less dangerous. Class ended up really quickly today for some reason. Is it because that my mind is completely occupied to what will happen later? Anastasia, let's go. I snap out of my thoughts when I heard Crystal talking. I only nodded as grabbed my bag and went out. Anastasia, you shouldn't do it. If you're force, you'll ended up killing that poor girl, Luke said as I sigh. It's best that I should rather than letting the world be destroyed, I said as I continue to walk towards the venue. As every step I take, I'm more anxious I get. After this fight my life will or not change forever. As I step out in the oval I could see every student at school all went to watch, and at the center of the field it's none other than Christina herself, smirking at me like she is planning to plot something. So you really came, Your Highness, she mockingly said as she looked around the place. When will we start? I asked her. I have a big project coming up and I needed to practice. Look at the crowd first. There's even cameras. You have a lot fans, Lady Anastasia, she said and smiled. Fine. But what will you do if I win? I asked her. She stopped for a second before smiling. You choose. Fine. If I win, I'll kill you. As I said those words everyone froze, even Christina, but later then faded and replaced by a smirk, a very dangerous smirk. Disrespecting me is like committing treason. You're lucky I didn't kill you yet, I said, making the crowd understand, and they seemed to agree in my proposal. Okay, Althea, she called, and a split second a girl with big muscle went to the front. Did you pay her or something? I asked her as she chuckled. She's a huge fan of you. Why would she work for me? She asked as I sigh. Okay ladies, this is a fight with no rules, but don't kill each other. You can use any necessary items to defend or attack, Althea said. She's the strongest person in the whole Four Kingdoms, and I doubt after today she'll become the strongest. I'm strong, like really strong. I know that Christina is plotting something behind my back. Let the fight begin. Author's Poff. As the champion announces that the fight will begin, Christina Xia didn't hesitate to charge onto Anastasia. And then, someone had been hit and went flying in other side. Everyone couldn't see because of the smoke. Everyone was worried and excited, thinking whether of the two is at advantage. As the smoke was cleared, everyone was shocked. to see Anastasia standing in her spot unharmed, whereas Christina is injured by the wall that was broke because of the impact. She was stunned but later then smirked knowing that she already can scale the strength of Anastasia for. She quickly stood up and dusted herself. Medics went to her. Maybe she is very injured. I'm fine. This will gonna be fun, she muttered as she slowly walked to the opposite side of Anastasia. Christina, I don't want to do this. You're all injured, please. Bang. Chapter 41 The Queen vs. Christina You talk too much. I didn't get to finish my sentence when Christina charged onto my direction, making me fly to the other wall just like she did Anastasia. I heard Crystal yelled as she tried to rush up to me, but I gestured her to stop, making her only follow my command. Look at your pitiful follower, so worried about you, Christina mockingly said. You're a coward. Acting like you can defeat me? She said as she stood in a distance from me with a mischievous smirk plastered in her face. Christina, I don't want to this, but you're at disadvantage, I said in smirk. Christina couldn't figure out what I'm talking about. Before she could utter a word, a loud bang was heard. I placed a bomb on where she stood at. As she is still flying, I charged towards her and started to do some martial arts, but she was fast. She blocked every attack I threw at her. So when did you learn martial arts, Your Highness? She asked while blocking my attacks. It's none of your business, I said as I attack a move and she does the same, making the both of us step back. You're strong, Lady Anastasia. Like really strong, she said and smiled lightly. Do you know the rules? She added as she grabbed something in the ground. That we can use any necessary items as long as we don't kill each other? She asked as she released a sword, a very sharp sword. I know, I said as she smiled and charged towards me with her silver sword, a dangerous smile plastered in her face. As she wanted to slice me up, but I stopped it with my hand. No sword or knife can get past my hands. Even bullets can be stopped. I even once thought, why do I have powers? Why do I have unlimited talent? They can't call me prodigy for nothing. What kind of person Lady Violet is? Why does she have many unrevealed secrets? Christina, please stop. While in being nice, I seriously said. She looked at me and shivered at my sight. You're a monster. Author's Puff. Anastasia blocked the attack and her purple eyes suddenly turned red and black. Christina saw it and shivered at fear. You're a monster, Christina stuttered as she backed off from Anastasia, froze at the spot. Anastasia looked at the crowd and has the same expression, cause they know what are the meaning of those red-black eyes. She has the curse, one said as he didn't look at her at the eye. Anastasia froze, realizing what curse they're talking about. It's the chaos curse. Oh no, it's active, she thought as she looked at her reflection by the lake, and it is the curse, the beginning of her nightmare. The chaos curse is the most powerful of them all. Once activated, there's no turning back. The holder will go enraged and will have insanely powers. And worst, it cannot be controlled. It will be activated when the holder be tangled in physical relation. Just then, before Anastasia could react, the royal guards captured her in case she goes enraged. She didn't fought back since deserve it. She was brought to the royal prison. In the crowd, Crystal goes berserk and attacked Christina, who is still frozen. If only you didn't challenge her. This will not end up like this, Crystal furiously said while injuring the poor frozen girl. Crystal, please stop. Joshua tried to stop her, but she's stubborn as heck, continuing to punch Christina with all her might. This is what I'm talking about. This is the reason why I don't want her to involve in such things. Because of you she was held captive. She continued to rant angrily. Wait, Crystal, do you know about her curse? The boys and Selena ask her as she nod. I think it's about when we're 10. She was trained to martial arts and stuff. When I wanted to play with her, she looked at me with those eyes. Her mother told us it's a curse, a chaos curse that was passed down for generations, she explained as the guys understood except for two people but only shrug it off. Luke, you have a high authority, release her, she added, giving a huge demand on the prince, who only nodded. Anastasia, please be okay. Chapter 42 Chaos Curse Here's your dinner, Lady For, someone said as they place a tray of food on the floor for me to pick up as they close the door. I kinda understood what does the royal prison looked like. For high statuses they had a special prison for it like this one. It looks like an apartment that has a bathroom, a mini kitchen and lots more. I grab the food and place it on the table and eat. It's been 3 days since I've locked up in here. And it's around this time that the curse will disappear but will reappear when I've been entangled again in some violence. If I have this curse, Then so did Lady Violet. I am really her replica, because while I'm being locked in here for the last few days, many visions have been playing in my head. Since I'm banned from using my phone, I've been only watching the visions that are playing in my head. This is the reason why Joshua died in the first place. He doesn't want Violet to activate the curse while fighting back by those low-life people. If she really wanted to, she can easily defeat them all, but she can't afford to lose hundreds of people just to save her and Joshua. And now, her curse was passed down to me, which is kinda a drag. After I have eaten my breakfast, I washed my plate and returned back to my bed, laying down like a dead sack. It's so boring. Come to think of it, the only person I didn't meet is Grandmother Angeline, Mother's mother. I wonder how she looked like. She seems strict, seeing how my mom is strict now. Is she nice, beautiful, or, Lady For, the Queen of Meloidia is here to see you? I quickly went out of the bed and stand up formally because I'll be meeting my future mother. Just kidding. She went inside and I was awed because of her greatness. Now I know where Prince Luke got his elegance from. I bowed at her to show my respect. Anastasia. It's a pleasure to see someone who has the precious curse in the Four Kingdom, as expected of the reincarnation of the Queen, she said with a smile. I hated that word, the Queen. They always call me the Queen when Lady Violet herself isn't. Your Majesty, sorry for my rudeness, but she's no queen. Lady Violet is not a queen. She's just engaged with Prince Joshua's brother but never got there to get married, and thus, she's not a queen. I defended. I hate that word, especially when everyone calls me that. I mean, whoever got called queen is like a very special achievement for every girls. Tell me, what do you feel about the curse that is dwelling inside you, my dear? She asked me as I only smiled lightly. Nothing. It can be triggered when I'm engaged with violence stuffs, that's all. I lied. Having this curse is pain in the ass. Even the slightest slap or hit, it can trigger it. A slightest touch, everything. I even once hope that this curse will be lifted. Really? I see. So that is not the curse then. You may have the features of the curse, but if you didn't have any other characteristics, then it's just only a mild one. You're free to go, my dear, she said as I nodded and bowed at her. But when I was about to go out of the door, how about an engagement with one of the princes, my dear? I stop in my tracks and look at her. Which one? I asked, trying not to be rude. You choose. But I recommend my first son, since he's the next line of the throne, she said as I thought for a second before I shook my head. I love someone else, but I would rather tell him that I love him with my own effort rather than be engaged with him, I said as I went out of the cell. As I really got out of the royal prison, I saw Crystal and the others waiting for me. As they saw me, they then pulled me into a tight hug. Thank goodness you're all right, Crystal said as I smiled. Did you thought that I won't be? And besides, it will take millions to stop me, I said and smiled lightly, but still, I shush her as I smiled at everyone. I'm happy that I can still even see their faces. I even thought that I won't ever get out of that cell. If the Queen knows I lied, I don't know what I'll do. I can't even tell what the consequences are. I'll just hope nothing bad won't happen. Chapter 43 = Unexpected = Queen Joanna Belial. I watched as the girl went out of the prison. She's special, of course. Even if she's not the reincarnation of the Queen, the Queen's blood run through her. Foz are the family who lived longer in this world, the original family. Their bloodline has many unique talents other than music. One is an art genius, a business handler, a wrestler, and many more. I have read about the stories of that family, but ever since the disappearance of the Queen, the Foz lost their power, and some are killed because of their cockiness when they're still powerful. Not until Annalise Foz came back, or should I say revealed herself to the public. She's the last Foz. It's been 800 years, but how did she manage to survive? It seems that she's the third generation of the Foz after the Queen's disappearance. The first two are still unknown. She won't utter a word, since she's powerful in handling business and musical affairs. She regained the favor of the higher-ups. That's when she secretly gave birth to a talentless girl, which I found weird. How can someone be talentless to a family who is a born prodigy? I tried to investigate the family, but it's heavily guarded. That's when Anastasia turned 16. She revealed her true color and slowly her talents were exposed. While talking to her, she indeed is a good liar. Not like those cheap ones. If it was someone else, they will easily fall for it. But I see through her. I'm not some cheap lowlife. I'm the Queen of the Kingdom. My status is clearly higher than the Queen of Music, who self-proclaimed as the definition of music. Mother, thank you for releasing her. I snap back to my thoughts as I look at my handsome white-headed son. It's no problem, my dear. I have a question to ask, I said as I went closer to him and smile. Do you like Lady Anastasia? I ask him. Like always, he always stay calm. He has all the characteristics to become king, but I would love my Draco to be one rather than him. Why are you asking? Well, it's funny think that my cold son cares for someone, isn't it weird? I said with a sly smile. Like always, he just stood firmly. I know that he knows I don't care for him, that's why he doesn't show emotions when he's with me. He think for a minute and look at me straight in the eye. What if I do? Why her? Why couldn't it be someone else? I argued with him. He cannot be with Lady Anastasia because the chance for my oldest son to be king. It's like love at first sight, mother, and besides, why do you care if I like someone? You never even cared in my existence, he said coldly as he walked away. Which Maid only smirked. He becomes bolder and bolder, just like my younger self. My blood really runs in him. Anastasia, it's been a month since that fight and I have been really uncomfortable because of the unsteady gaze that my schoolmates sent me, and they're too scared to point it out. I get them, really. Even then Christina Xia didn't ever showed her face to me. Maybe she's scared that I'll kill her, but I couldn't care less. I have a status here and I don't want to damage it because of the bet. I sat down on my usual seat in the cafeteria, which I find weird cause no one is sitting on it like ever. Ever since I've revealed my true colors in public, people have been avoiding to what I do in case I'll send them to prison, which I clearly won't do. And now their fear towards me have grown bigger. But I don't care. Fear me or not, I'll just eat. Did I even mention that my favorite to do is eating? I continued to eat my snack while thinking about what happened this past month. Nothing new had happened, it's just Selena have been ignoring me. Not really, but whenever we hang out it seems that she gives me a cold shoulder and only replies to a short sentence. Maybe she's just feeling under the weather. These days have been worse since that revelation of the curse that hadn't been found for nearly hundreds of years. Reporters have been following me, recording my every move, and Crystal always defended me because I have that interview trauma, which I had not known why I got it. Even how much I try to peek on Lady Violet's memories, but I did not found a single thing about this trauma. I decided to shrug off my thoughts as I stood up and went to my class. But I spotted Selena. I wanted to see her since it's been a while since we last seen each other formally. Hey Sel, I called out, but when she looked, that was the one who called out that she look away. My heart clenched that something isn't right. I decided to approach her, but she took a distance away from me. Selena, what's wrong? I asked her with worry filled in my face. She didn't responded as she think hard. Don't know, she's been doing that. But at last she looked at me with seriousness. I have a proposal to make, she stuttered with her serious look. Okay, what's that? She stopped for a second before answering, but what she told me made my whole world go blank and my blood turns cold. Let's not be friends anymore. Chapter 44 no longer Selena Shane Emmers. I've been thinking about this a lot. I tried to shoo my thoughts that is filled with Anastasia's mystery. I know she's a secretive girl. I respect her when we are still together, inseparable. Not until Crystal David came into the picture, who somewhat became friends with Anastasia so fast. They talk as if they were together since they're young, but Crystal was hidden to the real world for 16 years. How did they even meet? And sometimes they talk about something I don't understand. They know each other's secret and I felt very left out. I mustered up the courage to tell Anastasia what I felt, but I always lost my chance. Prince Luke, Sir Joshua and Crystal talked about the curse when Anastasia was captured. They had known her since she was 10, but how? Is there a secret only 4 of them know? Even Alan know a little bit because Prince Luke told him some little information. But Anastasia never gave me one. I'll be satisfied if she gave me even the slightest one, but she didn't. After she went out of the royal prison, I ignored her. I tried my best to never entangle with her business, trying to forget my way of living with her. Even Alan is shocked in my new way of life. We even argue about it, but we always make up and say sorry and understand my situation. It's been a month since she got off and she is standing here in front of me with those pretty face of her. I only stare at her with no emotions, making her worried. Sel, what's wrong? I have a proposal to make. I'm finally doing this. What is it? Let's not be friends anymore. Anastasia for what? I froze when Selena told me about the proposal. My hands then started to shake. Then, I'll take my leave, she said as she walked outside by the streets. After I regained consciousness, I rush up to her. I don't care if I skipped class, she's more important. I ran up to her and catched up. I held her wrist as she stopped walking and stared at me. Why? I stuttered. She only gave me a sad look. Do you see me as a friend? She asked me. I was confused about her question. Of course I see her as a friend. I wonder what's bothering in her mind that she ended up thinking like that. Of course. Where did you even got that idea from? I asked her as she sighed. Then, why don't you tell me something about you? Why only Crystal, Prince Luke, Sir Joshua? I froze when she asked that. I just can't tell. We've known each other since our first life. Or the world I've lived in for 16 years. I couldn't answer her. She sighed and stared at me seriously. As expected. If you can't tell me anything, then we'll no longer be friends, she said as she took her hand away from me and started walking. I can't lose her. She's my first friend in this world and I treasured her. I wanted to tell her but Mum said I shouldn't because this is important business. I rush up to her and grab her wrist again. What now? I told you I don't want to be your friend, she shouted, but I didn't listen as tears then slowly to fall from her face. Please don't leave me, Sel. You're my friend, and I treated you like one. That is top secret. That's why I can't tell you, I explained, but she didn't listen. Save your excuses, she said, and ran up to cross the street in the busy highways. Sel. Sel. I followed her while calling out her name. She seemed annoyed and turned around. She widened her eyes and ran up to me. It felt like slow motion, but I didn't realize that a big truck is running towards me. She then pushed me back away from the distant. I widened my eyes as she then received the impact. All the events then turned to slow motion. As rain is slowly pouring down, my heart started to beat fast. As I rushed up towards Sel's lifeless body, tears then started to fall from my eyes as I hugged her body. Blood then started to flow out of her body to where some scars carved in her. Sel. Please don't close your eyes, I said as I quickly dialed my family's personal doctor, Anastasia. Yeah? Please don't close your eyes yet. Fight it, Sel, I begged. Her tears keep flowing down. I was so happy when you told me that you wanted to be my friend years ago, she started to tell, and I can definitely sense where this is going. No. Please don't say that and fight it, Sel. I don't want to lose you, I said as I dialed Crystal's number. Emily's everyone, I called them. Anastasia. Thank you for being my friend, she muttered as she slowly closed her eyes. I widened my eyes. Sel? No. Please wake up, Sel, I said, trying to help her. But her body started to get cold and I know where this is going. I keep panting, and don't want to accept the truth. The rain started to pour hard. Some raindrops are in her beautiful face. Then everyone arrived with shock faces, but ignored them and hugged her body. Sel. Chapter 45 == Selena Shane MS == I look around as every student at school is wearing black and brought white roses and place it in her tomb. It's raining hard today. Even the weather is sympathizing that an excellent girl had lost her life. And as expected, her family didn't even care and didn't come to the funeral until it's my turn. I'm the second to the last one to sympathize. I walked up and placed a flower, and grab a paper from my pocket. I know that it's late, but this is the thing we've been talking about. I'm sorry I didn't get to even tell you in real life, I said as I place it in the ground and place a rock above, making sure it doesn't fall. Safe travels, Selena. Thank you for everything, I sadly said as I look at her boyfriend whose eyes are so red and puffy similar to mine, as he walked up to her and gave her his flower even after how much he cried. He cries when we saw her tomb. Is this my karma? I didn't even told you I love you one last time, he started off and sobbed. Tears keep flowing and kneeled down to the ground. If only I know that you're gonna die, I should have spent more time with you. Our last conversation is the time we argued. I really love you, Selena, and you'll always be in my heart, he said as he continued to cry. I look around to not see Emily. She really didn't care about her. Selena ... baby, safe travels to heaven, he softly said as he stand back to his position. I wanted to walk back to my chair when I saw a familiar gray-haired girl. She's wearing black and has a white rose as she went to the stage. Emily, I muttered as she only smiled softly and looked at her sister's tomb. I know that we haven't got along with each other. Is that I'm jealous of you. I'm the older twin, but you have so much talent. That's why I spread rumors you can't control your pitch and tempo and worked hard to regain our parents' favor." She started off as tears started to form in her eyes. I can only stared sadly at her. "I wanted you to be my younger sister. I liked it, to see how much you looked up to me, how much you admire me. But I broke it. I'm sorry," she said as tears then flow in her eyes. "I wanted to make up with you, but it's too late now, right? I was so happy to see you have made a friend, an amazing friend. If only I know you'll die. I should have spent time with you. I love you, sister, and I'm sorry I couldn't bring Mom and Dad," she said, and place her flower. "After everyone is done, we went back to school. The teachers decided to let this day free to respect Selina's funeral." Author's Poff. After the students left, little did they know, Selina's soul is listening. Her tears are flowing non-stop as she heard those words, especially Emily's words. She didn't know that her twin felt that way, but even though she's a little sad that her parents didn't come, but she felt satisfied that everyone came. Her friends, her sister, everyone, even her parents aren't her. She went to the tomb and grabbed the soul of the paper. "Did you even believe that a paper has a soul? The reason why we didn't tell you anything is that we lived in a different world. Who is somehow reincarnated in this world." "Sorry I didn't told you. I hope you have read this." "I'm really sorry, Sel." She could only smiled lightly at Anastasia's letter, thinking that this is the reason. She turned her back around and froze when she heard some noises. "My daughter?" Recognizing the voices, she turned back and saw her mum and dad with sad faces, and she couldn't help but cry once again. "We're sorry for how we treated you, my dear. We wanted you to grow. That depends on yourself, not like Emily. I know that you think we didn't care, but we do," her mom said as she held her daughter's tomb. "If only we know. We shouldn't have left you alone growing up with only just a maid in your side. We're sorry if you think we've abandoned you. Please forgive us," her dad said as tears then flow from their eyes. "We loved you equally as we loved Emily. We just didn't give you much attention, and that is our biggest regret. We love you, Sel." "Safe travels," her mother said as she stood up from her place as her dad did the same. "Mum, Dad," Selina said as tears continued to flow from her eyes. "I love you too." I'm literally crying when I wrote this, and I hope everyone will forgive me on what I did in the story. Selina had died, and I hope you all will stay tuned on what will happen in the future chapters, and of course brand new twists and turns of the events will happen soon. Chapter 46 = trying hard =. It's been months since Selina had died, and as expected, Alan is not in his usual self. We know that the two of them love each other so much, that even his mother and father already talked about marriage. But this happened. It will be the start of our final year, and I'm sad that Selina isn't here to perform on the biggest performance of our lives. And I'll work twice as hard, so that I can fulfill Selina acting like she's here with us performing. And I know she'll be having a blast like we planned to. If only I told her sooner. What if I just let go of her? What if I didn't cross the street so I cannot be hit again? I'm so guilty right now. I have lots of ifs in my mind right now. I know that no one can dare bring up to blame me, but I know that they think it's my fault. This is all my fault. And I felt sorry for her. If only God will give me a chance to make up to my mistakes. I will turn back time to tell Selina everything when Luke appeared. "Hey Anastasia." I snapped back from my thoughts when I saw Luke with a sad face sympathizing with me. "I know she's your best friend, but please concentrate," he said as I nod, but I couldn't help it and be sad at the thought losing my best friend. He looked at my state and sighed as he hugged me. "It's been months, but I can't still accept it." "She'll be sad if she saw you sad, Anastasia. Please do it for her, for us," he whispered at my ear. I feel protected with him embracing me. Am I really lovesick at him? I remember the time when he opened up to me at Earth. He's literally perfect in every aspects. Even now, I kept falling for him again and again. 5th year of school. After this year will end, we will go in our respective lives. I miss her. We all did. She's bubbly and cheerful. Even my gift of butterflies is sympathizing with me. Whenever I performed, my performance will be a sad and gloomy one, and the teachers is very dumb saying that I embrace the sad melody. What am I gonna do if it continues like this? Will I even get to dance a FIP without being sad? Will my grades drop? This is making me go crazy. Lord have mercy on me, please. I don't want any more of my loved ones be away from me. It's time for class, and this is the class that I'm afraid to come. Will the teacher scold me? We're dancing hip up and my emotions is still overflowing. Will the teacher sense it? Should I fake it that I'm not feeling well? Should I? Okay class, let's start by grouping yourself into 4 inches, the teacher said as we nod, and a split second Crystal, Joshua and Luke then went to me. You'll do great Anastasia, Crystal told me as I gulped. I hope so, Prince Luke Arthurbliel. Will you court her again? I heard Joshua whispered in my ear as I smiled lightly. I don't know, but she's with you, isn't she? I asked him and raised my right eyebrow. TSK. How many times I've told you, we aren't together. You know she's waiting for you, he said with a smile of encouragement. She's always waiting for me. You know that. Even Crystal knows. She's an easy girl to read. Even how much she says that she never ever like you anymore, but her actions and words say otherwise, he said. I remembered her running up to you every day. She's shameless, even though there's someone who is much famous and talented than you, even richer and more handsome. She always choose you, and what's the difference now? She chose you as I chose Crystal, he added as we took a look at the 2 girls who are comforting each other. It's not every day when you lost your best friend. We've been through that, I said as he nodded. Look, if you really love Anastasia, then court her, ask her to be your girlfriend. You don't want to repeat what happened, do you? He told me, raising his right brow as I nod. I know, and I don't want to redo that mistake. I muttered enough for him to hear. Remembering what really happened when we're in Earth. She confessed to me, but I rejected her, knowing it's not right. I was older than them by a year. Me and Joshua. She was devastated, of course. Everyone rooted for her to be with me, but I broke it. She distanced herself from me, and all kind of rumors then roam around school. Rumors that are not good to her. We haven't had that contact since then. She became cold towards me. She doesn't even lift her head when we're facing each other. That's when I realize I love her too. I never knew. She's a cheerful and beautiful girl, but why me? Why me when there's other guys who is way better than me? I guess love really has its own ways. Tell her to meet me at the rooftop tomorrow in early morning. Chapter 47 = confession = rooftop? I asked, looking at Joshua with a confused look. Yeah, are you sure you can come? He asked me as I sighed. I have early AltheaMarie class tomorrow. I guess I can try, I said as he nodded with a big grin in his face. I constantly thought on what Joshua had told me yesterday afternoon when we got home. What's in the rooftop? Why would he want to meet up in there? I don't know what's going, and decided to go with the flow. Hey, Crystal, I need to go somewhere. See you in class, I told my sleeping roommate, who only him in response. Why would Joshua meet me at the rooftop in the early morning? I yawned freely since no one is around. It's 4 a.m. in the morning. Who the hell will anyone arrive this early? I have class at 5 and normally students will flood in 4:30 if they had the same class as me. I sigh as I look at the stairs at the rooftop, which is basically a 100-step up. If it isn't worth it, I'll kill Joshua, I muttered as I took the 50th step. Yeah, I'm still halfway up. The more I get closer to the rooftop, my heart suddenly felt uneasy. Is something big gonna happen? I wonder what that is. And who the hell plans something early in the morning? Shouldn't it be sunset or midnight if you wanted something? Why must it be early day? I took a huge breath as I touched the doorknob. My heart can't stop beating so fast. 1, 2, 3. Open, I thought as I pushed the door open, and my jaw dropped. Scrolling through my cell phone, for the 20th time today. Reading the text you sent me again, though I memorize it anyway. I was mesmerized by the decorations. Now I know what this is about, but why the voice is so familiar. I look around and my heart starts beating fast again. That's when I saw him. I couldn't help but smiled when I saw him sitting in a chair in the distance, singing the song I used to sing when I was still Annie. It was an afternoon in December, when it reminded you of the day that we bump into each other, but you didn't say hi cause I look away. I bit my lip as I constantly remember the time at our first lives, where I've sang that song to him when he rejected me. And maybe that was the biggest mistake of my life. And maybe I haven't moved on since that night. It was night when I sang that song. In 1251, everyone looked at me in pity when they heard me singing this song. The whole school knows that I liked him, and they know that I've been rejected. Cause it's 1251, and I thought my feelings were gone, but I'm lying in my bed thinking of you again. I've really had thought my feelings for him were gone, But why does he have to appear every day saying he regretted rejecting me? Saying there's a reason but he wouldn't tell. When the moon shines so bright but I got to dry these tears tonight. Cause you're moving on and I'm not that strong to hold on any longer. But why is he doing this? Why now? He continued to sing the song as I continue to listen him. Am I really going to accept him now? I look at the book that I've been holding and I've been wanting to read it since I've bought it from the library. A female scientist who fell in love with the ahem. It's a complete ahem. Well, I'm not gonna spoil. You all must wait till I finished my story to end. As the sky outside gets brighter and my eyes begin to tire, I'm slowly drowning in memories of you. He really knows to change the lyrics and I know I shouldn't matter as my heart begins to shatter. I'm left to wonder just how it should have been. Yeah, why it must be this song. I'm completely sad as he kept on singing. Cause it's 12:51 and I thought my feelings were gone. But I'm lying on my bed, I'm thinking of you again. I think my heart will break when I hear the next lines of the song. And the moon shines so bright. But I got to dry these tears tonight. Cause you're not moving on and I'm that strong to hold on. He really changed a whole line of lyrics. So crafty. I never even realized that I've been smiling so wide as my worries wash away. Cause I'll prove you wrong that I can't move on through this song. So much stronger. He's handsome every day. But why does it feel like he's more than handsome when he's sat there singing my favorite song? Oh, 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 oh. I stood up from my seat and began to applaud at him. He smiled at me. He stood up from his seat. Anastasia. Annie. Will you be mine for real? Chapter 48 == kidnapped == You said what? I covered my ears when Crystal suddenly screamed loud in my ear. I told her about the confession of Luke this morning. You could have immediately say yes. Why did you even try to play hard to get? She told me again, making me sigh. Yeah, he literally embarrassed. Why couldn't I do the same? And besides, all I did was say I should think about it. What's wrong with that? I said and pouted, making her face palm herself. But what if someone will take him away from you? I can't blame him since I was the one who made him wait. But if he really loves me, he'll wait for my answer, I sadly said, making her sigh. Fine. Ding dong ding. Crystal couldn't finish her words when the bell cutted her off. We'll talk later, she said as we stood up and went to our class. What class are you in? I ask her as we walk with the students in the hallway to find our classrooms. Musicology. You? She asked me. History. Being seniors are kind of a drag. We have extra classes but we aren't together, I said as I stopped by at her classroom. See you later at the dorms, Anastasia, she said as she entered as I nodded and entered mine, which is 5 classrooms away from her. A few months now and we will be going on to our own lives. I think I need to be a teacher teaching children. It's always been my dream and I'll establish on what they call kindergarten and elementary on Earth. Seriously, they don't have any other school except this school and 3 more other in the other kingdoms. Okay class, our lesson is about the history of, our teacher said, but since I have already known about it, I decided to let my thoughts occupy me. Love. I can't believe I'm in love again. It feels great to be in love, right? I look at the books, who just appeared out of nowhere in my desk yesterday. Psychos in Love, a fiction. Why on earth did that book appeared at my desk out of nowhere? Demonic Love. Both of these books appeared out of nowhere. Why on earth? And I can't decide which one should I read first. Okay, that's for today. You may now take your break. Hearing that, I quickly stood up after I tidied up my things as I went back to the dorms. Lady Anastasia, may I talk to you for a moment? I stopped in my tracks when I saw the girl in front of me smiling brightly. Sure. What is it? I am having difficulties in class. Can I see your notes? I promise I'll return it tomorrow, she said. I smiled. Okay, here you go, I said as I handed her my notebook. Thank you, she said as she bowed at me. I only gave her a nod as she gave me a smile and went to her way. I'll go to the bathroom first. Crystal can wait, I muttered as I went inside the toilet. I went to one of the toilets, but it's look, even the second and third, the only available is in the father's toilet in the bathroom. But, there's no need to be afraid. I opened the door and the next thing I know, my face has meted something big. The last thing I see and heard, a shadowy figure coming to me and whispered, "Sleep tight, Anastasia." And darkness had consumed me. Luke Arthurbliel. Luke, have you seen Anastasia? I cannot reach her since we depart from class. I look up at Crystal, who has a worried face for a while now. Even I was worried. Anastasia have been missing for 2 hours and no one had seen her, and seniors aren't allowed to go out of school unless permitted. Even the teacher didn't know where she is, and it's making me feel uneasy. The teachers didn't have a clue on where she is, but Mrs. Fortuna said that Annie has attended her class before she went missing. I stated, maybe we should ask her mother. Joshua suggested I've already called them, but she said that Anastasia have not contacted them for 2 days now. What if she's kidnapped? Crystal exclaimed, making us look at her in unbothered looks. Don't joke around, Crystal. I mean, who would have guts to kidnap the almighty Anastasia? Joshua boredly said. Where could have she been? She stated as she crossed her arms and sighed. Lady David, can I have a minute of your time please? I look at the girl who walked up to her, who is frantically shy. Sure. What is it that you wanted to tell me about? She asked her with a smile on the face. I think this belongs to Lady Anastasia, she said as she handed her a familiar golden bracelet. While going to the bathroom, I found it on the ground. After examining it, I saw a 4 that is carved in it. And Lady Anastasia is the only 4 at school, she explained while Crystal widened her eyes after she examined the bracelet. Which comfort room did you find this? She asked her. Building 3, 3rd floor next to the art classroom, the girl explained, and without wasting time Crystal stood up and ran out. Sorry for her rudeness, but excuse us, Joshua said as we followed her. What the hell happened to her? I heard, Joshua said as we practically ran to the building to catch up with her. It seems related to Anastasia, but why would she look at the bathroom? I asked. Something must have happened. It did not take long for us to arrive, and as soon as we are looking at the doorway, Crystal is frozen in her spot when she's in the last toilet. Crystal, what happened? Joshua shouted at her, making her snapped out of her thoughts. Lady Anastasia is kidnapped. Chapter 49 = something unexpected = Ugh. What happened? I groan as I slowly opened my eyes. I look around to find my room, but I finally snap out of my thoughts when I saw an eerie place. What the hell? I mentally curse as I look around in a dark, eerie place. I was at school in my history class. After that I went to the bathroom and I don't know what happened next. And as I opened my eyes, I'm in this scary place. Am I kidnapped? What wrong deed did I do this time? Anastasia, calm down. Just stand up and walk out easy. I breathed heavily and tried to do stand up, but eventually fail, since I found out that my hands are cuffed along with my feet. Now I'm convinced I'm kidnapped. But why on earth am I kidnapped? I look around trying to familiar the place, whether I've come to this place or not. But why would anyone kidnap me? Don't tell it's because I'm the reincarnation of Lady Violet, but everyone had knew 2 years ago. Why on earth will this kidnapper kidnap me now? I look around whether I have my books or not. And I know what you're thinking. I'm in the middle of a kidnapping scheme. Why on earth should I worry about the 2 books? But I have a question to ask. Well, it's not my concern to ask. I should be concerning whether I'll go out here alive. But I've been thinking, which book should I read first? It's been bugging me since I don't know. The 2 books had appeared in my bedroom days ago. I'll be waiting off your picks and decide which one. First is Psychos in Love and the second book is The Angelic Demon Heart. And thanks in advance, it's been bothering me and I need to read. So you're already awake, La.D and .as.ta. Sire. I snapped back from my thoughts and looked up to see someone rather unfamiliar with me. What do you want from me? Well, let's just say your status, your wealth, your talent. You know I can't count what I want from you, she sarcastically said as she sat at the chair in front of me swinging around her knife. Who are you? I asked her. How can you not know me? Well, it's normal for you not to know me since I'm banned from the kingdom, she said and smirked while looking at me pitifully. Where are we? Well, we're in the border of Versailles, the farthest place from Mosaic. I doubt anyone will find you here, she stated and started to sharpen her knife. Okay. But why did you kidnap me? I asked her as she sighed. There are tons of reason to kidnap Anastasia for, and you know why better than anyone, she said and crossed her arms. I bit my lips hearing those words. It's true that there's ton of reasons to kidnap me. I mean, this is my fate as the reincarnated Lady Violet. May I at least know who you are and why you're banned from the kingdom? I'm sure that you look like the age of my brother, I said as she smiled. Christian, right? She said as she then smiled softened. Well, I'm Amelia. I'm just a village girl who is the illegitimate daughter of the Prime Minister, she said and frowned. Prime Minister? Wait, you're a Tressa? Yup. The siblings didn't like me very much and I'm older than Veronica. For a month she cutted me off. Is she the person that was rip-off from the family portrait? Why they didn't like you? Now I sounded like some nosy bratted girl. It's because father loved me more than them. Ever since I entered the family, father had trained me to fight. Maybe because he knows this will happen, she said as I nod. But why would the royal palace ban you from the kingdom? I ask her again. Well, from what they said, that I tried to kill Sir Alan, the next prime minister. But I don't think that's the reason though, she sadly said. Well, everyone knew the relationship between Veronica and Christian, right? She added as I nod. Well, there's a past in it. Past? What kind of past? I ask her as she smiled weakly. Christian courted me first and Veronica liked him before I came to the picture. She's pissed all right, saying first I stole our father's love from her, next I stole her crush. Veronica is not nice as you think, she said as I started to think about what happened a year ago. Why is it always your name I always hear? Veronica asked me as I obediently sat in front of her while she is being so abusive. I'm the Duchess of For. And why is it always your name when you're just his sister? She added as she threw her favorite vase in the room. I don't know what happened, but one day while I'm visiting her, she is very pissed and started to yell at me. Out. You're just his sister while I'm his wife. Why is it always your name? Out. Come to think of it, you're right. Is this the reason why you've kidnapped me? I ask her as she nod. Veronica plotted something to harm you. I kidnapped you because you're Christian's most treasured girl. Even though it already been years, I still couldn't forget him, she said as I look at her in amazement. How did you know that Veronica plotted something? Don't you think it's weird how the exact time you crossed the road when all of a sudden the big car didn't stop, didn't even press on the brake, continue to accelerate, she arranged all that? I've heard her talking to her men, she said as she started to let go of the chain that's been keeping me intact. But does she hate me that much? Why? I ask her as she sighed and looked at me pitifully. Don't know what's her motive, but one thing for sure, she wanted you dead. Chapter 50 == learning about that faithful day == What? Selina is part of the accident? I nearly fainted in my place hearing about the accident where Selina is part of it. Sad to say it's true, Lady Anastasia. Lady Amelia, who is somewhat the old lover of my big brother, said with sad eyes looking at me. But how could Selina do this to me? Well, maybe it's about the secret I've kept her. But how can you say that? Were you there? I thought you're banned from the kingdom. How can you know what had they talked about? I ask her as she scoffs. Well, they're fools actually. I furrowed my brows. Huh? How can you say that? Well, for starters, I'm not some normal girl. I can shapeshift, you know. As I was walking around the kingdom I've heard them talking, she said, making me feel uneasy. Selina came to the Duchess to form an alliance. That's when the whole setup happened to where she ignored you and the day she broke your friendship and the car accident, she added as she continued to talk. My heart started to break. Selina won't do that to me. Did she really hated me so much that she wanted me dead? Veronica, I thought we're friends. But why would she want me dead? Anastasia, I'm sorry, she sadly said as she held my shaking hands after learning the truth. But do my brother really loves you? Because they seem really sweet with one another. After I said those words, her aura suddenly felt sad at the past. I don't know now. Maybe he developed some feelings for Veronica. Don't know. It's been years since my exile. I've only attended the first year because Veronica is such a brat, she coolly told me. But why would Veronica hate me? I'm not part of your love story. Why am I dragged into this? I ask her. Didn't I told you that you're Christian's apple of the eye? He loves you more than her, and she would do anything to eliminate those who stands in her way. Especially now when she's the Duchess, whose name are not really mentioned after the news of you being the reincarnated queen, she stated. I could only nod in her words as my eyes roam around to a wood-style house. Really different of my house, like how you all see in the countryside house in Earth. But Lady Amelia, what do you mean that you can shapeshift? Do you have magic? I ask her as she was staying silent. I haven't talked to anyone about this though, she muttered and bit her lips. While waiting I drank some tea. Actually, I'm over 800 years old, she said as I accidentally spat the tea to the side hearing her answer. What? I thought we only had 300 years to live. How could you be over 800 years old? I ask her as she smiled. That's the power of my magic, Anastasia. I think if the tragedy had never happened, Violet could still be alive until now. But you won't be in here since you'll be living your own life. not being the center of attraction because you're Violet's reincarnation, she said as she offered me bread. So, you being a Tressa is also a lie? How should I put this? I'm a Tressa, the powerful young lady of the house dresser. I went completely hiding when my 300 years are up. Always shapeshift until this era, where I live as Amelia Tressa, she explained. But how did you feel that magic didn't work in this era? I asked her, since only a few had magic. Me, her and Joshua had magic in my own knowing. It's hard, but I think it's the best if no one has magic now. Magic are dangerous. I'm glad that it didn't work now, she said as I nodded, and she then suddenly stood up. Come, I'll show you Violet's room, she said as I widened my eyes. Didn't she quickly went to the parallel universe? I asked her as she only smiled at me like I said something wrong. This is before the tragedy. The two of us are young ladies of two powerful families, and this is the only place where we can run away. We would teleport in here so we could be ourselves. Come, she said as she opened the door in front of us, and I was awed at the place. Everything I loved was inside, from musical instruments, art paintings, and many more. This is where you're staying. See you tomorrow, Lady Anastasia, she said as she closed the door. I quickly went to the purple bed and quickly lay down and looked at the ceiling, which had unique colors. I guess Lady Violet painted that. Joshua Bennett. Any clues yet? Crystal asked me desperately as I sighed and shook my head, making her sigh too. Who the heck kidnapped her? She stated as she crossed her arms in front of me. It's been 2 days since she's missing. Is she outside the kingdom? She began to rant. She's not in Meloidia. I guess she's in one of the two kingdoms, Lemuria and Versailles. We turned to look at Luke, panting. Yesterday, after we didn't found Anastasia, he quickly went home to his kingdom to look for her. But we don't know anyone from there, she exclaimed. We have Daniel Cruz in the kingdom of Lemuria. I guess we need to search her ourselves in the kingdom of Versailles, I said as they looked at me in amazement. You're right. I'll contact Daniel right away, she excitedly said as we nod and decide to do what we should do when we arrive in the mysterious kingdom. What are you three doing? We turned to look to see the beautiful Duchess of Far. Duchess, we said and bowed in front of her. We're looking for Anastasia. Duchess, she's been missing for 2 days, Crystal responded after giving Daniel Cruz a call. Is she missing? Why didn't anyone told us about it? We would have looked for her, Duchess stated. We just kept it a secret to not alarm the people, I stated as she nods. Oh. If you find her, do tell me. I'll just keep this a secret from Mother since I don't want them to worry. Good luck, the Duchess said as she walked away. But what bothers me is that a very hateful expression was plastered from her face, and also a very dark aura was surrounding her. Is the Duchess okay? Chapter 51 == Her past == Amelia Tressa. I'm Amelia Tressa, nice meeting you too. Veronica and Alan, I said and curtsied at the sight of the two siblings who only showed arrogance at my presence, not knowing who am I. I'm Amelia Clarice Dresser, the first lady of the house Dresser who had lived for more than 800 years, and here I am, being the older sibling of the two spoiled kids. I could see Veronica's arrogant face and Alan's unbothered face. Father, who is her mother? Did you really have a child from another woman? Veronica asked her father. I'm afraid she is. Now you must treat her like your older sister. Okay. I'll treat you like my older sister, but don't go in my way, she arrogantly said, making me scoff. Of course, I'm after all an illegitimate daughter. I grit my teeth as I said those words. Amelia, can I have a word please in my study? Okay, I politely said as I leave the two siblings and went with the head of the current family to his study. My lady, I'm sorry for the arrogance of my children, he said as he bowed at my presence to show he apologized in behalf of his children. It's okay, and besides I need to survive. I need to find Violet, that's the reason why I lived until now looking young as ever, I stated as I look at the state of the two kingdoms. There's only 3 kingdoms in your time, right my lady? Yup. In order for us to be one again we need Violet to restore the peace that was broken because of the 2 princes, I said as I look at the portrait of myself in his study. Did Princess Joshua's brother loves Lady Violet? Yup. Even though I'm with him through his hard times, he chose her. But who am I to judge? I had known the relationship between Joshua and Violet. I tend to act calm at all times, but now, as I kept recalling the past, the more my heart broke at my unrequited love. It's okay my lady, He's blind for not knowing your greatness. I smiled a little at his compliment. I may be great, but Violet is the greatest of all greatest. Even the royal families of the Three Kingdom acknowledge her. There's no doubt that everyone likes her. But my lady, do you know how to fight? He asked me some absurd question. I turn around to face him. Why, I'm afraid that something will happen to you in the near future. I'm just asking. What if you'll be banished from the kingdom? How will survive the attacks of the rogues? He explained. I know how. Don't worry. Did you forget that I have magic? I explained, making him feel at ease. I'm just trying to protect you. You're the root of the familiar Tresor. Without your greatness our family won't be known until now, he stated as I nod. It's getting late. I need to go and rest, I said as he nodded. I then went out from the room and went to mine. Harry Winchester. It's been more than 800 years since we've met, and my feelings for you never had wither. The kingdom of Meloidia, the biggest kingdom in history, and the reason why it was split into half because Harry banned himself in the kingdom, blaming because of Violet's death. He built himself a castle in the lower kingdom and claimed it as his and named it Mouseike. This was never mentioned in the history books because I've hidden everything related to the birth of this kingdom. It's best this way. Amelia, don't ever go inside this room, okay? I hear some friends coming and I don't want them to know I have an older illegitimate sister, Veronica said as she pointed the tea room. Do you think that I would go to that room? Don't worry, I won't, I said as she nodded and went inside to decorate. Probably. I must curse the fourth generation of this family for not teaching the kids some manners, and now it lead to the personality of Veronica. I felt ashamed that I'm related to her. I decided to walk to the garden, strolling. All of me loves all of you, Tilda. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfection. What a nice familiar voice. I followed the voice and I almost fell down at a familiar face. Harry? I stuttered as I look at the person. They may don't have the same hair, but his face and voice says otherwise. Who are you? How do you know that name? He asked me as my knees felt numb. No. Harry died. I've seen it in my own two eyes in his castle. Did he perhaps reincarnate? But how could he remember his past name? Clarice, is that you? He exclaimed after examining my face for the past 10 minutes. Are you really Harry? Harry died. I had seen it in my own two eyes, I exclaimed. I know I died but reincarnated as a For. I'm Christian For now, he causally said, and I flinched at the sudden surname. For as in Violet's family? I exclaimed as he nodded. Did she reincarnate? I asked him as he nods. Really? Have you met her? She's my sister, Anastasia. But she was hidden away from here. I think maybe a few years she'll return in back home. And she's Violet's reincarnation, which is unfair, he sadly said. But you can still love her as a sibling. I comforted him, trying to ignore the fact that my heart broke. We were having fun. He would always come and visit me in the mansion, never realizing that Veronica is holding back her anger from me. I've realized how much our relationship had improved. My feelings for him grew and grew every day. I never had thought that he had the same feelings for me. Amelia, how could I not notice how great you are? He suddenly asked me as we look in the sky. I blinked my eyes at his sudden words and chuckled. Really? Of course you couldn't see. Your eyes are set for Violet, I said, and look at the sky. But I'm serious. If I had known my oblivious feelings for you when you're by my side. What if I chose you over Violet? Will she not die? Will we have not meet a tragic fate? He asked me as he held my hand firmly. Harry, I couldn't finish my words when he suddenly kissed me passionately. I close my eyes and kiss him back. I felt like I'm in cloud 9, but the feeling didn't last long. I think for 2 months later, my tragic fate had come. Veronica, what are we doing here? I asked her, who kept dragging me and Ellen somewhere. I've found a nice spot to have a picnic. You have our food, right? We need to have a siblings time, she said as we arrive in the beautiful yellow meadow full with magnificent flowers. Now Alan, set up the place and we need to eat and play games, she exclaimed as we nodded and followed her orders. We're playing along with her game she wanted until we ate. I prepared the food. It was going perfectly fine when Alan all of a sudden fainted. Brother? Yeah. What did you put in that food? She scolded me as she tried to wake Alan up. I was lost at words, and all of a sudden their parents arrive. Of course they were a shock, especially their mother who hated me so much. What did you put in the food? You little WRNCH. She cursed at me. She continued to scold me as I was frozen in my place. I remembered that I didn't put anything weird in the food. Me and Veronica are fine. Why? I look around to see a mischievous look at Veronica. I widened my eyes as she continued to care for his brother. If only I could use my magic to heal him, but I won't use it in here. Many are watching. We need to report it to the king. She needs to be punished for harming the future prime minister. Their mother stood up as she then carried his own son and went to report the king. Probably. Father, I'm sorry Amelia, he responded as he nodded and followed their mother shortly, leaving me and Veronica alone. Are you insane? I scream at her as she smirky up. And didn't I told you don't go in my way? She said as I scoff. I didn't. I went to the opposite direction as you. I defended myself. This is a damn BTCH. Did she inherit this personality to her mother? Our family isn't like this. Dating Christian means going in my way, she explained as my gaze wavered. What? Look, he came to me first. I told her TSK. I know you seduced him seeing how you act cute in front of him, she responded. So? Is that the reason why you harm your brother? Just to frame me? I ask her. I would do anything for me to be with Christian, even it means killing you or my brother, she said as she went to follow her family. How is she a psychopath? Where did my family lineage go wrong? Where did I go wrong? Come to think of it, they're not my family anyways. My inheritor is my adopted son. Is this where did they inherit that kind of personality? I kept thinking so hard, until I am here in the palace court charging me to attempted murder to the future prime minister. You shall be banned from the kingdom. And you shall no longer be a dresser, the queen said as I nearly choked in her words. Banning myself as a dresser? Are they insane? I'm the root of their greatness, my queen. Anything but be no longer a dresser, the current head begged. Of course he should, or I'll erase the family until they're forgotten. Okay. But you must no longer make your appearance in this kingdom again, the queen said as I nodded and casually left the kingdom. That's when I saw him in the gates of the kingdom waiting for me. Clarice. Christian. Marry Veronica, it's the only way to protect anyone, I said, and he seems shocked in my statement. But she'll kill me or Alan just to have you. Just endure it until I came back with Violet's magic intact, I said as I hugged him one last time. I love you only, remember that, I said as he hugged me tight as I went back to my home in Versailles. Living to blend with the people in the kingdom. Chapter 52 = Her true colors = Veronica Kate Dresser. I am the perfect daughter in my younger years. Everyone adored me. Everyone had high hopes for me. They even guessed what title I'll be in the future. Whether I'll be the Duchess of Fur or a crown princess. It's not like I hate being a princess, but I had feelings for someone. He is the future Duke of Fur, Christian Fur. He is sweet and caring and also a genius. I've loved him since we were still 6, since our family are friends. We always crossed paths. I hoped that we could be together. No, I know we'll be together. Even the kingdom's fortune teller says so, that we are meant to be. I did everything just to make him love me. I even threatened the girls who liked him to back off, but I know that no girl other than me had been so close with him. But all my efforts were shattered because of a certain girl arrive in the family. It's only been a week and never had they met. He then falls in love with her. Amelia, the so-called dresser, came into our lives and broke our connection. I hated her. I did everything just to make him notice me, but all she did was stand in front of him and they started to hit off. Christian never even paid attention to me. We often talk, but he always doesn't mind me. Unlike his actions towards her. I'm jealous and mad at the same time. All my years of effort are gone. I then started to plan something to frame her, to make her go away in her own, to make them unable to meet. I'm a psycho. I know that, but the reason is because of her. If only she didn't arrive in the family, stole my father's love and Christian's love from me, this wouldn't have happened and she wouldn't have been banned from the kingdom. I plotted to frame her. I put some peanut powder in her food since Alan is the only one who's allergic to it. My plan is to frame her. I would do anything, even to kill my own brother, the future prime minister, just to have Christian. He knows me better than anyone, he's been with me the longest. If he didn't have feelings for me, why would he care? That's why I attempted to kill Alan, and the blame goes to Amelia, now that she's banned from the kingdom. I've been courted by Christian. Maybe he had heard that she committed a grave sin. I've been happy, super, but it was all shattered when his younger sister changed. He started to take care of her 2x more than what he did to her in the past. But I didn't let it bother me since Anastasia's been acting weird since her accident. Not until she was known as the reincarnation of the queen, the person who can only control the butterflies, which has the musical attributes that couldn't be counted. Even I am the Duchess. Everyone would come to my parties just to ask about her. Even Christian spends more time than me. And so, I've plotted to destroy her. From the appearance of Christina, triggering her curse, the breakup of her and Prince Alex, everything that made things difficult for her, it's all my doings. Do you know how I've suffered when she performed in the Queen's birthday? Every noble would always praise me for being a relative of a newborn prodigy. Not because I'm the Duchess or talented nor beautiful, it's because I'm related to her. My grudge for her grew, and there I attempted the greatest plan of all. I never had intention to kill her. That's when Selena came up to me and asked for an alliance since she heard I hated her best friend. I thought that it's going exactly as planned, not until Selena backed out and died instead of her. Anastasia had a great impact to everyone, and I decided my second attack, in her school in the bathroom. I've planted something for her to be dead, not until someone interrupted. Instead of her being dead, she was kidnapped. That influenced everyone in the two kingdoms. She's just a student while I'm the Duchess. Why is it always her? I'm home. I snapped out of my thoughts when Christian came home. I then fakely smiled widely. Honey, how's the search going? Did you already find her? I asked him as I got out from my room, but what I faced made my heart hurt. He ignored me. We've been married for years now. He even won't let me be pregnant his child, maybe because he can't forget her. My heart then turned pitch black. I had no choice but to act. I'll do anything, even it means I'll kill the Queen and King, I thought as I went back to the house of Dresser and went to my room. Went to my secret basement and grabbed the pitch black book with dark red carvings and smirk. Anastasia for, don't blame me on what will happen in the near future. Chapter 53 == Tragedy == Amelia Clarice Dresser. The picture in Chapter 49 is her current face to not get caught, and this is her original face as the First Lady, Crystal Jane David. She wasn't been found yet? I asked Luke as he came back from the search. I wanted to come and help, but Joshua won't let me in case I'll be hurt. Where could she have been hidden? Joshua said as he entered the room with an unexplainable face. Now I want to praise the kidnapper for successfully hidden her, Luke stated as I sigh. Where could she have been? It's been weeks since she's been missing and we don't even have leading clues yet. Even the whole kingdom is finding her, but no avail. The four kingdoms had conducted a search for her but none had been successful. Did she perhaps been dragged back to Earth? Wait. Why didn't I think of that? What if the kidnapper brought her back to Earth? I exclaimed. As I said those, the two then cracks up, maybe because of my absurd guess. Why? We haven't found her since she was gone. Isn't it normal to think she's been dragged to Earth? I explained as they continued to laugh at me. Crystal, there's no one left in this time that has magic. If someone has magic we should have found her by now, Luke told me while holding her laughter. But I'm serious. If she's in the kingdom, how come we haven't found her yet? Don't you think it's weird? I told them again, and this time their laughter died down. We need to get to her mother to ask on how to get to the other world. After all, she swapped the souls of her daughter and Annie, I said, and went out and froze in my spot at the site. Crystal, what's wrong? I heard the two said. I slowly pointed outside while looking at it in horror. What in the world? What happened here? The two of them had mixed expressions. I'm here frozen in my spot, don't know what happened in the past 30 minutes when we're in the room. Everything is in chaos. Everything turned dark, all the music was gone, the kingdom is full of rose thorns and the cloud is red. Who would do such a thing? I stated as I looked for the main route and widened my eyes to see the house of Four. Guys, the Four household, I exclaimed and went to the direction as the two followed me. We traveled in the city to see the whole house being destroyed and the people is nowhere to be seen. What the hell had happened? I thought again as we opened the door in the Four household and froze at our sight. Duchess, I stuttered as I looked at the devil-like Duchess in front of me. What took you so long? My hostages, she stated, and before we can even react, blackout. The last thing I saw before I was out is the Duchess' evil aura. Anastasia, where are you? Anastasia for Anastasia, where are you? I opened my eyes at the familiar desperate voice. Then the door was slammed open to see Amelia with a fear look. Anastasia. Veronica made her move in the kingdom, she told me as I froze. We need to act fast now, she said as I then quickly grabbed my stuffs and placed it in my bag. Lady Amelia, let's go, I said as she nodded. I called my butterflies to give us a lift to our kingdom. But when we got there I almost passed because to what had happened the Foz household. Anastasia, your home, Lady Amelia said as we look at my home. Mom, Dad. Everyone, I hope you're okay, I thought as I requested my butterfly to fly us to my home in the entrance. Thank you, I said as they fly away to safety. Let's go inside, Lady Amelia said, but I stop her. I don't have magic, I told her as she smiled at me. Yes you have, find it deep in your heart, she said as she held my hand and we opened the door. I nearly passed out because to what had happened. I look around and found something that made my heart dark. Crystal, Luke, Joshua, I thought as I saw them being imprisoned by rose thorns. Even at the sight of it made me go mad. Anastasia, we can't have you go berserk, Lady Amelia said as I nod. Veronica, show yourself, I yelled. I'll defeat her and place her in the royal cell. No, in the prisoner's cell, where she'll live for the rest of her life for doing countless sins. She needs to pay the price for framing and using people. She made the wrong enemy. I'll fight her even it means I'll activate my curse. Even I'll kill myself, just to have her defeated. So my bait is working. Welcome you to Chapter 54 The magic of the cursed child I look up and saw Veronica. I couldn't wait for to rot in prison. I could feel my heart burning in anger. Oh, Lady Anastasia, are you angry? Feel the magic of my great ancestor, of the magic of Lady Amelia Clarice, she said, and I look at Lady Amelia who's feeling uneasy. That's not my magic, it's yours, Anastasia, she said as I widened my eyes. Huh? My magic? Ask her as she lowered her head. That's Violet's forbidden magic book. I took it away from her because she'll destroy the whole kingdom. The only thing to defeat dark magic is you, Lady Anastasia, she said as she looked at me in the eye. I don't have magic, I told her. Indeed, in this lifetime, but that's your magic. You can control it, she said as I look in front of me and saw Veronica smiling her heads off. Veronica, that's forbidden magic. The kingdom will be destroyed if you use it, I told her as she gave me a cunning look. That's what I'm doing. I'll eliminate everything, just so I have your brother's love, she said as she showed us a vine that wrapped my brother and parents alongside with my friends. My brother likes someone else. Veronica, why are you forcing him to stay with an unhappy marriage? I yelled again as she suddenly stopped talking, and gave me a scary look. Unhappy? I gave him everything. Why is he unhappy? Isn't because that I'm not Amelia? That's why he's unhappy? I'm a million times better than that girl, she said and pointed at Lady Amelia who is just standing in her place, cause if she moves she dies. She placed trap magic in it. Except my mine. Give it up now, Anastasia, or feel my wrath, she said, and the briar thorns rose up from her back. I don't want to fight. Please, Veronica, I yelled again as she sighed. So we will just be yelling and yelling again? You know my answer, Anastasia. Fight or die, she said as I sigh. I don't want to fight, I yelled, and with it her eyes turned red and casted her magic unto me. Anastasia, is the last thing I heard before I completely pass out. I cannot fight her. I'm floating in a dark place, no light or everything. I hate violence. I have magic, but I cannot cast it freely. I cannot kill her. She once was nice to me. Is that all fake? She being nice to me when I transported back home fake? Is she the person who killed Selena? Anastasia. Someone called. I look around and saw no one. I'm still alone, but someone called me again. Who's there? I ask, hoping the person can hear. I'm Violet. I'm you. I froze in my spot as I look around to find her. Where are you? I called out. I'm this dark place. I'm your consciousness. The only way to defeat that magic is you, she said as I sigh. But I'm just me. No magic. I'm not you, I said and lowered my head. Indeed you're not me, but being yourself can bring magic. You have my genes, find it and restore peace in the kingdom, she said again as I sigh. But her magic is too powerful. Believe in yourself. Nothing is more powerful than feelings. Author's Poff. Anastasia. Amelia screamed as she saw Anastasia being crushed by Veronica's thorns. You're next, Amelia, Veronica said as face towards the girl. Veronica, who are you? You're not a dresser, Amelia yelled, making Veronica felt uneasy. Me? Not a dresser? Are you sure? Maybe it's you, Veronica said, making Amelia furrowed her brows. I don't know where my family go wrong, but I'm Amelia Clarice, the first lady of the house dresser, Amelia said as she transformed back to her original face, making Veronica smile evil. That's better. I can kill you right away and I'll replace you as the first lady, Veronica evilly said. but Amelia knows that all she gotta do is provide time for Anastasia to wake up. And then Veronica casted her magic onto her just like what she did to Anastasia, but Amelia easily dodges. I wonder how will you feel that you'll die by your own magic, Veronica said as she kept attacking her. She wanted her dead, and replace her as the first lady to her future children. Flames of hell, Amelia casted to her, but there's no damage since the briars protected Veronica. That's not my magic. You need to stop Veronica before you'll be absorbed in everlasting darkness, Amelia warned her, but Veronica only scoffed. Don't lie to me. I'll use this magic to rule over the 4 kingdoms, she exclaimed, making Amelia felt anxious, but she needs to buy time for Anastasia. And while Amelia is deep in thoughts, Veronica used this opportunity to attack, which is a successful hit. Amelia held longer. Don't turn your head when we are in a fight, First Lady, Veronica said as she kept attacking her. Amelia couldn't close her eyes, cause if she do, Veronica will kill Anastasia while she's still unconscious. She needs to hold on. I'll let you know that Christian is mine, Veronica said as she tried to perform a big spell, and Amelia's eyes widened knowing that this spell can destroy not herself but the entire kingdom. Bye-bye. Amelia widened her eyes as she recognized the magic that hit Veronica in the face. You sinner. You must rot in hell. Amelia smiled knowing that her hard work is paid off. She recognized the magic. Anastasia, save the kingdom, she said to her last breath. Having a small chance to survive. Violet's god magic. It's over. We won. Chapter 55 = Final battle = Violet's god form and assume that her hair is white and purple eyes. Thanks. Author's Poff. You, Veronica said as she looked at the person who attacked her and smirked. So Anastasia is awake, Veronica sneered. As Anastasia only looked at her in an expressionless face. We need to end this, Veronica stated as she then started to glow. I'll use this magic to kill you once and for all, Veronica evilly said. But Anastasia knew better, that her magic can nullify everything. There's a reason why Violet is known throughout the continent, not just about her musical attributes but also wielded the god magic and demon magic that never have seen for thousands of years. The chaos curse that everyone is afraid of is just a mask to cover the greatest magic in the universe, and it's a secret only that Violet, Anastasia, Amelia and the current 4 knows. Death of Thorns Veronica casted onto her, but Anastasia didn't waver and face it head on. She knew her magic better. Other than a girl who stole the forbidden book to learn it. Nullified, she muttered, and the attack is gone. Veronica, I have given you dozens of chances to surrender. I don't want to hurt anyone, Anastasia calmly said. TSK. Don't act so highly because you've had a breakthrough of your magic. I will kill you and you'll disappear in the world, Veronica yelled, making Anastasia sigh loudly. I admire your ambition. But sadly you made enemies with someone you shouldn't have, she also calmly said. If she lost posture of calmness, her dark magic will take over and wipe out the entire continent. One reason why Violet is known, because she's the mother of magic who can use all types of it. I'll give you another chance to make things right. Surrender or be gone to this world, she told her, making Veronica flinch at the sudden voice of her enemy. I'll never surrender. I've framed Amelia, I've defeated the whole kingdom. I've gone this far not to be stopped by someone like you, she screamed, making Anastasia sigh again, losing count of how many sighs she let out this day. She knew that Veronica doesn't goes back in her own words and also very stubborn. But she's a citizen in the kingdom. Even though she hates her for framing Amelia, for killing her best friend. But she's a citizen. She has rights to live in this world. Just then, Anastasia froze Veronica so she can't interfere in her chantings. I don't have any other choice, Anastasia told her as she closed her eyes and started to chant some ancient magic. To restore the kingdom, to restore all injured and to save her family. Amelia knew that everything is over as she heard the chantings of Anastasia. Restore the whole continent, Amelia muttered, saying the words that Anastasia casted in their language version, and a split second everything went back to normal. Even her injuries are restored. They've won the battle, and she can live happily now. Lady Amelia Clarice Dresser. I smiled widely as everyone went back to normal. We did it. Violet, Anastasia. Thank you. Amelia. I turn around to see Christian rushing up to me and gave me a big hug. I've missed you, he whispered, making me blush. Who are you? Why didn't I saw you in the kingdom even once? Crystal asked as she eyed me, making me smile lightly. I'm Amelia Clarice Dresser, the first lady of the house Dresser, I introduce as everyone widened their eyes and look at me in admiration. Clarice? The Amelia Clarice. I thought you've died, Joshua exclaimed as I gave him a hug, making me smile. Some things happened that led me to live until in this era, and I'm glad that you've remembered me, Josh, I said, and scratched my neck and look around in a place completely restored. That's when I saw Anastasia falling from the sky. I widen my eyes and rush up to her. Anastasia. Cloudy bed. I casted as her body landed in my clouds. I commanded to go in my direction. Everyone widened their eyes as they saw her unconscious body. Anastasia, are you okay? Luke suddenly said as he grabbed her hand to check in her pulse. I can't hear her pulse. Chapter 56 The final performance Authors Poff. It's a wonderful day today. The seats in the grand stadium is full every year, to watch the greatest performance performed by the graduating students at the Musical Magic Academy. It's not just that. It's because they wanted to see a performance of the century. Seeing how will this performance be like? Excited, both the kings and queens of the Four Kingdoms are here to watch. The Four Kingdoms have been good in terms ever since the berserk of the former Duchess of Four, and of course the current, it's none other than Amelia herself. The king accepted her back from the kingdom for saving everyone. And she's now here. Of course she's already pregnant, knowing how Christian Four loves her. I can't wait to see how they prepare this event. Analyze for the mother of Anastasia Four, who has an anonymous background, stated, it's gonna be grand knowing how everyone felt about the incident. The Queen of Meloidia, Queen Joanna, stated, the two families have been close ever since they heard about the incident, and also, they want to present the best and honor an excellent student. Lady Selena Emmys Amelia stated as everyone agreed. Emily, the original heroine, has changed ever since her sister died. She's been nice to everyone and just faking it. And her relationship with the prince is very magnificent. It seems Prince Alex surrendered to Prince Luke to be Anastasia's fiancé, and of course as a heroine Emily loves him wholeheartedly. Hey, I heard what happened to Lady Anastasia. So young. Yet she sacrificed herself for us. She showed us bravery, and yet we mocked when she's young. Hearing the people's comments, Christian sighed loudly, knowing what happened to his sister in the war. It is such a heartbreaking sight. Chris, it's okay. If you act like Anastasia will be sad, Amelia comforted him. If only I have my magic that time she wouldn't be in that state, he sadly said and silently sobbed. But Amelia hugged him. It's not your fault. Anastasia did what's best for everyone. She comforted her. Everyone, today is the day where us will entering the life of the real world. Hearing those words, everyone's attention directly went to the center. A world where we will grow what we want to be, and our path towards our dreams starts now. Christian smiled as the lights suddenly went off, remembering Anastasia's first stage in the Queen's birthday. And as a celebration in entering the high society, we will grant everyone a performance to remember. And with that, upbeat sounds started to play. Everyone is excited to the point that their hearts are beating so fast. Let me hear you sing. The crowd went quiet as a familiar angel-like voice suddenly sang. Sing it together louder than ever. Forget everything, just sing. The big curtain suddenly opened as everyone is ordered the preparations. They saw Anastasia in a white long dress. She's like an angel right now. Wait, let me rephrase that. She's an angel every day. Then colorful butterflies started to appear, making everyone felt excited. Just sing like it's what we've been missing, and they're gonna listen. Listen. Lady Crystal then started to join her. Their voices are so beautiful, like the sun. Forget everything, just sing. And then the sad music stops and turned into an upbeat up. Anastasia tore her skirt as Crystal did the same as they started to dance together. Wow. Moves of an angel's. Slowly everyone gathered as Crystal lead the troupe as Anastasia went missing. But the truth is she changed the scenery into a big ballroom using her magic. And the music stopped and the lights went off for a second. And I will always love you. Everyone was awed to hear such familiar voice. They looked at the side and saw Emily singing with all her heart out. As the hip-hop dancers exit the stage and change into ballroom dancer. I will always love you. As everyone's attention turned to a specific side to see Prince Alex with a bouquet of roses. Oh, 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 he sang as he went closer to her. I will always love you. I will always love you. Prince Alex then asked her to a dance as they are dancing with the others, with a sweet and beautiful melody of the violins continue to play. I will always love you, Tilda. I will always love you. They sang in sync, making the audience applaud to their beautiful ballad song. Some even cried at the beautiful scenery. I do the same thing that I tell you I never would. I told that I'd change, even I know I never could. I know that I never find somebody else as good as you. As Emily and the Prince's group went out, everyone could hear Prince Luke's voice ringing in the stadium. I need you to stay, stay, need you to stay, hey oh. And then Joshua then came and sang, and of course while thinking of Crystal. When I'm away from you, I miss your touch, ooh, you're the reason I believe in love. It's been difficult for me to trust, ooh, and I'm afraid that I'ma fuck it up. Ain't no way that I can leave you stranded, 'cause you ain't never left me empty-handed, and you know that I can't live without you. So, baby, stay. Two voices that stood out in the stage. I do the same thing that I tell you I never would. I told that I'd change, even I know I never could. I know that I never find somebody else as good as you. I need you to stay, need you to stay, stay oh. The lights then went out, giving the spotlight to a covered picture by the wall. We don't hope for making things better. All we want is to keep it together. The covered clothes slowly then uncovered, and everyone started to get teary to see a portrait of Selena. And beside her is Anastasia strumming her guitar as she sang, her famous magical guitar. Every day is a rainy day, no changing the weather. This kind of life has made our hearts as hard as leather. As she strummed, her hands and her voice heard by everyone, her words that are meaningful. And all these tears are from the dust in our eyes, and all these years just keep on passing us by. Emily then started to sing as she stood beside Anastasia. No one expected this. Is like a duet that no one had imagined. The heroine and her villainess are singing together, is a sight to see. And all this misery makes it hard to deny. We all know that we're just born to die. That's the way it goes, when you're just born to die. Crystal then joined the batch, as she and Emily started to sing, leaving Anastasia strum the guitar. All these tears are from the dust in our eyes, and all these years just keep on passing us by. And all this misery makes it hard to deny. We all know that we're just born to die. 'Cause we all know that we're just born to die. That's the way it goes, when you're just born to die. The two girls stopped singing as Prince Alex and Joshua came in stage, and they started to dance, leaving Anastasia singing all her heart out. Too emotional that tears started to drop from her eyes, as a sad bunch of butterflies also dance around. She stopped strumming and snapped her fingers, and the lights went off. Let me hear you sing, sing it together louder than ever. Forget everything, just sing like it's what we've been missing. And they're gonna listen. Listen. The same song at the intro, as the background changed turn into the gates of school. Seeing Luke sang first. You think you've got to hide it, don't keep it on the shelf. Let your waist start moving, watch the way I do it, see me do it like nobody else. Entering Prince Alex with some backup dancers, everyone is ordered the performance presented by the graduating students. If we sing it all together, if we sing it all as one, it's louder than yourself. All together everyone. Everybody's looking. Watch the way we do it, 'cause we do it like nobody else. Entering the two soon-to-be couples, Joshua and Crystal, with a big smile. Let me hear you sing. Don't you stop it. Don't you fight it. Let me hear you sing. If you got it, can't deny it. Let me hear you. It's waiting for you already. You know that you do it like nobody else. The students on stage all sang together. It was such a harmonious sight. Just sing it together, louder than ever. Forget everything. Just sing like it's what we've been missing. And they're gonna listen. Listen. Forget everything. Let me hear you. Luke entered the stage with Emily. The two sang with each other. Hey, I've been right here where you stand in. I've been standing on the ground, and the walls are caving in. All the walls are falling, but my lips start moving with the soul I put into it. And you've never heard it done like this. Just then, a familiar voice was heard, and petals started to rain as butterflies are flying as Anastasia magically entered on stage. Let me hear you sing. Don't you stop it. Don't you fight it. Let me hear you sing. If you got it, can't deny it. Let me hear you. It's waiting for you already. You know that you do it like nobody else. Everyone sang together on stage. All graduating students are now one. Just sing it together, louder than ever. Forget everything. Just sing like it's what we've been missing. And they're gonna listen. Listen. Forget everything. Everyone presented look at the performance in awe. their eyes sparkling. "See, I told you that this performance is one of a kind," Amelia stated as everyone agreed. "Let me hear you sing." "Let me hear you. Let me hear you sing. Yeah, let me hear you sing. I want you to sing from your soul. I want you to reach with your elbows." "Let me hear you. Let me hear you sing. It's waiting for you already. You know that you do it like nobody else." Luke had lead this stanza as everyone on stage second voiced. "Just sing. Sing it together. Louder than ever. Ever. Forget everything. Just sing like it's what we've been missing." And they're gonna listen. Listen. Forget everything. "I think this performance is a lot better than ours years ago," Prince Draco stated as the royal family look at the performance with such smiling faces. "Just sing. Sing it together. Louder than ever. Ever. Forget everything. Just sing like it's what we've been missing." And they're gonna listen. Listen. Forget everything. Just sing. "Don't forget that the center of it is our sister-in-law," Kurt explained, making the Foz and Bleals laugh. "Sing it together. Louder than ever. Ever. Forget everything. Just sing like it's what we've been missing." And they're gonna listen. Listen. Forget everything. Everyone went quiet as Anastasia magically appeared her guitar as she soloed the last part, since she's the top student and the savior. "Just sing." Everyone applauded at the performance as the student bowed to them in respect. Chapter 57 = Fated Love = Author's Pof. "I found a love for me, darling. Just dive right in and follow my lead." Everyone in the kingdom sat as they watched with one of the greatest weddings in the century. "Well, I found a girl, beautiful and sweet." "Oh, I never knew you were the someone waiting for me." "Of course it will be special." "Why?" "Because their singer right now are none other than Anastasia herself." "'Cause we were just kids when we fell in love, not knowing what it was. I will not give you up this time." "But darling, just kiss me slow." "Your heart is all I own, and in your eyes you're holding mine." Prince Alex entered the church with his wedding suit that made him look glamorous as ever, waiting for his bride to enter. And of course everyone is invited. "Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. When you said you looked a mess, I whispered underneath my breath, but you heard it. Darling, you look perfect tonight. Just geez." After their graduation they quickly got wed, maybe because they wanted to show off with Luke and Anastasia. "Well, I found a woman, stronger than anyone I know. She shares my dreams. I hope that someday I'll share her home. I found a love to carry more than just my secrets, to carry love, to carry children of our own." Many had entered, from the bridesmaid, groomsmen and also some cute flower girls. As for the maid of honor and best man, Wheel, the two is the singer of the day, since the original singers suddenly got sick and it was a late decision. "We are still kids but we're so in love, fighting against all odds. I know we'll be alright this time. Darling, just hold my hand, be my girl, I'll be your man. I see my future in your eyes." Entering the bride, Lady Emily Emmys Crystal announces. As everyone anticipated at the bride's entrance, Lady Emily slowly walked down the aisle with her parents. And this is one of the scenes that Anastasia wanted to see the most. "Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. When I saw you in that dress, looking so beautiful, I don't deserve this. Darling, you look perfect tonight. I do. I do." Hearing their I do's made everyone's heart flutter. Anastasia couldn't stop smiling. Not only she saved the kingdom, she saved the universe to be collapse. But the only thing she'll do now is sing. Sing forevermore. No, no, no. She looked at the couple as they started to exchange rings and thought, what if she'll exchange rings with the one she loved? "Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. I have faith in what I see. Now I know I have met an angel in person, and she looks perfect. I don't deserve this. You look perfect tonight." But the only thing she can do for now is sing as she saw the two couples sealing their love with a kiss. "Rejoice to our King and Queen of Mouseike, King Alexander and Queen Emily, Crystal Jane David." I look at the bright moon in front of me. What a perfect night. It's Emily's and Alex's wedding, the main couple of the story, and this is the ending of it. It's been a month since our graduation and of course I'm top 6. Anastasia can't accompany now since she was the singer of the party, and hence here I am, in the balcony staring at bright moon, holding the wine in my hand. Crystal. I turned to look back and saw Joshua with a bright smile as she head towards me. Hey Josh, why are you out here? I asked him as he gave me a smile. It feels suffocating inside, and since Luke can't entertain me since he is busy cheering off Anastasia, he stated as he scratched his back neck, and I chuckled at his words. You know how clingy that guy is, I told him, and sat at the balcony. You'll fall, he said as he held my hands. I gave him a reassuring smile. You're here, right? You'll hold on to me when I fall? I asked him as he nodded and gave me a hug. Let's get married, he whispered, bringing shivers in my whole body. I quickly pushed him away and I could feel that my cheeks are heating up. What? He gave me a smile as he held back my hand. Crystal, my lady, he stated, and kissed my right hand. I thought that if only I chase after Anastasia, I can obtain true love even though she loves someone else, but then you came into my life and showed me what love is, he said, and held my two hands tightly. I love you. Both your first and second life, he told me as I cringe in his words. I love you too, I respond. He then slowly leaned onto me. This is our first true love kiss in this life, Crystal, he muttered and gave me a kiss under the moonlight. Chapter 58 = Resurrected Girl = Congratulations, Alex and Emily. I happily said thanks Anastasia, and thank you for being our singer, Emily stated as I laugh awkwardly. So Emily, are you excited later? I asked her while giving her a teasing vibe. She suddenly turned red, probably picking up what I meant. Anastasia, she screamed, making me laugh at her cuteness. Of course she's ready, Anna, and besides she'll bore my child. Alex then butted him and placed his hands on her shoulders, making Emily explode out of embarrassment. So, see you two later. Gotta go back to my lover. I waved them goodbye as they nod. It's been 4 months since the last war, and Veronica is finally rotted in jail. The Tresor family has been led by Alan, of course, and I believe that he soon won't be finding love soon. Since Selena died, I've gotten control with my magic. Seriously, god magic? It's insane. I still remember the first time I used it, and I nearly died because I ran out of mana. Luckily Sister Amelia is there to give me some. It can help me live. I think they said that I've been unconscious half a month. I couldn't believe it, but the calendar couldn't lie. Our life has been peaceful. We are all cool with each other now. I still couldn't believe that the story has ended, but we knew better than anyone that this is no longer a fantasy world but a real world. The world where me and Luke will spend our life with Anna. I was cut off from my thoughts when someone called me. I turned to look in the sides to see Luke smiling at me. Why, you're here? Not enjoying the party? I asked him as I gave him a hug. You're so dazzling on stage a while ago, he told me as I silently laughed at his remarks. Anastasia, when will you come to the palace? He asked me as I smiled and stared up at him. Seriously, the story is finished and yet I didn't even grow tall. Soon, Luke, soon. And doesn't your mother hates me? I asked him as he gave me a really look. My mum is quite intimidating, but she actually likes you and she's sorry when she actually tries to set you up with my brother, he told me as I lean on him more. But I'm still shy. We haven't formally met everyone, I told him as he gave me a reassuring smile. Don't worry, everyone loves you. You're Anastasia, for after all, the goddess of music. I gave him a light punch at his joke. My name is known throughout the land as the savior of the continent. Seriously. And here I am, where everyone appointed me as the goddess of music in all of the 4 kingdoms. What if they'll be scared at me? I asked him. He has met my family, but I haven't met his formally. Sure, we've briefly made contact in our graduation day, and also the final performance, but that's it. Why would anyone be scared at this cute appearance? He asked me while pinching my cheeks hard. Luke, stop, I calmly said as he stopped. Also, I rubbed my cheeks. Geez. How can he left such wound in my milky skin? Don't you worry, Anna, they won't bite. Just be yourself and trust me, they're chaotic as you think, he assured me. I know, and you're the number one. I snickered at his dissatisfied expression. He then patted my hand and bent his body in the same level as mine. Everyone will accept you. Don't worry, he stated as I sigh loudly and nod. I'm anxious. Really? Doesn't mean I'm the goddess of music. Everyone will love me and accept me into their family. But it's not easy. Well, I'm lucky that Luke is here with me, but what about the others? I think some will be scared of me seeing how I easily defeated the monster who destroyed the kingdoms. But I don't know why the population is still the same. It's clearly that many have died. Wait, Is this the reason why I almost died? I resurrected everyone. That doesn't make bang. I turned to look and saw the door has been opened and I was shocked at the person. Selina, Alan Jade Tresser, it's your birthday today, my love. I thought as I look at the bright moon in one of the balcony and sure, I've seen the two couples Crystal and Joshua kissing under the moonlight. I envy them. I still can't move on to the fact that Selina died. I guess I'll be the unmarried prime minister then. My heart can't accept anyone easily. Selina Shane is the only girl I ever love. I guess this is also one of the reasons why my ancestral grandmother is loyal to his husband until now. Alan, you're here? I turned to see ancestral grandmother. I bowed at her as she stood beside me thinking about Selina. She asked me as I sigh and nod. Her tummy is already 3 months now. Geez, brother Christian really misses her. You know it. I said and looked at her and showed a smile. There's no other girl that can make me feel like this, I continued. She gave me a sad smile. What will you do if Selina will be reborn again? She asked me as I blink my eyes at the sudden question. I'll love her, I'll look for her. I won't let her die again, I said as she gave me a small laugh. You know, I've met Selina before her death, she stated as I looked at her. Selina meet ancestral grandmother? She told me that to look after you. It seems she knows that she'll die. I frowned hearing that. It's not Anastasia's fault, it's clearly my sister's fault. She brainwashed Selina to try and kill Anastasia, because of jealousy. As I look at the sky, I widened my eyes when I heard a loud bang outside. Someone probably went inside uninvited. You know Alan, Selina is alive, ancestral grandmother said, and before I can ask her about that, my mind went blank. Selina. My heart skipped a beat as I heard Anastasia's words as I could hear her footsteps going to a certain direction. Go on. God gave a second chance, and with that I ran to the hall and my eyes suddenly went teary as I saw a golden-haired girl. Anastasia is hugging her as she hugs back. I turned to look at Emily, whose eyes suddenly went teary. Her eyes roamed until it came across mine. She looked at me and smiled, and with that I couldn't hold back as I rushed up to her. Tears started to flow from my eyes and gave her a tight hug. You're alive, I whispered in her ear, as she slowly hugged back. Thanked Anastasia. Her magic revived me, she whispered as she pulled back and wiped my tears. I'm back, Alan. I miss you. Chapter 59 = reunited = Selina is alive. Really? Really? As soon as I've been revived you'll go to Luke's kingdom? Selina stated as she pouted at me. Me and the gang are here in Alex's personal cafe, and she's here eating her favorite cake since she didn't taste it for more than a year. We've already planned this, and I never even thought that I revive you, I said and scratched my neck awkwardly. Actually, Lady Amelia kept a fragment of my soul. I was revived the very same day, she stated as we then blink our eyes. Why didn't you reach out to us then? Crystal asked her. I don't want to ruin the final performance, right? I'm the only one who didn't practice with you. So much for making that farewell song in the performance, Joshua stated as we agreed. But I'm happy that you all cared for me despite I'm dead to everyone, she cheerfully stated as we only look at her sadly. She may be revived, but there are some red cracks on a certain part of her body, to be specific in her legs, where had the most impact on her death. I couldn't leave her now. But Luke has been preparing for us to return to his kingdom. Selina, how about visiting in the kingdom? Luke's birthday is around the corner. Hearing those words everyone's eyes lighten. We're going to the palace of Meloidia again? Crystal exclaimed as I agreed. I took a look at Luke, who has a darkened expression, and I know why. Sorry Luke, we've agreed to celebrate the birthday, just the two of us only. No interruptions, not even his family can't enter. And here I am proposing to celebrate his birthday together with everyone. Okay. That's settled, Joshua exclaimed as Alan placed his hands on Luke's shoulders, cheering him up. Probably. So, I better pack. See you guys soon, I stated as I dragged Luke out with such a grouchy expression and ride the carriage. Why did you even invite them, he stated and pouted at me. Yeah, sorry. Selina is alive, shouldn't we at least bond? I asked him and hug his waist. But you promised me that only the two of us shall celebrate. I know, but Selina is begging me to stay in the kingdom. Shouldn't we at least let the gang come in your kingdom? I told him, but he never listened. Yeah. Luke, please, I beg him with my puppy eyes as he sighed and gave in, as he then hugged me. Okay. Selina Shane Emmers. I took a huge breath, as I stood in front of my parents' home. I didn't went home immediately as soon as I revive. I'm still not in good terms with them, so I stayed in Alan's place. Hey, sis, it's okay. I took a look at my sister Emily, who held my hand and smiled at me. I nodded as we entered our home. Welcome back, Lady Emily. And I waved at the head butler, who gave me such terrifying look. Lady Selina, he said as he started to look at me up and down. Welcome back, my lady, he said, and bowed at me as I curtsied. Is Mom and Dad inside? I asked him as he nodded and pointed at the dining room. I looked around and smiled. That's when I saw a huge picture of me in one of the hallways, and got to be honest, I'm touched. Mom, Dad, I have someone to meet you, Emily said as I slowly entered the dining room and smiled at my parents, who started to tear up. Selina, my baby mother said as she gave me a tight hug. How are you alive? Father asked me. Long story. Thanks to Anastasia, though, I explained as they hug. We missed you, they whispered as I started to tear up. Also, I miss you all too. Chapter 60 == meeting his family == Anastasia, wake up. I slowly opened my eyes and saw Luke's face with a big smile on. Have we arrived? I asked and let out a big yawn. Yeah, we have. It's been 2 years since I last came here, but the situation is completely different, I stated as Luke helped me got off the carriage. Baby brother Luke, little sister Anastasia, the two of us turned to look and saw Prince Kurt running towards us. The childish Prince Kurt. It's a disgrace for a royal to run off, Prince Draco said as he walked towards us. Elegantly, Prince Draco is a perfectionist, while Prince Kurt is too childish. As for Luke, he's such a serious guy. The royal siblings has different personalities. Brothers, Luke exclaimed as the brother Kurt suddenly gave him a tight hug. A childish prince indeed. Prince Draco, I heard that you're getting married after Luke's wedding, I said as he nodded. I am, and I await for you to become part of the family, he told me as I smiled. And by the way, little sister Anastasia, aren't you being too formal with us? Prince Kurt asked me as I blinked my eyes. What do you mean, Prince Kurt? I asked him. You're too formal. You should call both me and older brother Draco brothers, he exclaimed and pouted as I smiled awkwardly and looked at Luke begging him to help me, but instead, he gave off a vibe. Handle it yourself, making me turn gloomy. Is this what he said, that his family is chaotic? Brother Draco and brother Kurt, I awkwardly said as brother Kurt's eyes lightened. Baby bro is so lucky to have the goddess of music as his future wife, he exclaimed. This guy is being too much. By the way, brother, is mother and father inside? And speak of the darn devil. Luke had finally decided to speak up. They've been waiting for you too, since the news that you will be coming home, brother Draco said as Luke nodded and we went inside. Welcome back, Prince Luke and Lady For. I was amazed to the fact that every staff in the royal kingdom is here to greet us. What an entrance. Luke, Lady Anastasia. I look up and saw the king and queen in their thrones, as they slowly stood up and welcome us. Mother, Luke exclaimed. And did I mention how much a mama's boy he is? Lady Anastasia. Welcome to our kingdom, the king told me as I bowed at his presence. Please don't formally call me your majesty, after all, I'm Luke's girlfriend, I said and smiled widely. And please call us father and mother. In return, Anastasia, he said as I nodded. And Anastasia, this is my soon-to-be wife, Eurekarosi, brother Draco told me as he introduced me to his fiancée, and my gaze widened. Eurekarosi, this story's beautiful woman. Her name was mentioned in the story and I had always wondered when will I meet her. To think she's gonna be my future sister. I'm so excited. I look at her perfect baby blue hair. It was said that she is only not a beautiful person but also a lady who wields a sword. It's said that her voice can attract anyone. She's one of my favorite characters in the story, even though I've given up on trying to meet her because I've accepted this is not a story anymore. But to think I'll meet her now, it's such a thrilling day. Anastasia? I was cut off from my thoughts as I could feel everyone looked at me with worried eyes. I'm sorry. It's just Lady Rosie is such a beautiful lady, I bashfully said as I turned to look at Lady Rosie, whose face is red. I cannot believe that I'm being praised by my idol now. Draco. I'm not dreaming, right? I blinked my eyes as I saw her startedly getting panic. You're not. And I forgot the greatest thing. Sister Anastasia, Eureka likes you more than me, brother Draco seriously said, as I blinked my eyes again, trying to digest the words he just said. What? Anastasia, don't be shocked. But she has a room that is full of your portraits, Luke told me as he lowered his head, and I was sure I heard him said that his love is nothing compared to Lady Rosie's love for me. I'm so thrilled that Draco told me that you're dating baby brother Luke, who treats women as a disease, Lady Rosie excitedly told me as she rushed up to hold my hand. Really? Yes. And please don't talk formally to me. I even got mad at Draco for not telling me you're gonna be Luke's wife. But it's my dream to call me sister, she exclaimed and started to talk about her love for me. I turned to look at the royal family for help, but their faces told me it's no use stopping her. What did I got myself into? Chapter 61 == problem in early morning == Luke AltheaMarie0025 baby. I groaned lightly as I continued to dream about mine and Anastasia's future, when something I poking my cheeks. Who dares disturb my sleep? I slowly opened my eyes to see Anastasia poking my cheeks. Happy birthday my baby, she told me with a warm smile, making my heart react. Wait, I nearly forgot. Today is my birthday, baby, I said as I dragged her to bed, pinning her. I could see she slowly turned red instead of poking my cheeks. Why didn't you just kiss me? I teasingly asked her, expecting that she will be flustered, but instead she suddenly gave me a peck, making me off guard. I took a look at her smug expression. My darling, she suddenly said as she slowly got up and pinned me. I nervously gulped. I could see her smirking face as she leaned closer and closer when suddenly, slam. Luke, we've arrived. Are you still asleep? We came at the wrong time, someone suddenly said. I turned by the door and saw our friends with such teasing looks. It's still early morning, you two, Joshua told me while the others agreed. I could feel Crystal's scary aura along with Selina's. It's not what you're thinking, we're just playing. I tried to make an excuse and tried to got up, but to be stopped by Anastasia. It's what you're thinking, Joshua. Do you want to see how I control him? She seductively stated, making our friends have their jaws drop while I nervously gulped, and I swear that my heart is almost bursting. What did Anastasia eat so early in the morning to act like that? When she started to do her work, when suddenly, Anastasia, come here young lady. Crystal charges inside, dragging Anastasia away from me, making me breath in relief. Crystal, I'm just joking around, she pitifully said, making Crystal flustered at her actions. Since we all know, Crystal has a soft spot for her. Shut up. If I didn't drag you away from Luke, you could have done it in front of us, Crystal. It's still early in the morning for you to get mad at Anna, Selina stated as she went inside, snatching Anastasia from Crystal's grasp, embracing her tightly, making Crystal scoff in her words, seeing how Selina tightly embraced Anastasia. Selina, if I let her be, she would have eaten Luke in front of us, Crystal stated, gritting her teeth as she said those words. But even so, she's still Anna. She's a young girl with such a warm heart, Selina retorted. Us three gulped in fear as we saw the two girls arguing about Anastasia, who's clueless in their actions. Seriously, what did she consume while I'm still asleep? A ferocious lion like Crystal versus a venomous snake like Selina, arguing about the little butterfly who's supposedly deadly. I turned to look at their lovers for help, but until avoided my gaze. It seems that useless to stop those two. Sometimes I think that Selina loves Anastasia than me, Alan stated. Me neither, Joshua agreed as I chuckled at the two boys. What can I say? That my girlfriend is such attractive person, I cockily stated with a big smile. Excuse me, your highness. Is Lady Anastasia here? Someone said. I turned to look and saw the head maid with such worried look. Is this related to her strange behavior? Yeah, she is. Why? I'm sorry, but I need to borrow her because she accidentally consumed some Disidera potions. As I hear her words, I widen my eyes. What? How the hell she got those? I exclaim as the head maid sigh loudly. It's because she tried cooking for you but turned to a fail. So Prince Kurt advised her to get some potions instead of wasting food. That's when she mistook the food changer to the Disidera potion, and here she is, she explained as I sigh loudly, massaging my temples. Understood. Please leave us, I told her as she nodded and bowed at me before walking away. As she closed the door, I quickly turned to look at Anastasia, who's been dazed since a while ago. I took a huge deep breath before reclaiming her back from those two who's been fighting. Baby, let's go and get you cured, I told her, and carried her outside, and went to my daring brother Kurt. Brother Kurt is the genius alchemist in the continent and a top student in the Alchemy Academy in the Kingdom of Versailles. I slammed the door open to see Brother Kurt smiling brightly. I'm thrilled that my younger brother is here seeking for me early in the morning in his birthday, he exclaimed as soon as I entered. Brother, give me the antidote, I told him, holding back my temper. What happened to little sis? He worriedly asked. I'm pretty sure that brother knows the answer to that, I scurrily stated, making him flinch, probably realizing what I meant. So that's why some of my Desidera was missing. To think little sister consume it without knowing its effects, brother told me as he looked for some antidote. To think that little sister's desires are too extreme, he stated with such teasing tone. Brother. Chapter 62 == Birthday Bash == Authors Pof. Entering His Highness, 3rd Prince Luke Arthur and our goddess, Lady Anastasia. For everyone heard the announcer said as they looked at the entrance to see the couple gracefully entered the ballroom. Their friends looked at the two with such a happy look, as if they've forgotten the incident in such early morning. Happy birthday, Luke! Alex exclaimed as he left his kingdom to the dowagers to attend the birthday of his best friend. Happy birthday, Luke! Emily greeted also as they handed Luke their gifts. So Emily, is there any news about a child coming? Anastasia teasingly asked as she touched the tummy of the Queen of Meloidia. Come on. Don't be embarrassed when it comes to me. You don't know how Selena boasted that she will soon to be a niece, she exclaimed as Emily's face reddened. Anastasia, quit teasing the queen of the neighboring kingdom, Luke stated as he looked at his beloved as if she didn't got cured about the potion she consumed this morning. Fine. Since you're the star today, you need to go and greet some guests while I go play around. See ya! Anastasia exclaimed as she ran off to who knows where, making the three shook at their head at the childish goddess. Anastasia stopped in her tracks when she turned to look and saw Daniel. My best bud, Anastasia exclaimed as they shook hands. She turned to look at the side to see a cute girl cutely hiding at the back of Daniel. Daniel, who's the cutie? Anastasia asked as she waved at the girl. This is Dalika, my 15-year-old little sister, he introduced. Really? Who would have thought that Daniel Cruz is an older brother who has such a very cute sister? Anastasia exclaimed as she pinched his sister's chubby cheeks. Lady Anastasia, can we take a picture of the two us? Dalika cutely said, making Anastasia's heart jumped at its cuteness. Of course. Daniel took a picture of us, Anastasia stated as Danica gave her phone to Daniel, who grumpily took the phone and took a picture of the two before returning the phone from his sister. By the way, Anastasia, where's your hubby? I still haven't greeted him a happy birthday yet, Daniel stated. Luke is there receiving gifts from the nobles, Anastasia stated and pointed at the place where she left her lover to greet some guests. Thank you. Let's go, Dalika, Daniel said as he left with his sister to greet the birthday boy. As she was playing around, she came across with Crystal and Joshua, whose faces are very dull on the corner. What's wrong, guys? Did something happen? She asked the two. Anastasia, I'm pregnant, Crystal exclaimed, making the whole people in the ball looked at her in shock. Pregnant? As in there's baby inside your tummy right now? Anastasia exclaimed as she placed her ear in her best friend's tummy. You two need to be wed. Can I be the minister? Selena hit Anastasia's head to stop her from spouting nonsense. Congratulations, Crystal, Selena exclaimed and hugged Anastasia. Since you have a kid now, then I'll look after Anastasia, Selena teasingly said, making Crystal glared at her. But before Crystal could talk back, Anastasia was taken away from Selena's grasp. The group turned to look and saw the crown princess of Meloidia. Lady Eureka, stop spouting nonsense, because Anastasia will be staying in our kingdom, so I'll be the one to look after her, Eureka said as she hugged Anastasia tight. At a distance, Luke and the others look at them while shaking their heads. I thought they are congratulating on Crystal's baby, but how did it end up on who to take care Anastasia on the future? Alan stated as Luke sighed loudly. Should we make a baby too, so that the others won't cling unto Anastasia? Luke stated as he started to feel jealous at the girl's affection on his beloved brother Draco. It seems that Sister Eureka is choosing Sister Anastasia over you, Kurt joked, earning a smack from the crown prince. I can't take it anymore. I need to take my girlfriend back from me, Luke stated and walked towards the group and snatched Anastasia from them, earning a glare from the girls. Unfortunately, girls, I'm gonna be the one to take care of her, Luke said as he carried Anastasia back inside. Where are we going, Luke? Anastasia asked him as Luke smiled at her innocently. We're gonna make a baby too, so that they won't bother you anymore. The end. It's my birthday yesterday but something happened so I didn't get to update. Here's the ending. BTW. Epilogue will be posted next week because I'm busy as hell this week. Epilogue. And the two sealed their love with a kiss and they live happily ever after, I said, and closed the fairy tale book and look at my kid who's sleeping peacefully in their bedroom. It's been years since I got married to Luke. I think it's been 18 years. We already have 3 kids only. The oldest is a girl who is still 17. Named Danica Jean Belial. She's currently studying in the academy, and the second is a boy Chris Xian Belial, currently 14 years old. He is currently in Mausaik visiting his grandparents and cousins, and the only who is left is my 8-year-old daughter Anna Linera Belial. Luke has been appointed as the Duke of Purvis in the kingdom, which owns the largest land in the kingdom. I kissed Anna Lynn's forehead before I walked out from her room and went to my own office in the mansion. Crystal and Joshua has 2 kids, a girl and a boy. Their oldest, Clyde Winchester, is also studying alongside with the others in the academy. As for the second child, Lillian May Winchester is practicing to be a ballerina. A talented 10-year-old. Selena and Ellen has only 1 kid and currently pregnant with the second. Rosetta Tressa, 16 years old. She got pregnant 10 years ago but unfortunately it died before he got born. Selena took too long to recover before they made another one, which is currently the kid in her tummy. Selena didn't even want it for me to revive her kid because she knows how to revive from the dead is very painful. She doesn't her kid to be able to experience the pain she experienced to live again. As for the main protagonists in the story, Alex and Emily, they had 2 kids only and all of them are boys though. Prince Ian and Prince Diego. I heard from Chrissa, my niece, 19-year-old niece, that both Prince Ian and Clyde is fighting over Danica in the academy. What's worst is that Danica likes someone else and she won't tell me who. It's fun to see the 2 guys who have been friend-zoned by her. My life in this world is very exciting. I'm happy in my life in this world because I have my own happily ever after. I fell in love, got married and had kids. As for sister Eureka and brother Draco, they only have 1 kid because sister Danica got injured and couldn't get pregnant again. As for brother Kurt, he fell in love and got a kid and his wife died 10 years ago. I offered to revive her but he said that she suffered for a long time because of her disease. He didn't want to see her struggle in life. He's been taking care of his daughter while they're traveling to discover new potions and such. Hey, what made you think so hard? I snapped out from my thoughts when I saw Luke at the door. Just how lucky I am to have you, I told him, making him smile, and sat beside me and hugged my waist. Are you finished with the work brother Draco gave you? I asked him as he sighed loudly. Anastasia, you have magic. Why am I the one capturing some criminals when he can do the easy route? He whined as I laughed lightly. Do you want me to capture them? But brother Draco told me not to use magic unless there's danger. I told him, isn't the criminals dangerous? I meant that someone will destroy the world and such. You know how dangerous my magic are, I told him, and finished organizing the papers. Are you gonna visit the academy now? He asked me as I nodded yup. Crystal asked me to become a special lecturer today, I told him. Crystal became the headmistress in that academy, and she's been abusing her authority to request for special lectures from me or special appearance in the school. Okay. See you later. I'm gonna sleep, he said as he took a nap on the couch, making me sigh loudly. I snapped my fingers when he started to float towards our bedroom, as I also changed to a proper outfit to face the kids. After I finished dressing up, I looked at myself in the mirror before I teleported in the academy. My dream on becoming a teacher collapsed because of my magic. Maybe because if I lose my temper my magic will go berserk and destroy the school. So they allowed to have some special lecture from time to time. I walked to the class that I'm gonna lecture with. I could feel everyone's eyes on me, greeting me with such a big smile. I entered the 3rd year's room, Danica's classroom. Mom, she exclaimed as I smiled at her. Hey kids, shall we start our lesson? I asked them as they opened their textbooks. This is the end of my story. Goodbye everyone. Because my journey in my life had ended. Thank you for accompanying me in my journey. Bonus Chapter 1. My sweet first love. Danica Jean Belial. Good morning Lady Danica. Lady Danica is flawless like always. I'm blessed that I am her classmate. She's alone today? I wonder where's Prince Ian and Lord Clyde? Walking in the noisy hallways, all alone. Luckily that I've avoided my best friends. Hey, I'm Danica Jean Belial, the oldest daughter of Anastasia Belial and Luke Arthur Belial. I'm currently in my 3rd year, 2 years until I'll graduate in this place. I walked in my locker and slowly opened it, revealing tons of love letters inside. I blinked my eyes and smiled lightly while slowly picking it up. They're quite lucky that Ian and Clyde isn't here with me, I thought, remembering how the two reacted when they saw a mountain of love letters in my locker, and their expressions are hilarious. I picked it up and frowned as I fakely tear up. I'm sorry letters, but Mom will definitely destroy the school if she heard I didn't throw you away, I sadly stated, seeing that everyone is staring and observing my every move. I'm the type of person that my reputation is valuable. If it's about money, I have tons of it. If it's beauty, I'm already number one since I inherited Mom's hair color and Dad's eye color with a mix of their features. I'm considered the goddess of the school. I'm like the perfect woman known. Certified girlfriend material. Man, Lady Danica is really cold, right? But I heard that her mother will go berserk if she finds about the letters. Man, that sucks. I wonder if Lady Danica had someone she likes. She probably doesn't. I mean, look at her. She's the real deal. My heart fluttered at the compliments that was obviously for me. Everyone in school knew that I'm a lady that's too high to reach. They must have thought that I don't have a sweet love. But I have a deep secret that no one in school knows. Well, I'm an expert in hiding that. I liked someone. Blush. Not Ian. Not Clyde. I mean, the two is great, but they're just friends that I want to protect. I've only regard them as brothers, nothing more, nothing less. I mean, we grew up together. We're just friends. And also I have my own girl best friends, you know. Danica. I turn around and saw Micah Sergio, the daughter of the Archduke Sergio on the Kingdom of Meloidia, my best friend, and secretly likes Clyde. And of course I only knows that. Good morning Micah, how's your vacation? I ask her with a warm smile, and she started to tell me stories about her vacation. Both me and Micah has been friends since we're young. Uncle Draco is close to the Archduke. I heard from Father that they're friends since young and arranged me and her to become playmates, since at the past I'm only the one who is a successor in the throne that I don't plan on taking. I hate having lots of responsibilities. It always tests my patience. But of course, my crush is someone close to her. Good morning Danica. Micah. My heart skipped a beat when I heard his familiar voice. No one knows about this, but I fell in love with my best friend's older brother. Brother, I see that you're back from your assignment, Micah exclaimed brightly. As I look up, saw him. Micah's older brother for 2 years, a graduating senior from this school, and my first love. Blake Sergio, the future Archduke Sergio. Brother Blake, it's good to see you too. I acted as if I'm not interested because of my pride, but my heart is beating so fast that I can't breathe. Man, it's been 2 months since I last saw the beautiful princess. Still gorgeous as ever, Danica. His flirtatious remarks that means nothing made my heart race. I'm born with this brother, I confidently told him. When I saw him, smiled lightly and pat my head. I know. And also you, Micah, he told his sister while tickling her. While I'm lost in my own world, I lowered my head so that I won't be seen in a blushing face. I need to go to the bathroom. See you in class, Micah, and see you soon, Brother Blake. I told the two and rush off to the nearest bathroom and took a huge deep breath while touching my flaming hot red cheeks. I don't know why that so small gesture can make my heart race. Unlike the skinship I shared with Ian and Clyde, why does it that I only react like when Brother Blake do that to me? But how I wish that he won't see me as a small sister. The main story has finished. But of course that doesn't mean that there won't be bonus chapters. This is a chapter about Danica's crush that was told in the epilogue when Anastasia explained their situation. And just like in her past experience, Anastasia's daughter, Danica also fell in love with her best friend's brother. But I don't know if I'll write this in a small series, but I'll think about it. So stay tuned for future chapters. Bonus Chapter 2: How to Tame My Obsessive Wife. Joshua Winchester. It's been 18 years since we got married, both me and Crystal. But why is it that she likes Anastasia than me? She would rather choose her than to go out with me. Well, they have been through hard times together, but still, I'm her husband. Shouldn't she spend time with me first rather than be with the Grand Duchess? And today, here we are, currently in the Kingdom of Meloidia, with also the others, celebrating Anastasia's youngest child, Annalyn. Even my son Clyde is obsessed with Anastasia's oldest child. When he heard that we'll be visiting them, he couldn't wait and didn't sleep at the night before our departure. My dear Anastasia, why are you so cute? I sigh loudly, hearing Selina's complimentary words through the Duchess. I took a look at Alan and shook his head. Even though Selina's pregnant, she still hovered to Anastasia, probably hoping that the kid will look like her. Selina, stay away from her. And here comes my beautiful wife. We watch her pulled Anastasia away from Selina. I turn my head to Luke, who's frowning, seeing how the two girls are hovering his precious wife. 18 years had passed and they seem doesn't want to let go of my wife, Luke sadly stated as we nodded. You could say that again. Even the kids are kinda confused on the way the girls treat your wife, Alan stated as we turned to see the kids blink their eyes on confusion. Daddy? I heard my daughter Lillian called out, as she slowly approached me with an anxious look. What is it, Lils? I ask her with a smile. Is mommy gonna leave you for Aunt Anastasia? As I heard my daughter's words, I was starstruck. I glared at the guys next to me who are trying to hold their laughs. Darling, no. Your mommy is just being affectionate to Anastasia. It's not like she'll gonna leave us. I panically told her, but my daughter didn't buy it. Daddy, if you don't want mommy to leave you, you need to punish her. I blinked my eyes in my daughter's words. Hey, Daddy, understood? She told me with such firm look, making me gulp. I don't want to lie to her that I will, because Crystal is super scary. But how can I when she looks serious? I'll try. Just what did my daughter had learned? Later at night, where the heck did Lillian knew that word? I tried asking Clyde, but he said that he's been careful with his words around his sister. Don't tell me she read some erotic novels. Wait. I need to think positive. But I can't, especially that before I went to our room, she gave me something. It was placed in the box before she scurriedly went back to her room. When I opened the stuff, I was dumbfounded. It's filled with some stuff that only adults knew. My daughter had been tainted. Darling, I was cut it off from my thoughts when I saw Crystal slowly walking inside in her nightgown, slowly lay down beside me in our bed. She then gave me a hug as she cuddled in my chest. Darling, what is it? I took a huge deep breath. I need to tell her about what Lillian had told me a while ago. What if in the next time Lillian will talk about it with her, and she will blame it all at me for tainting our precious daughter? Do you know what Lillian had told me a while ago? I asked her as she shook her head. What did she tell you? Is it about us? I only nodded in her words. She asked whether you're gonna leave us for Anastasia. As I said those words, Crystal then cracked some laughs. Bwahaha. What the hell? Are you serious? She asked me in between in her laughs. Yup. It seems that she didn't know how you're clingy towards Anastasia, I told her as her laughter died slowly. Well, she ought to know now. We should get to sleep, she stated as I frowned. I gently grab her chin and make her look at me. What is it? Since we're in this conversation, shouldn't I also grant my daughter's orders? She also said a different thing. I slowly got up and hovered over her. She blinked her eyes and started to turn red. She asked that I should punish you. I whispered in her ears. Josh, you're not making things right. As she said those words, I innocently smiled. Before we spend the night with each other, in the morning, it seems that the two of you have been having a great time last night. I only coughed as I saw everyone with such a teasing look. They must have seen Crystal's skis. It's normal for us to do that since we're married, though, Crystal coolly said while smiling brightly. When we're having fun talking, Lillian suddenly went to me. Daddy, did you already punish mommy? It seems that she's only clinging onto you now, she brightly told me as I pat her head. I only smiled and looked at Crystal, who's not being clingy and obsessed with Anastasia. It seems that this is the only way to tame my obsessive wife. Bonus Chapter 3. The Woman Who Stole the Second Prince's Heart. Kurt John Belial. Father, where are we going this time? I heard my 10-year-old daughter, Alyssa, exclaimed. She's already old, and the more she grew older the more she looks like her mother, Acre Rose Florence, the daughter of the Grand Duke of Florence in the Kingdom of Versailles. We share the same interest. That's right. She's also an alchemist, but due to a failed potion, her life has decreased big time. Her time is limited because of her disease. She has problems in her heart. No one knew that until Alyssa was born, especially her parents. Everyone was shocked. After all, she's the most influential person in the whole kingdom of Lemuria. Everyone adored her, and I'm one of the suitors who courted her. We got married, but I had no idea of the disease she has. If the doctor didn't scold us, why did she got pregnant when she is already suffering so much? And after that her time got decreased even more because she wanted to keep our kid. After she got birth, she then suffered and got bedridden. While I took care of our daughter, and I took care of her also, Her bubblegum pink hair is the only thing that I had left to remind me of her. Daddy, are you thinking about something sad again? I was cut it off from my thoughts when I heard my daughter's words. I wiped the tears in my eyes and smiled at her. It's nothing, darling. Would you like to go somewhere new? I told her as her eyes lightened. We still have a place we didn't visited yet. Where is it? She exclaimed as I chuckled at her cuteness. I guess she's old enough to go to that place. The place that both me and Dacre first met, and fell in love. Our secret place in a small place in the kingdom of Lemuria. Especially when he built a small house in there. A place that proves that our love will be forever, be everlasting. Yup. It's a place that both me and your mother first met, I stated as she smiled brightly. Really? Let's go, Alyssa exclaimed as she wanted to drag me towards that place. Even her personality is so like her. The first time we met, it's like love at first sight. Yeah, Uncle Kurt. Shouldn't you get married already? You're already an oldie. I heard my nephew the Crown Prince told me. Brother Draco's only son, currently 7 years old, His Highness the Crown Prince, Prince Riccardo Bliel. Your Highness, I'm enjoying my bachelor life. Why must I get married? I'm not like my brothers who has tons of responsibilities, I told my nephew, who has a dissatisfied look, but further told me that it's because that you don't have a lady, that's why you're not married, he told me as I frowned. My brother is not letting us take this lightly. Uncle, I heard that from Aunt Anastasia that she is gonna be an ambassador in the kingdom of Lemuria. Why won't you come along? Maybe your Miss Wright isn't there? He told me as I sighed loudly. Sister-in-law is a busy lady, and if I come along with her, her responsibilities will get doubled, and Luke will kill me, I told him as he frowned. Just try and be responsible, okay? If not, you're gonna be single for life, he told me as I glared at him. That kid, just because he is a fiancé in a young age, he acted like a lovesick brat. But coming along with sister-in-law isn't a bad thing, right? I got some permission with Brother Draco to come along with sister-in-law, and you could say that Luke is itching to kill me because his wife will be troubled because of me. Brother Kurt, is it true that you're coming along because you're gonna find a wife? I froze in my place hearing sister-in-law's words. Who told you that? I exclaimed as she chuckled. Prince Riccardo? Before our departure he told me something about the reason why you came along with us, she told me as I frowned. That kid, because he fell in love with his own fiancée, that he acted like a spoiled brat, I muttered as sister-in-law chuckled. There are times like that, brother, and it's look we've arrived, she told me as I nodded, seeing the capital of the kingdom of Versailles. I heard that the young Duchess of Florence will be the one to welcome us, sister told me as I raised my right brow. And before I can utter a word my eyes had landed on a girl with pink hair and blue eyes. Welcome to our humble kingdom, my goddess and His Highness of the neighboring kingdom, as she finished bowing at us. Not realizing I've watched her for too long. Brother Kurt? I quickly snapped out of my thoughts and introduced myself in front of her in a panic way as she let out a soft laugh, making my heart beats fast. The last time I had my heart beat is when I first met Queen Emily. I hope my presence doesn't concern you, young Duchess, I told her with a smile. It's an honor for you to visit us, and I hope that you will have a great time here. Hello. Happy 146K everyone. I never believed that my book will receive many reads and such. I'm so happy and blessed at the same time. Thank you everyone, and see you in my next work.